When the end of the world began, people started to panic, but the main character felt something strange inside him that was incomprehensible to him. He had no time to rest and was on another outing where he remained as focused and ready for battle as possible. In front of the protagonist stood a huge wooden monster. The branches on its head were like the antlers of a deer. A hero named Jake Thane began to release arrows towards the enemy, while realizing that he felt a distinctly uneasy feeling inside. The nimble opponent was very agile and quickly approached the young man, delivering a blow to his wrist that made the hero nervous. The nimble, very strong opponent smiled deviously, realizing that the advantage was on his side and he would defeat the guy. The bloodied protagonist fell to the floor and his eyes reddened, and he began to laugh eerily, realizing that he felt rather a surge of strength. Talking to others may seem difficult, but with Jake's 10 tips on how to behave in these situations, you can become the soul of any company. The first tip was to maintain eye contact so that the person talking to you can see that the person is interested in what they are saying. Jake noticed the girl standing next to him looking at him, which made him start to get nervous. A cute coworker asked how his weekend was, and the hero awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said, "Not bad," then asked, "What about her?" The girl replied that she and her husband wanted to go to the lake to fish, but they were unable to do so in such weather. Then she left the elevator and the door closed, and Jake was once again alone with his private thoughts. The young man was very uncomfortable, and he wondered what was wrong with him, for he was not at all successful in finding contact with anyone. He lowered his frustrated gaze to the floor and admitted to himself that it was very hard to make friends, but he really wanted to meet someone. Jake took this job to try and start fresh, but years have passed and he still can't quite pull it off. In this society that values social skills above everything else, he doesn't know if he'll ever fit in. The only sports the protagonist played were the ones where you could play alone. One of those sports was archery, which Jake enjoyed, as well as the opportunity to be alone with himself. But nevertheless, the world is not made for loneliness lovers like the protagonist, which he needed to accept. That's why he now sits at his workplace most of the time, and his life has become just a boring existence. Jake realized he was wiping his pants without his own family, in an office where hardly anyone knew his name. But suddenly he was very much surprised, for a man came up to him who waved and addressed the young man. He had another co-worker with him, and they offered Jake lunch with them, and as it turned out, Adam was the one to chat with the hero. Adam was a born leader and the complete opposite of Jake, which the main character liked very much. He didn't mind taking the brunt of the conversation to lighten the young man's load, and it was much appreciated. Normally, Jake would turn down such offers, but with Adam, he might not be so uncomfortable, so it would be foolish to refuse. The young man scratched the back of his head and smilingly agreed to the offer to have lunch together, after which they went to the dining hall. Soon the three men were standing in front of the elevator door to finally enter it and descend to the dining room, where a delicious lunch awaited them. Standing in the elevator was a red-headed Caroline from HR who looked stunning and attractive. Adam asked the girls if they were going to lunch and said he had a company card, and Jake looked away awkwardly. The beautiful Caroline was one of his few highlights of the place, and her smile warmed his soul. The girl put her hand on Adam's shoulder and told him that one day he would be fired because of how often he used that joke. She then turned her attention to the shy Jake and said it was very strange to see him going to lunch with them. The hero noticed that she never said his name and assumed that she simply didn't know him. On the other hand, her attention was constantly focused on something else, and even at that moment she took Adam's hand. Suddenly the elevator stopped and everyone panicked, but Adam said it was just a minor wiring problem. But the very minute the elevator collapsed and started falling downward, which made everyone even more nervous, and there was no plan of action. Adam gave a frightened yell and asked Jake to press the emergency button immediately, for they had only seconds left. The protagonist immediately hit the emergency button, but the panic went nowhere because there was no reaction. Suddenly the lights disappeared, and Adam wondered if everyone was in one piece, while trying to keep a calm and cool mind. Up ahead, they saw a system notification of the introduction of the beginning of the instructional sequence and the initiation of the universe. Other people also saw the system notifications of the 93rd universe initiation and didn't realize where they'd gotten to at all. An unknown man with a bare torso read the information and said more lambs were needed for the ritual. Meanwhile, Jake found himself in a place unknown to him and wondered where he was and said hello to the entity sitting up front. It was a very unusual, alien-like creature that greeted the man with a strange voice. Excited and shocked, Jake asked the creature what it was, for he had never encountered such a thing before. The stranger replied that he was the entity responsible for introducing him to the new reality, and they had a limited amount of time to do so. Jake understood absolutely nothing and wondered what the new reality was, since he had been in a normal world just an hour ago. The hero received a system notification that had a table with his full characteristics, which was still incomprehensible to him. He asked what it was, and the entity replied that it was a system that listed his data and other important details for the new reality. It was said that the system started when his universe passed the minimum threshold required to enter the multiverse. A bewildered Jake Thane said he couldn't even give an answer as to whether it was surprising or absurd. The entity pointed a finger at the protagonist and said that now it was time to move on to training because time was limited. The hero was given a choice of weapons, and he asked if it was true that he had to choose any of these, and was told that it was. Jake realized that each of the classes had different bonuses and skills, and began to ponder who he would choose. He quickly weighed the pros and cons of choosing the archer class, then immediately received a notification confirming his choice. The entity said that the familiarization time was coming to an end, so now the hero would be transported to the Great Forest training area, which was a bit confusing. It has been said that the Great Forest is full of both dangers and opportunities for recent players like Jake Thane. Beasts roam the forest, hunting for prey, and the hero needs to kill them to get training points or new, more destructive skills. There is a possibility that Jake will even be lucky enough to hunt the Beast Lords themselves, which will earn him a lot of points. Jake asked how long the training would last, and the entity replied that 64 days, after which the survivors would receive rewards. The young man asked if it was true that it had already started, and inside he could feel the adrenaline spilling over his body, and the feeling reminded him of arousal. Soon the hero, along with the others, found themselves in the Great Forest, where they wondered what was going on while inspecting the gear they had received. Jake looked proudly at his bow, saying in his mind that it looked pretty good, and also noticed that the forest was huge. Put his hand up and said he understood they were all confused, but suggested they just take a breather for now. But then they noticed that the ground beneath their feet began to shake very noticeably, which made them nervous. Adam exclaimed that they were going down and asked everyone to stay calm, even though it was very difficult to do so. At that moment, Jake Thane regretted that he hadn't thought about the fact that not only were the beasts targeted, but someone else as well. The leader of the group wandering through the forest asked the others if they were hearing strange noises, and a girl nearby suggested that someone was following them. The stern man looked at the bushes and exclaimed that they knew the enemy was hiding there, and shouted to him to come out and show himself. An exhausted young man emerged from the bushes, apologizing and saying he was just trying to find his team. The green-haired girl said it was just a kid, and the leader of the group said they weren't going to attack him. The guy was asked where he last saw his group. He said they were attacked as soon as they got here, and he was thrown off during the battle. The leader looked at the girl and said that it was hours ago, so they could be anywhere by now. He holstered his sword and asked the boy why he shouldn't stay with them for now, as it was very dangerous to wander the forest alone. The girl put a hand on the shoulder of the frightened blue-eyed young man, promising that they would help him find his team. The young man's eyes shone with happiness and he smiled, sincerely thanking the kind people for volunteering to help. He was very scared to be here alone, but the tip of his blade was bloody, though no one paid attention to it. Meanwhile, the companion was asking Adam what they should do, and he was trying to stay calm because he needed to think of a plan of action. One member of the group asked his companions if they too had seen the humanoid who had instructed them on the new reality. Adam said it would be fine, and they would follow step by step so they wouldn't make any mistakes that could be fatal. Jake looked at him and said in his mind that he was indeed a natural-born leader, which was admirable. The leader of the group said they would start by finding shelter, water, and food, for these were the essentials, after which everyone set off after him. The protagonist realized that judging by the other pylons he saw when he emerged, they probably weren't the only survivors. Jean had successfully used the spell, and Jake realized that whatever they did now would be crucial to learning the skills. Adam was breaking the antlers of a well-fed moose, while the protagonist was analyzing the situation and came to the conclusion that their team was more or less balanced. Suddenly, the leader of the group heard a strange sound, and as it turned out, a sharp arrow flew towards him at great speed. He was a little perplexed, for the arrow struck right through the head of the deer, which immediately fell to the ground with a clatter. It turned out that the arrow had been fired from Jake Thane's bow, which worked expertly and hit the animal with a single shot. Caroline was the only hitter of the group who was a quick learner and was already regenerating Adam at that minute, though they were both a little embarrassed. After a while, the sun set behind the horizon, and the tired for the day team gathered around the fire, silently thinking about their own. Caroline proudly told Jake that he was very good at archery, which was impossible not to praise. Jake's cheeks flushed, and he was glad that the beautiful girl remembered his name, because it had been different before. Adam said he understood that everyone treated him with respect because of their past work, but now they were in the same boat, he could use a helping hand. Then he put his hand on the shoulder to the protagonist, who was at that moment pensive, and looked into his eyes. Jake threw his hands up in the air and excitedly said he wasn't cut out for this and couldn't interact with people the way he and the two of them did. Adam said it's a different world now, where the old rules and regulations don't work anymore, so you have to adapt. An hour later, most of the crew went to bed, and the first sentries remained on guard to prevent anyone from entering the camp. The companion told Jake that she and her husband were going to have lunch together today, and there were a few dozen meters between them when it all happened. Jean then looked into the main character's eyes and asked if he had a girlfriend, which surprised him a bit at the time. The hero replied that he did not have a girlfriend, but he hid something, after which he plunged into his thoughts and memories of the past. Jake only had two real friends in college, Andy and Madeline, and yet Andy was his roommate and someone he could trust with his life. Madeline was a charming girl with whom the protagonist was in love and who gave him joy. They both weren't very social, but they enjoyed it together, and it was the happiest 2 years of Jake's life, or he just convinced himself that it was. But it turns out he just didn't see what was going on right behind his back, and one day when he came home, he caught Madeline cheating. Her companion wiped away her tears and said that Jake had better be alone, because the thought of her husband made her stomach twist with worry. Jean lowered her head and began to cry further, while the protagonist sitting next to her felt awkward, but realized that something had to be said. Then the mage girl got up from the ground and apologized to the young man, because she wanted to leave and be alone with herself. She began to walk away, and Jake concluded that Adam had accepted him. Jean had opened up to him, and Carolyn had even memorized his name. He realized that maybe Adam was right, because maybe in this world the truth would be different, and this was an opportunity to start his life over. Jake's musings were soon interrupted by a very loud scream coming from the forest, and he rushed to where it was coming from. Jean fell to the ground and 3 big men stood in front of her, the main one looking at her slyly, calling her a little lady. He placed a huge sledgehammer on the girl's leg and asked where their group was, ordering them to give them any valuable information. The shivering girl looked fearfully at the big man and said she didn't know any information and hoped she would be released. The chief brigand said it was her choice, then swung his weapon with all his might to finish the girl off. A terrified Jeanne screamed at the top of her voice, realizing that no one would come to her aid and she would lose her life. But suddenly a multitude of sharp arrows began to fly towards the opponents, who didn't expect it at all. At the same moment, a sharp arrow pierced the throat of one of the brigands, whose eyes were shocked, but he immediately lost his life. The gang leader didn't panic and used his shield to repel the attack, while trying to figure out where the arrows came from. Holding a bloody sledgehammer in his hands, he ordered his companions to immediately capture the archers who dared to attack them. One of the brigands immediately rushed into the bushes whence the arrows came, expecting to see a crowd of opponents there and finish them off. He was puzzled as no one was there, and he wondered where they had managed to go. Then the outlaw heard a strange rustling behind him, and as it turned out, Jake was in his rear at that moment, coming to Jean's aid. The protagonist jumped on the bewildered opponent and began to strike his throat with an arrow, leaving him no chance for resistance. The enemy was strong and tried to throw off the youngster who had dared to get to his back and attack him. Still, Jake was thrown off his opponent's back and slid on his back a few meters back, a little nervous. The bandit didn't drag his feet and grasped his sharp axe tightly, intending to deal with the brave boy. A few seconds later, a powerful blow was delivered, but at the last moment, Jake Thane set up a bow that saved his life. The protagonist gritted his teeth and tried with all his might to hold back the onslaught of his opponent, who continued to press on with his axe. Jean, meanwhile, fainted from the pain, and the hero wondered where the second underdog had gone. Jake gritted his teeth even harder as he noticed that the second bandit was behind him and swinging a sledgehammer. It was very hard for the young man to hold the onslaught of the enemy, and resistance was given to him very hard, but he was not going to give up. At the same time, he realized that it looked like he was going to die in this battle, because he wasn't strong enough to fight two opponents at once. Jake closed his eyes tightly and decided to take a moment to focus on his sensations and thoughts, feeling something strange again. He felt as if time had slowed down, but it wasn't because of magic or some spell. The hero received notice that the bloodline of the primitive hunter had awakened, but he realized it was pure instinct. The pupils of his eyeballs turned red, and he was endowed with a special power that allowed him to toss his opponent aside with a sledgehammer. Jake Thane then firmly gripped the sharp arrow to finally massacre the opponents who had wounded his companions. The arrow hit the right side of the rib cage of one of the brigands, who immediately fell down, being shocked. The protagonist looked at his bloody hand and was very surprised, as he didn't understand how it had happened. Jake saw a sword lying on the ground nearby and immediately rushed to it, for it was a valuable weapon. The young man swung a sword strike at the second opponent, who had no time to attack him and was immediately defeated by the incredible power. The protagonist noticed that many arrows from all sides were coming towards him, but he did not panic. With his sword and agility, he repelled a huge attack of arrows, and none of them reached their target. Jake's body and clothes showed traces of blood, but he asked his opponents in a gambling tone to keep attacking. Up ahead, the hero saw a surprised man looking at him while reaching for his holster with his hand. The bandit took out a sharp blade from his holster and exclaimed in a stern tone that he would deal with the young man right now. Jake was very surprised, for his adversary quickly came up to him and grabbed him by the sweater, glaring fiercely into his eyes. The man swung his blade and asked the hero who he was, and the protagonist tried to remain calm to confront him. With a deft and careful movement, Jake grabbed the arrow that was in the holster on his shoulder. He showed no mercy to his opponent and stuck an arrow in his eye, causing the young man to scream in pain. At the same minute, the assailant fell to the ground and began convulsing in incredible pain that he could do nothing about. Jake Thane wasn't about to stop and grabbed another arrow to finish off his dying opponent in pain. He climbed on top of his wounded opponent and stood up to strike his chest with an arrow, showing no pity. The young man had nothing more to counter the protagonist, who landed another series of blows before stopping. Adam and the rest of the team soon came running in, shocked by what they saw and wondering if the sentries were okay. On the ground, they saw two bloody people, with many archers' arrows sticking out of the body of one of them, which made everyone hold their breath. A bloodied Jake Thane smilingly mumbled that he had won, while looking up at the sky and continuing to bleed. One day, when he was still in school, he saw a girl being bullied and demanded to let him cheat on a test, and she was afraid of getting in trouble. The bully told her that no one would catch her and asked her to just turn the sheet over when the teacher wasn't looking. The frightened girl began to cry and said that it would be better if she just helped them in their studies and tightened up their knowledge. But one of them pushed her aside and said it was a waste of time, and the girl started crying even harder. Jake Thane couldn't watch this anymore and did what he had to and tried to help by lunging at the main bully. He plowed the creep to the ground, and he got angry and asked what the main character, who came out of nowhere, was doing. The young man continued to strangle his opponent hard, who dared to raise his hand against a defenseless girl who couldn't fight back. The girl was shaking and watching it, and the whole situation showed Jake the outcome of when it comes to good guys and bad guys. The principal sternly exclaimed that both boys were suspended for fighting, and the hero realized there was no difference in their world. A worried Caroline looked at the bloody Jake and wondered if he was hurt, since there was so much blood around him. The protagonist began to rise from the ground, and wiping the blood from his cheek said that it was okay, because this blood was not his. Jake got a notification that he had killed two archers and got points for it, and realized that they could get points for killing other survivors. For a few minutes, he silently read the information from the system notification, analyzing the text and drawing conclusions. The notice said that the primordial hunter bloodline had been awakened and the perception realm had been opened. A flustered Adam asked who the guys were and why they were attacking them, and Jake said it was probably because of experience and training points. Caroline assisted Jean, and Adam said they needed to find a safe place to stay, as well as rethink their survival strategy. The leader of the group said we'd have to wait for the end of training, and the team's Hitler turned to Jake, who was all ears. The girl asked the protagonist why Jean was alone, because you can't leave your comrades to their fate. The young man said in a worried tone that she felt restless, wanted to be alone, so he didn't bother her. An irritated Caroline exclaimed that it didn't change anything and implied that he had only himself to blame for the whole situation. She said Jean was seriously injured so she could fix her and asked the hero what they should do now. Jake asked if she was blaming him for it, but Adam began to comfort Caroline and said that the young man had helped save Jean. But there was a but. The leader of the group asked the hero why he let the girl leave alone and didn't wake them up, and what he was even thinking at that moment. The main character let his head down and said he was sorry, but it was his fleeting decision and he followed his instincts. Adam asked him to think about it next time, because they were human beings, not beasts who acted as they pleased. Jake replied in a defiant tone that he had already said he was sorry, but he couldn't go back in time to avoid making such a mistake. Caroline was still very angry at the hero and asked what would have happened if Jean had died here because of him. All the team members looked silently at the protagonist, who stood still and remained silent, not knowing what to answer. The companions noticed that the young man clenched his fist tightly, signaling that the situation was not good. He then spread his palm and asked with a shout, wondering if it was time to realize the whole situation. Jake said that Jean only survived because of his actions, and if he had woken them up, no one knows how it would have ended. The hero poked his finger into Adam's chest and said that they were men, not bears, and asked if they would have had the courage to take a man's life. He exclaimed that the world has changed and they all need to stop expecting someone to lead them by the hand and learn to adapt. One of the team members asked the protagonist what he suggested they do to stay alive in the new realities. Jake said he suggests that they do whatever it takes to raise their level and survive the ordeal that has come upon them. He asked them to do what the system doesn't want them to do and not to blame him if they can't catch up with him on something. After a while, Jake woke up and saw Casper sitting next to him, filling in for him as sentry. The hero wiped his eyes and said that he expected that when he woke up, all the team members would abandon him. But surprisingly, it turned out to be different. Casper said they thought about it, but after a short talk, they all agreed and decided to do as Jake said. He said that each of them needed their own weight, and the hero looked at him in wonder and listened intently. Casper had worked in the research department earlier, and aside from Adam, he was the closest person Jake could call a friend. They bonded over their similar stories in life, and it was common to have such a person around, so Jake appreciated a friend. The main character looked at Casper with a smile. He was still a very good friend to him, and he didn't want to lose him. Jake Thane then looked at Jean, which shocked him, and he couldn't believe his eyes at the fact that she had a wooden branch sticking out instead of her wounded leg. Casper said they couldn't figure out what to do with her leg, and this seemed like the best of the options, and it was Jean's own idea. He said they hoped that by raising her level, Caroline could learn some recovery magic. Then the wild beast invasion began, and Jake realized that it looked like everyone was really putting their best foot forward today. He recognized that Bertram was the best fighter after him, but Jean was making excellent use of her long-range magic. However, Caroline is the most impressive of all the team members because she surprised the hero by being able to solve Jean's leg problems. What had happened to Jean had really awakened something inside Caroline, resulting in her being able to help her. They have a few potions in their gear, but none of them are powerful enough to heal her leg, so Caroline really is an invaluable ally. Jake Thane realized that he and she still hadn't said a word to each other since last night, but one of them had to speak first. The thought of just pretending nothing had happened flashed through his mind, and he decided that sounded like a great idea. An hour later, Casper asked the hero if he was sure of his decision, and he blindfoldedly replied that he was, and asked him to just throw dirt at him. The young man didn't bother Jake and swung around, about to honor his request and throw a chunk of dirt at his back. The protagonist concentrated in order to sense the impending attack and concentrate his breathing. But as a result, it all went to waste, and the lump of dirt hit him exactly in the back, which stunned the young man a little. Jake Thane wondered why it didn't work, and Casper said he purposely didn't throw it too hard and asked if the teammate was okay. The hero assumed that the perception sphere only worked for real threats, and since Casper didn't want to hurt him, it didn't work. Adam called the boys over and suggested they call it a night because they needed to find a place to sleep, and there was no time to lose. The team soon found the ravine, finding it a fairly safe place, and Jake realized that it would limit the angle at which enemies could attack them. He remained cool and analyzed the situation, carefully looking around and drawing conclusions. The protagonist realized that as long as he remained on guard, he and his team needed to be protected from new attacks. Jake Thane was approached from behind by Adam, who asked if he was still thinking about last night, because you could clearly see it on his face. The young man looked down and said he just didn't want to make the same mistake twice, so he analyzed everything multiple times. Adam put his hand on his shoulder and apologized for pouncing on him because he didn't deserve it. He then held up a torch and told his companions that they needed to find a place to sleep. Jake Thane looked after Adam with a smile, not knowing if the group would have survived that first day without the guidance of such a leader or not. The hero then told himself that even he wouldn't be here if it weren't for Adam, whereupon he recalled their story of meeting at work. At that moment, Adam extended his hand to Jake and asked if he would mind joining his team, adding that he felt they were destined to work together. He invited the shy hero to join him for lunch, and the young man turned his awkward glances to the side and agreed. The group was already deep in the gorge, and Jean noticed a strange sound and asked what it was. At one point, Adam stopped the others from going forward, then squinting his eyes took a small step backward. The rocks of the gorge began to crumble, and a tense Jake Thane asked everyone to head for the exit immediately because they were in danger. More and more large stones began to fall, and Adam ordered everyone to flee immediately, with him being the last to flee. The team members ran headlong towards the exit, trying to stay as calm as possible so as not to freeze in place. A huge cobblestone was falling over Caroline's head, and Jake Thane noticed it and shouted to her because he was very worried about her. After his shout, the girl immediately raised her head up and saw that a huge rock was about to fall on her and was immediately a bit confused. The protagonist immediately picked up his bow to make it easier for him to escape and rushed to help Caroline, who he cared about. He saw no barriers and ran toward the confused girl whose death he would never forgive himself. At the last moment before the huge boulder fell, Jake Thane grabbed Caroline and bounced off to the side with her. Large piles of rocks piled up all around them, and they were left alone, lying on the sand and trying to recover from what had happened. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was on the other side of the rubble and began to think about how they could help their companions. A flustered Jake Thane asked Caroline if she was okay after what had happened, and she said she seemed to be. Adam started yelling the main character's name, hoping to hear something back, while being very worried for his life. He also began calling out to Caroline and asking if they could hear him, and in his voice you could hear the fear for his companions. The girl shouted back that they were here behind a stone wall, which gave a little hope that things would get better. Jake Thane told Caroline that they should be quieter because the cave was still unstable, and there was no telling what could happen. He then looked to the side and added that there could also be something lurking in the cave, so it was best to be prepared for anything. Caroline said to me it's too much to move them, so they'll have to do something else. Bertram swung his weapon and said he would try to tear down that wall, but Adam stopped him and said they shouldn't even touch it. A flustered Jean froze in place and said with a tremor in her voice that they couldn't just leave the companions behind the wall. Adam said that there was another way in the cave, so they should keep going, and they were sure to meet them sooner or later. Jake Thane continued to analyze the situation and realized that it may not be true, but it was the safest option. He shouted that he and Caroline would go on and try to go out to meet the companions, for they had no other choice. The hero then looked around and realized that for all that, they still don't know what kind of beast is being introduced in this cave. Jake realized he could probably handle himself, but wondered if he could protect Caroline if they were attacked. The girl told Adam she was fine and tried to stay calm because panic was unnecessary at that moment. She smiled and said she wasn't going to die in some cave, so there was no need to worry and we should move on. The protagonist liked her positive attitude and smirked, realizing that this girl was very combative and wouldn't give up. An hour later, Adam continued to wander the cave and asked his companions if this was a bad idea. Bertram put a hand on his shoulder and said that Jake Thane and Caroline were better equipped to survive than all of them here. He added that Jake made him a little uncomfortable, but there was no denying that he was the strongest of them all, not to mention healing Caroline. Adam looked at his companion in surprise and wondered why he was uncomfortable with the main character. After all, it sounded interesting. Bertram said he agrees with the guy, as they all need to get stronger to survive the ordeal that has been thrown at them. But then he said in a serious tone that the bandleader had seen Jake Thane himself, and that's why he was uncomfortable. Adam actually saw the hero lying in a pool of blood and grinning like a madman, which was very strange. The group's leader said that the main character barely survived the attack, and he can't blame him for such strange behavior. Bertram said that people change in times of crisis, and Jake is on a roll right now, so he may not be safe for the group. Adam shifted his gaze to the side and said that Thane was his friend, and he trusted him, and under no circumstances would he ever doubt him. Meanwhile, the protagonist held a torch in his hand and moved forward, with Caroline silently following him. At one point, the girl noticed his wound near his shoulder, which looked serious and could start to fester. Jake Thane looked at the wound and replied lightly that it looked like it came from a fall, but he didn't see it as anything serious. Caroline asked him to stop where he was and told him she would heal him to keep him from developing earlier. The protagonist asked her if she wasn't angry with him after what had happened to Jean, since he was considered the guilty party. The girl said she wouldn't let it get inflamed earlier just because they'd had a fight and asked him not to fidget. Jake wondered what he was doing and tried to remember his conversation training to ask her a question. Caroline continued to heal the wound and said that he needed to be careful, and though they realize he's strong, there's no such thing as invincible. She said she was still just learning these magical things, so she wasn't capable of healing everything, and the hero listened to her silently. In response, he only asked the lovely girl why she chose to become a healer, since there were many other specialties. Caroline immediately asked him a leading question about why he had chosen to be an archer, and the young man replied that he had only done it for survival. The mention of survival made the girl smirk, and she said that it was also the reason she had chosen a healer. She said she didn't know much about training, but she has played the games and knows that healer is the least popular class. Jake Thane asked with a bit of surprise if she really played games, and Caroline replied that once upon a time, yes. The girl began to tell me that her younger brother spent a lot of time in the hospital when they were kids. Sometimes during the week I could visit him, so I made it a rule to play online games with him so he wouldn't get bored. The protagonist was secretly surprised because he had not previously known that Caroline had a brother, as they had hardly ever spoken to each other. The girl grudgingly said that anyway, everyone always made her play as a hitter because she was a girl. At first she hated it because she wanted to be a normal fighter. After all, who doesn't want to deal massive damage? But then Caroline began to notice that the lady characters always had trouble finding partners, so they were not the best choice. Meanwhile, being a healer, many people were going out of their way to ask her to join him. No matter what game Caroline played, she could always find someone who needed her, and decided that training would be no different. She didn't know who she would encounter here in the forest, but she knew that if she could heal someone, she would be worthy of protection. The girl then said with a serious face that her reflections had not failed her, and she had indeed survived. Jake Thane listened to her story carefully and only said that she had done a very smart thing, and that couldn't be denied. Caroline continued to tighten his wound and asked if he thought she was stupid, or if he just never thought of her at all. The hero caught himself thinking that he thought he had been in love with her all along, but never really thought about what she was like as a person. He gave no answer to that question, and the girl finished dressing him and said he was as good as new now. She then looked forward with a stern look and said that it was time for them to move on to find the rest of the group. After a while, they found themselves at a fork in the road that left them wondering where to head next. Caroline asked Jake what they should do in this situation because she had absolutely no ideas. The protagonist froze in place and looked around, analyzing the situation and thinking of a plan of action. His gaze was very wary and concentrated because no mistakes could be made in this situation. Caroline put her hand on Jake's shoulder and asked what was wrong, and he asked her with a serious face if she could feel it. The character said that his perception sphere wasn't as activated, but some things became clear and some conclusions could be drawn. He said he felt like there was something down there, which was very interesting because he wanted to know what was down there. Jake Thane looked into the deep darkness that contained many unknown creatures and bats. The young man smiled intimidatingly and said that something very terrible was waiting for them downstairs, but he was already anxious to scout out the situation. Then he noticed a strange feeling that wouldn't leave him and tried to figure out what it was. His instincts told the protagonist that he needed to be careful, but part of him was drawn to the danger below. He picked up the torch and told Caroline that they needed to check it out, and the girl didn't understand what he was doing. The hero said that no matter what lies ahead, they need to think about the experience points they badly need. Caroline tried to stop him and told him that they were looking for friends, not experience, so they needed to keep looking. Jake Thane said they don't know where their associates are now and suggested that this is the way to get to them. The girl said the other way was at least in the direction they had last seen them. The hero said there is only one path here that will earn them experience points, and the training is geared towards battling what's below. Caroline wasn't feeling well at that point and told Jake that this was real life and asked him to rack his brain. Her words made the young man think, and he realized that she was right and he might be acting illogically. But there was one but. The protagonist has admitted to himself that he just wants a fight, so he puts himself in danger and drags Caroline along with him. The girl said that although it's fun for him, others don't want to risk their lives for points and they're just trying to survive. An impulsive Jake Thane became hysterical and asked her what was wrong with wanting to get stronger, because that was what he was striving for. He said they have been given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and can do things that no human would have thought possible. The young man asked Caroline if after this, all she wanted was to survive, but the girl hesitated after his words. She jabbed a finger at the hero's chest and said that many of them liked what they had before the new reality. The girl also added that they didn't ask to make them killers, and Jake Thane was just flabbergasted by her remarks. Caroline asked Jake if he could think about the team for a second and stop acting so selfish. The hero noticed that the stones were gradually crumbling and said to himself in his mind that he would not accomplish anything at this rate. Still, he exhaled tiredly and said they would take the safe route because he realized it was useless to argue with Caroline. The girl thanked him and began to walk forward, and the protagonist had nothing else to do but walk along with her. Later, Jen asked her companions if they thought Jake and Caroline were okay, hoping that no one had attacked them. Casper said they would be fine, and the orientation through this cave is the hardest part. He said he had good perception, but even he had trouble seeing that far away, which confirmed the severity of the orientation. Bertram said that if they didn't find them soon, they would have to think about where to stop, but Adam said they should keep going. The guy stopped the leader and said that they would only stop for the night, and they could continue the search in the morning because rest was also needed. He asked Adam to think about Jean's leg, which was having great difficulty continuing without rest. The girl was expiring sweat, but still, she smiled and said she was fine and could keep going, even though that wasn't true at all. Adam said they couldn't stop until they were sure their companions were safe, so they had to keep going. They then looked ahead where there was total darkness, and it was clear that that was where they would have to go, as there were sounds coming from there. Casper asked his companions if they could hear the sounds, but Adam held the torch forward and asked him to be quiet. The torch was extinguished, then the team members sat down and the leader ordered everyone to get ready because something was coming. Bertram asked Casper if he could even see anything around him, but the young man replied that it was very dark and nothing could be seen ahead. Countries and sounds still came from the depths of the cave, and the team members remained calm and as quiet as possible. Sweat dripped down Adam's face, but he stared into the darkness with excitement, waiting for the monster to emerge from it. Casper was as focused and tense as possible, saying that the unknown creature was approaching very quickly. But in an instant, he looked into the darkness in surprise, realizing that it wasn't a creature at all, but someone else approaching them. Adam said it was Caroline, which couldn't have pleased the associates, because it spoke volumes that they would finally be reunited. Caroline was overjoyed that they had finally met, and Casper was happy to see her and Jake safe and sound. The girl immediately rushed to Adam, whom she wanted to hug, while the protagonist stood behind her and remained silent. The leader of the group put his hands on the shoulders of the girl, who looked into his eyes with a smile, being sincere. Bertram immediately asked his companions if they had encountered any problems as they wandered through the cave. Jake Thane scratched the back of his head awkwardly, trying to formulate a sentence and say something, though he was not succeeding well. Caroline interjected and said that they hadn't encountered anything, which sounded even surprising in a way. She gave the protagonist a disgruntled look and said that they had just been walking for a very long time, and other than that, there was nothing to it. Jake only smirked and looked down at the floor, remaining silent and adding nothing of his own. Caroline offered to find another cave to sleep in, one more cozy than this one, and Adam looked her in the eyes in silence at first. In the meantime, Jean froze in place and trembled because she saw something ugly and frightening that almost made her faint. As it turned out, she saw a poisonous green spider on the wall and immediately hit it with her staff because she was terrified of spiders. Jean was very embarrassed by her behavior and apologized to her companions, saying she had just seen a spider. Casper let the spider go and said there was no need to kill them because they were important to maintaining the ecosystem, which amazed the girl. The young man put the spider in the palm of his hand and asked Jen to look at this cute guy who wasn't aggressive against them. He went ahead and said he would just put the spider away for good, since Jean could uncontrollably kill it. The green spider stared directly into the eyes of Casper, who took it aside and was about to let it go so as not to endanger it. The guy let go of the spider, which was terrified after what had happened, and began to swiftly scurry away to avoid falling into the hands of humans again. Casper then looked around and noticed that there were a lot of spiders, and that made him tense up. A tense Jake Thane assumed there was a spider's nest or something nearby, since there were so many of them here for a reason. He said they needed to hurry, and Casper told them not to worry and said most spiders were not dangerous to humans. But he paid no attention to the fact that one of the venomous cave spiders had descended to his ear on a web to launch an attack. The attempted attack was seen by Adam, who was very worried about his comrade in arms and immediately rushed over to remove the spider. But the nasty cave spider, meanwhile, began to burrow into the neck of Casper, who at that moment didn't even suspect anything. Jake Thane tried to remain calm and immediately reached for his bow to shoot the spider as soon as possible. A multitude of spiders began to surround the team, and its members prepared for battle, while keeping calm and fighting spirit. The team members stood in a circle to fight more safely, and Jean asked what they should do now. Casper said with tears in his eyes and a tremor in his voice that he couldn't move because the poisonous spider had bitten him after all. A huge number of poisonous spiders began to slowly approach the team members, making everyone nervous. The scary rustles were even more eerie, and Jake Thane realized that the sounds were made by far unusual small spiders. Premonitions did not fail the protagonist, and soon a huge spider, whose body was yellow in color, jumped out of the darkness. Right in front of its jaws was the paralyzed Casper, who couldn't even move because of the poison, and the spider was coming closer and closer. The young man could no longer contain himself because he was panicking, screaming and calling out to his companions for help, and they didn't know how to help him. At that second, the protagonist fired a sharp arrow towards the huge spiderweb, for it was the only thing he could do. The shot proved to be a very accurate shot, successfully hitting the mouth of the vile creature, making it angry. Adam took his chance and ran up to the frozen Casper before grabbing his arm and pulling him to the side. The leader then successfully hefted him on his back and began to run away at an incredible speed, squeezing all the strength out of him. Jake Thane, meanwhile, continued to fire his bow at the huge spider, striking accurately even though his hands were shaking. Casper was successfully swept aside, and Bertram held him up while Adam watched the spider's actions and analyzed. Meanwhile, another arrow was released from the bow of the protagonist, who tried his best to help his companions. This time the arrow didn't fly and landed near the paw of the vile spider brat, which became even angrier. The system notified that this monster was a level 13 mammoth spider that posed a danger. Jake Thane was not afraid of the monster at all, but on the contrary, he felt great pleasure because he was eager for battles. Meanwhile, Bertram and Casper ran off to the side to avoid the spider's attack and get out of there alive. Caroline also took the opportunity to take on Jean, who couldn't run fast enough and needed help. Adam also began to run away at high speed because he realized that they couldn't defeat this spider, and it was only putting the team in jeopardy. Bertram yelled to Jake that they needed to leave right now, otherwise none of them would be left alive. Adam also yelled to the main character that they needed to leave as soon as possible, but he still stood still. He was not afraid of death at all and drew the bowstring, intending to fight to the last drop of blood and not thinking of leaving at all. Jake then pulled a sharp sword from his holster and apologized to Adam, confident that he would continue to fight the spider. The protagonist said he wouldn't miss such a precious opportunity and threw himself at the mammoth spider. At that moment, his initial target was the spider's paw, which he waved around and gave him an advantage. Jake Thane advanced confidently and assertively, launching a successful series of attacks at the spider and seriously wounding it. Eventually, he dashed right up to the spider and plunged his sharp blade right into its belly, from where a cross immediately gushed forth. Caroline yelled to the others that they couldn't wait for Jake because they would die and needed to run away as soon as possible. Adam realized he could not abandon his friend and exclaimed that he would leave no one behind in this cursed cave. The protagonist succumbed to a blow from a mammoth spider, which struck his face with its long paw. With the force of the blow, Jake was thrown aside and slid a few meters backward, his glasses nearly shattered. The powerful blow of the spider triggered a collapse of rocks in the cave, which made the young man nervous, because there was a risk of being swarmed. More and more rocks began to fall near him, and he realized he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Adam looked around and realized he was in danger of losing his friend in this cave, and something had to be done. Jake Thane started to get up off the ground and said that the spider's kick was pretty good, but he wasn't going to give up at all. At that moment, the hero felt something inside him begin to stir, and the feeling was half strange, but a little pleasant. He remembered the earlier notification that said the bloodline had awakened, and the hero realized it was that instinct. Jake stood firmly on his feet and gritted his teeth, concentrating fully on how he felt and realizing that he would fight to the end. Then the young man reached with his hand to the quiver of arrows, pulled one out, about to fire another shot at the spider. The enraged spider was about to attack him to prevent him from being able to fire a shot, but no such luck. Jake's primitive hunter ancestry was making itself felt, and his eyes filled with rage, and then he was ready to tear the spider apart. But the cave meanwhile continued to rapidly deteriorate, and the hero needed to finish off the halfling as soon as possible. With eyes reddened with rage, he lunged at the spider, telling himself that he would not leave this place until he had finished what he had started. Jake didn't deny that perhaps he was being too selfish, but nevertheless, he was also pursuing his own interests. He thought back to what Caroline had said about how many of them liked what came before, and told himself that the past life just wasn't for him. The girl told him that they were just trying to survive, but for the protagonist, getting stronger was all that mattered. The cave was collapsing faster and faster, and Jake made a promise to himself to get stronger, no matter what it took. An excited Adam was pouring sweat and exclaimed that the cave was collapsing, and they didn't have time to fight the spider. As he did so, he realized that Jake couldn't hear him, and he wasn't going with them. And the hero himself looked at the spider furiously and with great hatred. He began swinging his blade and arrow in different directions, launching successful series of attacks and gradually exhausting his opponent. The spider still had the strength to resist and tried to launch an attack from the left, which the young man successfully dodged. Jake successfully dodged each of the spider's attacks while trying to strike back, which he did well. In an instant, the spider was behind him and tried to slowly attack his opponent, who was calculating all his moves ahead. The protagonist wondered whether to dodge or parry the attack, which was important to decide at that moment. Still, he came to the decision that he must strike, whereupon he grasped his sword firmly and prepared to do so. Jake was as focused as possible at that moment because he realized that he had no margin for error in this situation. Suddenly, a human hand reached out to him, which was immediately wounded, and blood began to spurt from it. The protagonist was wary. Then, as he realized something was amiss here and turned his attention to a human hand bleeding. A thick quiver of arrows was blocking his view, and he didn't realize who was touching him, but he was very wary. Jake was worried because he saw Adam behind him, his arm bleeding, and he wasn't about to leave his friend. Adam asked the young man not to die for the sake of it, for none of that mattered at all, and it was far more important to preserve his precious life. The protagonist looked in amazement at his comrade in arms, who had not abandoned him and, risking his own life, had come running to him. She then turned her attention to another rock fall in the cave and realized that they were still in great danger. Adam grabbed Jake with a sudden movement and rushed to the side, for otherwise they would both be left standing forever. The mammoth spider froze in place and watched his opponent flee while the cave collapsed ever harder. A worried Jian was very panicked and wondered where Adam and Jake were, while Caroline tried to reassure her. The cave completely collapsed, but luckily Adam and Jake made it out alive, even though they were on the verge of death. Caroline's attention was immediately drawn to Adam's bloody hand, and she immediately grabbed hold of it to get help as quickly as possible. A worried Jake said he accidentally attacked it, then as thought it was a spider and instinctively started to defend himself. The girl asked why he was even trying to fight the creature, but Adam told her to calm down and said it was okay. Bertram said he had had enough and stated that carelessness is one thing, but assaulting a teammate is another. The protagonist didn't know what to say in this situation, and the young man added that they couldn't let this go on any longer. Adam said it was just a scratch and asked if Caroline would fix it, and the girl said she would, but there was a but. Bertram exclaimed that the team couldn't function if things continued, that Jake was about to go off the rails. Jake realized who he was in his eyes and remembered again how earlier Caroline had said they didn't ask to be made into assassins. Bertram was then told by Adam that he was speaking as a friend, and this situation would only get worse as time went on. The protagonist did not interfere and listened silently, realizing that perhaps they were right and he was only a burden to the team. Still, he realized that they were the ones who were a burden to him, for worrying about Jean had distracted him during the battle and allowed the enemy a blind spot. The young man also recalled that rescuing Caroline led him to be trapped in the cave, which is also seen as a burden to him. Jake completed the chain of logic by saying that if Adam hadn't stopped him, he would have killed the mammoth spider. In the bushes nearby came a strange rustle, which immediately drew the attention of the protagonist. It was unclear who might be in the bushes, so Jake was on full alert at that moment. The hero briefly drew his arrow and asked who was lurking in the bushes, while being very angry and tense. A bearded, hulking man with a sword, who introduced himself as Richard, who looked friendly, suddenly emerged from the bushes.
The big guy smiled at the protagonist and said that they heard noises and came to find out what was going on here.
Richard said they weren't going to hurt them, and Jake Thane lowered his bow and glanced over to Adam standing next to him. Adam introduced himself and said it was nice to see other people, then added that they weren't interested in conflict either. Alongside Richard also stood his team, members who looked dignified and outwardly very strong. Richard said that theirs and the other two groups were a lot like Adam's group, so they decided to team up to work together. He added that they invite all the people they find to join them and would love to have Adam's team join them. The blue-eyed young man with blonde-colored hair was smiling at Jake Thane, who was looking at him grudgingly and with great dislike. Richard said he'd understand if they didn't want to, but teamwork should be their shared priority, so it was worth thinking about. Standing behind Adam, Caroline hugged his injured and bandaged arm with a smile on her face, trusting that he would make the right decision. The big man turned his attention to her and wondered if she was randomly a healer. The protagonist analyzed the situation and immediately realized that Richard needs Caroline, who is very useful as a medic. He remembered Caroline saying that she didn't know who she would encounter here, but knew that if she could heal, she would be worthy of protection. Richard said that their group's healer died shortly after they came in here, and they were running out of potions. The big guy decided to be blunt and said I needed all of them, but they could take a few who wanted to join them. He then reached for the hilt of his sword and said that even if one of their chivalries went to them, he would be more than fine with it. Jake Thane listened to him silently and a little nervously, realizing that Richard's gut was slowly beginning to surface and would soon be fully revealed. Adam covered Caroline standing behind him and wondered what would happen if she refused to move to their group. Richard laughed and said he was being diplomatic and wanted to settle this peacefully, making everyone happier. But then he grinned intimidatingly and said he didn't have to do it diplomatically, so it was best not to resist. Gramila confidently stated that one way or another, they'd be out of here with Caroline since they needed the chiller, which spoke of a fight brewing. Jake, meanwhile, was sweating and trying to calm himself down so he could come up with a plan of action as soon as possible to keep them from taking Caroline away. The protagonist looked at the rest of the team with his side eye and realized that they were all still exhausted. He realized that he was the only one with enough strength to fight and wondered if he could take Richard by surprise. The young man also wondered how many shots he would need and what about the group under his command. Richard told Caroline that they would not mistreat her, sincerely saying that they needed her very much. Jake began biting his nails and realized there were too many opponents for them to escape and wondered what he should do. At one point, Adam put a hand on his shoulder and turned him toward him, turning his attention back to the hero who was all ears. Adam suggested that they just go along with Richard's team, and Bertram said he didn't like the way that guy looked at them. Casper said maybe they're not as bad and asked to imagine what it would be like for them to squeeze out without a hitter. The leader of the group decided to ask Caroline's opinion on the matter, and the girl replied that she didn't want to fight at all. Jake began to get frustrated because he realized from what the team members were saying that they had seriously decided to consider switching to Richard's side. Caroline touched Adam's ribcage and said with a smile that she trusted him, which made him smile back at her. The leader of the group said with a smile that in that case, they would join Richard's team to avoid the carnage. The protagonist, meanwhile, froze in place and suggested that maybe it was even for the best, since there would be more of them. He then confidently approached Richard and asked him what his level was at the moment, because it was important. The big guy replied that he was level 9, and there were a couple other people in their group who were level 7 and above. Afterward, he asked Jake what he could say about you, because that information was interesting. The character used acting and said he was a little disappointed, as he had hoped Richard would prove to be stronger. At that point, Jake responded very rudely to his opponent, which antagonized the rest of his teammates. Everyone around them was shocked, and Adam asked the protagonist what he was doing, but there wasn't an ounce of fear visible on the young man's face. Richard gritted his teeth in anger because he was publicly insulted and said he thought they were close to an agreement, but he was wrong. Jake didn't take him seriously and said his companions were going to join them, but he didn't because he didn't have time. The hero asked to be allowed to clarify something and said he would leave his companions to Richard and he needed to take care of them or he would be in trouble. He smiled provocatively at the big guy and wondered if he thought he was a predator in this situation. After these words, he drew a sharp blade from his holster while still looking lightly into Richard's eyes. The tip of his blade was at the tip of the big man's beard in the same minute, and Jake wondered how much faster his archers were. He wondered if they would be faster than his sword chopping Richard's head. Meanwhile, the archer prepared to fire. Gromila was very angry with Jake, but still held back, after which the hero began to leave and said that he would keep an eye on him. Jake realized that according to Richard, Caroline would probably be safe since they really needed her as a chiller. He also realized that if they wanted Caroline to be happy, they would at least protect Adam at the same time. Given the threat, Richard should think twice before dealing with the others, and Jake himself didn't want them in danger. He hoped that this plan would work and that his comrades would be all right, for they were only a burden to him. Adam turned his attention to Jake walking away and motioned for him to stop because he wanted to tell him something. A surprised Casper asked the protagonist what that had just been, since no one expected to see such a performance. He put his hand on his close friend's shoulder and asked if he was seriously leaving and would continue traveling alone. Jake scratched the back of his head shyly and said yes, because he thought he had other goals for this training. He put his hands on Casper's and Adam's shoulders, saying that it would be better for them, for with Richard's men, their chances of survival would be greatly increased. Then the young man smiled one last time and said that they needn't worry because he would visit them someday. Adam again asked him to wait a little longer because he wanted to give his friend something last, since they wouldn't be seeing each other again for a while. The leader of the group opened the medical pouch to give the young man something for the road, since he would be alone in it. He held out a small box with 6 bottles of medicine and asked Jake to be careful because he cared about him. The protagonist was very pleased and smiled and said thank you to his comrades, realizing that they cared about him. Jake thanked Adam profusely for everything, and he only smiled silently at him, wishing him nothing but the best. After that, the young man turned around and began to silently go deep into the forest, and his comrades only looked at him and did not stop. The blue-eyed young man from Richard's team also silently escorted the protagonist with a glance, being a bit surprised. Then he turned his attention to Richard, who was giving a command to his comrade standing right beside him. The big man told the archer in his group that he knew what needed to be done and had high hopes for him in this endeavor. The archer who'd gotten the assignment from Richard grinned silently and looked at Jake as he walked away. Soon he moved forward with the rest of the team and wondered what a waste of time this was. The exhausted man said that things would have been different if they hadn't been trying to suck up to the hitman and began to visualize the situation. Archer said he would have just shot Jake in the back as he walked away, and they wouldn't have wasted time looking for him. The companion laughed and said that the hero probably hadn't even reached level 5, but the archer said to finish him off. But suddenly arrows from an unknown direction started flying towards them, which took them by surprise. 2 arrows hit right in the eyes of the fellow archer, who was dumbfounded by what he saw and couldn't understand what was happening. The archer became agitated and quickly waved his head in different directions to see where the arrows were flying from and who was firing. At that moment, another arrow began to fly towards their group, but no one still had time to see where it was flying from. The arrow hit right in the throat of one of the group members, startling everyone in the area, and the man himself began to choke. The alarmed archer ordered the remaining members of the group to scatter before a stray arrow could pierce them as well. There were 2 crew members left in the clearing who were not alive, whom they had abandoned for rescue, and after a while began to peek out from behind the bushes. The archer tried to stay cool and heard rustling nearby in the bushes, which let him know that the enemy was in them. He didn't want to check them himself and ordered one of his subordinates to go immediately to the bushes, which was immediately done. The man approached the bushes with great apprehension and gradually pushed them apart, trembling a little with excitement. Slowly and quietly, the branches of the bushes slid apart, and the group member looked around, trying to calm down after what he had seen. But in an instant, he heard strange sounds behind him and tensed, not realizing that a blade-wielding assassin was standing behind him. Jake's sharp blade glinted in the light of the moon, and he stared at his victim fearfully, not intending to show an ounce of pity. At the same moment, he presented a sharp blade to the confused man's throat and immediately straightened him out without wasting any time. An archer from Richard's team exclaimed that he had found the very assassin and immediately fired his arrow at him, The arrow successfully reached its target and hit Jake's right side, who gritted his teeth in pain but stayed on his feet. He immediately pulled the arrow from his waistband and looked at its bloody tip with surprise. To his opponent's surprise, Jake's pupils reddened and he grinned intimidatingly as he looked him in the eye. The archer was a bit confused when he saw the look in his eyes, but tried not to panic, and the protagonist fired 2 arrows in his direction. The enemy reacted in time, and with both hands firmly covering his head, he bounced aside to hide behind one of the trees. His plan worked and 2 arrows went straight into a thick tree trunk, while he remained unharmed. The archer's behavior filled the protagonist's eyes with anger, and he began to think of ways to attack him. The archer from Richard's team peered cautiously out from behind a tree, hoping not to get shot in the forehead by Jake. Jake looked around carefully and reached into his quiver for another arrow, which he began to draw with the bowstring. A wary opponent was at the ready and looking around, wondering if the hero had missed. Suddenly, the protagonist's arrow broke a branch and the archer panicked, realizing it was flying straight at him. He squinted one eye and put up a hand to fend off the branch flying at him, while being prepared for any outcome. Archer was even more wary, wondering where Jake had disappeared to since the shelling had stopped. But for a few seconds, he let his guard down, and the protagonist was at his back, swinging his blade. In the same minute, the blade was thrust into the back of the confused archer, who had not expected such fighting qualities from his opponent. Jake pressed his body weight against his opponent and stuck the knife in all the way, while the archer let out his last breaths and realized that this was the end. Then the bloodthirsty protagonist smiled frighteningly and mumbled that he could hear another opponent nearby. The confused guy from the archer's team drew his sword in front of him and asked him to stay away from him, but the hero only smirked. Very intimidatingly, he looked at him as if he were a victim, and his eyes were still red, adding to the horror of his image. Meanwhile, Richard was walking with the others and asked Adam and his team for more details about Jake. Adam said with a smile that there wasn't much to tell, since they were just co-workers before all this started. Richard didn't think it was a deal and said that Adam had been too friendly when Jake was leaving them. The man began to tell me that he was working as a manager in the office at the time and remembered a picture of him and Jake together. He turned to the big guy and said to be friendly with his team naturally to him, so it wasn't surprising. Richard called it a respectable trait and hoped that Adam didn't think of him as some kind of threat, because they were all tense. The man began to assure them that none of them would get hurt in his camp, because they were working together to survive, and that was a fact. Adam was very surprised to hear that there was a camp because he thought they were just wandering through the great forest. Richard smiled and asked if he thought they were just wandering back and forth, and added that of course they had a camp. He then welcomed the new guest to his group's base, which was like a well-equipped military field base. The leader of the group kept smiling and said that there weren't that many, but nevertheless, they were growing every day. A delighted Caroline said the place was amazing, and Bertram smiled and called it pretty good too. They began to look around where they saw people living on the base, among them a cute girl who was waving at them. Casper called the place perfect, and Adam asked Caroline what she thought of it, and she tried to formulate an answer. Caroline replied a little awkwardly that although this place wasn't a 5-star hotel, it was still better than a cave. Richard smiled and said that one of his men would show them where they could set up, so they could take it easy. Then he looked sincerely into Adam's eyes and asked him to make himself at home, for no one would hurt them on this base. Suddenly, there were sharp and very loud noises, whereupon one of the men asked the others if they could hear it. Richard and Adama turned their attention to the guy who was running at a breakneck pace, as if someone was chasing her at the same speed. The group commander immediately reacted and called the guards, realizing that the young man was running away in a hurry for a reason. The blue-eyed mage immediately grabbed his staff and twirled it in his hand, excitedly waiting for the fight to begin and ready for anything. There was a lump in Adam's throat, and he looked around anxiously, trying to figure out what was about to happen. The guards were asked to stop because one of the men realized their man had come running into the base. The frightened and exhausted boy raised his hand because he wanted to address Richard and report the situation. He fell to his knees from exhaustion, and Richard began to ask where Nicholas was, and what the hell had happened to his unit. With pain in his voice, the young man said that Nicholas and the rest of the squad were dead, and he himself had narrowly escaped. A dumbfounded Richard began to sweat from nerves and wondered if that scumbag Nicholas had betrayed him. He started pointing his finger at the exhausted kid and asked if Nicholas had killed all the team members, but he said the archer was dead too. The big man began to become enraged and couldn't believe this was happening, for the archer was very valuable and strong.
The frightened young man began to tell with a tremor in his voice that Jake the archer had suddenly attacked them and taken them by surprise.
An enraged Richard asked the guy why he was still alive if the archer had interrupted the rest of the team. With sweat on his face, the boy told Jake to give Richard and everyone else an important message. He said that the main character asked him to tell him that Nicholas fought well, much to Richard's surprise. The guy also added that Jake was serious about what he had said earlier, which surprised Adam standing nearby. A furious Richard grabbed the frightened lad by the coif and asked what else the archer had said, ordering him to spill everything. The guy looked into the boss's eyes and said with a tremor in his voice that the archer was insane, and there was a solid argument for that. He recalled what had happened a few moments earlier and said that Jake liked to massacre his opponents and his gaze was bloodthirsty. Out of fear, the young man screamed and began pouring sweat, saying that the main character was just a monster to be feared. Meanwhile, Jake was advancing through the woods and decided he needed to find a safe place, for he hadn't stopped for a second since yesterday. The hero realized that at least now he had time to watch the system notifications, which he did. The system notified him that he had killed an archer and a warrior for a total of about 600 experience points. In addition, the protagonist reached level 7, for which the stat points were awarded, as well as 1 free point. Jake was a little surprised and realized that he seemed to have leveled up a few times after all the battles. He had spare points, and the hero realized that stamina or vitality could come in handy if such battles were to continue. The character considered the fact that the perception would surely be adding to his bloodline, and there was only one single option left. Ultimately, a deliberate decision was made to put characterization points into perception because circumstances demanded it. Jake looked at the status and characteristics chart for a while longer, familiarizing himself with the information. Jake analyzed what had happened earlier and acknowledged that the archer from Richard's team had taken a good shot at his lower back. He decided he needed to be more careful since Carolyn wasn't around now, and although Adam had given him some potions, he should save them for later. At one point, the hero was distracted by system notifications and saw a pack of hungry and bloodthirsty wolves around him. The hero didn't panic and only smirked, calling it lucky timing and realizing that the battle with the animals couldn't be avoided. Meanwhile, Caroline was busy setting up the tent, but she was disturbed by a young man who was a mage on Richard's team. The blue-eyed mage interjected the name of the healer, who looked at him in surprise because she didn't understand what he wanted. Caroline asked the mage if it was true that he was one of Richard's fighters, and the guy said he was very embarrassed. She apologized to the hitman if they had scared them, and assured him that he wasn't one of all the crazy guys. The polite and very sincere young man smiled at Caroline and introduced himself as William, intending to establish a good relationship. Caroline looked at the kid with a smile and noticed that he looked much younger than the rest of the people in the group. William said that was why he was trying to fit in, because no one wanted to let a 19-year-old on the team. The young man began to tell me that he had to act out a small act to appear more intimidating. Awkwardly running his finger down her cheek, he tried to assure Caroline that he was a simple guy who just wanted to survive. The girl looked at him with pity and called him a poor man, for he was only a boy of 19, but she did not suspect his devious intentions. Meanwhile, a frightened white bunny ran among the dead pack of wolves that Jake had killed and was surprised by what he saw. The little hare saw a small pile of leaves and began to quickly dig through it, hoping to find something edible. Suddenly, a human hand emerged from the pile of leaves, which greatly frightened the small animal, which immediately rushed away. As it turned out, it was Jake, who rose from the ground with a sudden movement and wondered how long he'd been out. Then he raised his head to the sky and realized that it was morning, and time to move on to continue his search for battles. The hero noticed that he was all wrinkled up, but there was no point in dressing up if he was going to fight again anyway. Jake looked away and reminded himself that he was on his own now, and it was time to get on with the job that no one else would do but him. He then grabbed a dead hare lying on the ground, which had been struck by an arrow and which did not weigh very much. This was followed by a swallow flying by, which the protagonist hit with a single archery shot. Jake didn't stop at mammals, and it wasn't long before he was pouncing on a wild boar that was screaming in pain. In the next battle, the protagonist faced off against a huge old wolf, which he struck in the head with a blow from his blade. Summarizing his battles, Jake told himself that reaching level 10 in one day was not bad. Afterward, he noticed a brilliant light that could be seen looking at one of the trees ahead. The hero didn't realize what the light was and assumed it was a trap, but he felt absolutely no danger. Jake knocked on the tree a bit at first, but then he realized there was no other way and grabbed the trunk of the tree to climb up. He managed to climb higher to find out what it was that was blinding his eyes with its brightness. He continued to carefully move forward along the branch to get closer to the hollow to see what it hid. Inside, the young man found an attractive box that piqued his interest, causing Jake to reach for it with his hand. Jake took the yellow-green box in his hands, which was studded with red stones like rubies. The system notified him that it was a rare magic box created by the system and contained a rare and powerful item. The protagonist began to scrutinize the box and realized that it was essentially ordinary loot. Inside were the leather wristbands of a novice brigand, meant for new initiates into the Order of Umbra. Jake had no idea what the Order of Umbra was, but he noticed that the characteristics of the gloves were pretty good. He also noticed that the box also contained a token of basic training equipment improvement. The protagonist began to weigh the pros and cons, realizing that it would be nice to improve the bow, but for now this one was pointless. He then turned his attention to his blood-stained and tattered cloak, wondering if he could improve it. Jake said in his mind that it was definitely worth it if the token would also repair it, then began to choose an area enhancement. The process of improving the cloak began the second it started, and the protagonist watched silently, waiting to see the result. The system notified that the cloak had become resistant to chopping attacks and had gained self-healing properties. Jake called the result not as impressive as the jeweled wristbands, but realized that the self-healing would come in handy. He decided that he should try to find more such crates and took into account that there would probably be rarer ones in hard-to-reach places. The protagonist recognized the fact that the mammoth spider in the cave was the strongest beast he had ever met before. In his thoughts, Jake said that if this all seemed like some kind of game, that spider was definitely guarding something and should be considered. At the same time, the young man realized that he no longer had the opportunity to return to that cave because it had collapsed. He soon came to a clearing with a good view and suggested that perhaps there might be another cave here. A few hours later, he stumbled upon the entrance to another cave that looked a little different, and the hero set out to explore it. Jake didn't sense any dangerous beast, but still remained wary because there were nuances. The hero sensed something special in the very depths of the cave and realized that he needed to go there and scout everything out. He had an eager and very interested smile on his face, which told me that exploring the cave was not going to be an option this time. Jake picked up his torch and without a backward glance went to the silliest cave, which had glowing blue mushrooms everywhere. The glowing mushrooms were new to the protagonist, and he was surprised to reach for one of them for a closer look. But it didn't end at the mushrooms, because ahead the young man saw a dilapidated wooden door, which was even more interesting. Jake ran his hand over the wooden door a little and realized the wood was rotted and wondered how long it had been here. The system notified the protagonist that a dungeon with a training mission had been discovered, which is exactly what he needed. Entry required having a class or race below 10th level, no profession, and being in the top 5% of the best, all of which was fulfilled by Jake. Based on the situation, the protagonist realized that it seems to be among the top 5% of survivors in the Great Forest at the moment. The system asked if Jake wanted to enter the dungeon, and he smiled and wondered how he could say no to something like that. Soon he entered a dungeon that looked mesmerizing. Harar wondered what kind of place this wheelbarrow was. The system notified Jake that the goal of the dungeon task was to survive and make it through the dungeon, eliminating all difficulties along the way. The perplexed protagonist carefully reread all the information and wondered if that was all that was required of him. He then turned his attention to the necklace that had appeared suddenly around his neck, and which was vibrating slightly. Jake had read that the amulet was given to those who entered the dungeon and allowed them to store items in a small pocket space inside the stone. The young man realized that he could use the necklace as inventory, and perhaps it was a clue on the task of this dungeon. Suddenly, the gem inside the amulet began to move from side to side, and the hero didn't realize what was happening. The stone began to emit a bright yellow color, and Jake panicked a little, realizing that there was something inside him. Out of nowhere, a blue beast with sharp claws, an evil look, and long ears popped up with an aggressive attitude. A tense Jake didn't understand what the hell was going on in this dungeon and remained wary. At one point, he noticed that he couldn't feel in the area of his left pocket his sword, which had a good weight to it. The hero tensed even more because he realized that his weapon was suddenly missing, but who had stolen it was unclear. It was impossible to give slack because suddenly, but Jake was jumped out by a blue and very aggressive beast that wanted to attack him. As it turned out, there was a whole crowd of animals, but they turned out to be harmless, and their bites did not even hurt the young man. Suddenly, one of the animals made himself known and said he'd show him who was harmless, then bit Jake's leg. Jake was dumbfounded to hear that this unknown creature could talk and nearly jumped back in fright. He accidentally stepped on an object that was like an activator tile, which triggered an explosion nearby. The main character was a bit confused because he didn't understand what was going on around him, but he tried to stay calm. He dodged the sharp object flying at him, coming to the realization that he had stepped on the slab that activated the trap. A sharp throwing object landed near Jake, but he was unharmed because he dodged it in time. The blue beast bounced to the side and stood up to taunt the hero, saying that this was what he should do and calling him a fool. Jake noticed that the spot where the spike had hit was melting and decided he couldn't let the thing touch him. The excited young man asked the talking animal what the death trap was and how he could escape it. Eeyore grudgingly replied that he couldn't know that and added that he was just a fool who was trapped in a necklace. Jake decided to ask the beast who had locked him in because that might provide some clarity. But the creature with the long ears replied that the guy had bigger problems to deal with right now. Eeyore added that those spikes would soon be inside the hero, whereupon Jake prepared to dodge them. Jake promised himself to take care of the creature later and decided he should just walk to the end of the hallway first. At breakneck speed, he rushed towards the wooden door in front of him, which was the very end of the corridor. The protagonist remained completely calm and successfully moved forward without giving the spikes a chance to hit him. Eventually, a panting Jake successfully made it to the end of the hallway, and Eeyore called him baby and said that wasn't a bad result. The hero grudgingly asked him if he was going to follow him around like that, and the beast smiled at him a little annoyingly. Eeyore said he had no other place to go, and Jake sarcastically called it great. Jake could see the translucent blue slabs ahead of him, which he would have to climb up to reach the door at the top. The system notified him that the purpose of the dungeon challenge task was to collect 5 silver mushrooms in this space. The young man analyzed the situation and came to the conclusion that this was why he had been given the necklace with the gem inside. He noticed the holes in the wall that could be seen with the naked eye, and the acid spikes would pop out as soon as he approached the mushrooms. Eeyore advised to calculate the angle of the spikes based on the holes, and then plot a path that minimizes the chance of a hit. The protagonist heeded his advice, then stepped on the activator plate to calculate the flight angle of the spikes. But then he smirked slyly and wondered what was so funny about it, since it would go boring that way. Jake took a step forward to step on the translucent slab of mushrooms and find out what would happen next. The trap was immediately activated, and a huge sharp spike flew towards the young man at lightning speed. The hero looked at the stats for the task, where he read that one of the 5 silver mushrooms had been harvested. He continued to keep a close eye on the situation with the spike, so as not to fall into a trap, because he had no right to make a mistake. Jake came to the realization that with the ability and speed from his bloodline, he could just go straight. Soon, 3 of the 5 silver mushrooms were successfully harvested, and the surprised Eeyore asked how he should respond. Following the protagonist was successfully collected the 4th mushroom, which gave great hope for the successful completion of the task. The talking beast watched with a smile and chuckled, realizing that the guy was about to complete the task of the challenge. But at one point he was confused because he realized that he had pressed the activator plate, and in a couple of seconds a sharp spike would fly out. Eeyore's heart began to pound, and he froze in place and trembled, realizing he had made a big mistake. Jake, meanwhile, was advancing toward the 5th mushroom, and in his mind he was saying that he was just being bullied while getting very nervous. The sharp spike was coming at an incredibly high speed toward the confused Eeyore, who dropped the mushroom out of fear. At the last moment, the protagonist managed to grab the beast and bounce with it to the side, thus saving it from death. Eeyore couldn't believe the man had saved his life and trembled with fear, realizing that it could have ended here and now. A panting Jake lay on the ground, unable to move, bleeding with sweat. The panting and very frightened beast called the lad a boy and said he was now indebted to him for saving the hide. The protagonist got angry at him and exclaimed that he didn't come here to save his sorry hide. The long-eared beast said he had been trapped in the necklace for millennia and was no longer as nimble as he used to be. Jake looked angrily and very distrustfully at the long-eared man and wondered who he even was. Eeyore grudgingly said he was a demon and finally introduced himself as Cecil, then thanked the hero for asking. Jake also introduced himself and asked Cecil if he wanted to tell him who locked him in that necklace. The imp lowered his frustrated look down and said it was a long story and he didn't want to talk about it now. He scratched the back of his head frustratedly and apologized to Jake for making him miss the last silver mushroom. The main character immediately chuckled upon hearing this, which was a bit incomprehensible to Cecil at that moment, as he was sad. Jake showed the mushroom and asked why he got that, and the system notified him that all 5 mushrooms had been collected and the quest was complete. Cecil told the protagonist that he was very good, because he put in a lot of effort and managed to pick all 5 mushrooms. He added that you'd have to be a real idiot to rush to escape through a room full of death traps, but the young man had talent nonetheless. Emotionless at that moment, the protagonist thanked Cecil for the compliment while looking somewhere straight ahead. Ahead, the young man could see a flooded place, but all around were rocky heights on which it was possible to advance. The task was to use platforms to get through 3 rooms, and the time limit for each was 15 minutes. Jake read the assignment and realized he had to jump from platform to platform, and it didn't sound very difficult. The hero then received a system notification that all stats had been reduced to 10 and skills were disabled. The dumbfounded young man immediately panicked because he didn't understand on what grounds this was done. The system notified that the characteristics and skills would be restored after the test was completed. This news made Jake nervous and panicked because he realized that skills were a huge component of his power. He kept getting stronger and stronger and changing his face, calling the situation a stalemate and not knowing what he should do next. It wasn't long before Jake noticed that his body had weakened and his arms began to droop, which was very bad timing. Panic was increasing, and the young man noticed as if the gravity had gotten stronger, but the reason for this was unclear. He got the notice again and noticed that his stats were almost the same as before he started training. Jake closed his eyes and concentrated as hard as he could, realizing that the things still seemed to be working. The young man read the information on the bloodline of a primitive hunter and noticed that for some reason, his bloodline ability was not considered a skill. The bewildered protagonist wondered what this was even about and what he should do next in this situation. A slightly worried Cecil asked the boy if he was okay, and Jake replied that he was fine. The imp said the countdown had already begun, and Jake paid attention because he had 3 rooms to go through. The hero tried to focus and realized that all he had to do was cross the room without falling into the acid. He looked around carefully and came to the conclusion that there were 3 types of platforms, and each with its own symbol. The first symbol was a snake that had something wrapped around it, but initially, Jake couldn't see what it was. Still, the hero took a closer look and tiredly said that it was the damn mushrooms again, which he was already disgusted with after what had happened. The second symbol was something resembling a winged serpent, which was supposedly worshipped by other creatures. Lastly, the third symbol was a wyvern-like thing that looked more beautiful than the other 2 and was attractive in its appearance. Jake scrutinized the symbol and assumed it was a representation of the growth cycle, and Cecil called it a good guess. The hero said that to tell the truth, it didn't help him in any way to figure out how to get to the other side, and Cecil said he wished people had wings. The young man didn't let himself relax for a second and wondered what else he could think of to get across. He turned his attention to one of the platforms and wondered if the glow on the platforms looked a little familiar. Cecil turned his attention to the glow, trying to remember if he had seen something like it anywhere. An idea popped into Jake's head, and he grabbed one of the mushrooms near his foot to finally spring into action. Then the young man held his breath and concentrated as much as possible to throw the mushroom in the right place the first time. Cecil was very surprised and watched without interfering while Jake threw the mushroom. The blue glowing mushroom flew at high speed in the right direction for the hero, and he watched in awe. The mushroom landed right on the platform near the glowing symbol, which was what Jake wanted, who was expecting the result. After a few seconds, he noticed that the platform had begun to absorb the mushroom, which was what he wanted. A delighted Cecil exclaimed that he realized the symbol was a puzzle and needed to feed the mushroom to one of them. He said Jake was very good, and the hero agreed with him, then as he guessed very quickly and didn't waste much time. His instincts told him that glowing platforms were certain death, so all he needed to do was turn off their glow and jump. Cecil was a little worried about the young man and really hoped his instincts weren't failing him and he would do the right thing. There were 9 minutes left to complete the task, and Jake said he had to risk it because it would take forever. Jake tossed the glowing blue mushroom in his hand again to throw it at the platform and extinguish the glow of the symbol. With an accurate throw, he hit right into the symbol, which immediately began to consume itself into a blue mushroom, and its glow faded away. The protagonist made sure that all his actions were correct and began to gradually jump onto the platforms. The young man made a sudden dash along with a leap forward to be on the platform and not fall into the acid. He made the jump with Cecil, who was very worried and hoped he wouldn't be killed by Jake's fault. Fortunately, both of them successfully jumped to the platform and stood on it, which once again emphasized the correctness of the hero's actions. Drops of sweat dripped copiously down Jake's face, but he said confidently that he had survived, so there was nothing to worry about. Cecil began to rejoice in their little victory, but at one point wondered why he was the one who cared about any human being. Thus, they successfully jumped all the platforms and reached the right door leading to the next room. There wasn't much time for Jake to transfer his spirits. Though he was very out of breath, he needed to move on. Trying to catch his breath after a hard physical activity, the hero tiredly said that one room was successfully passed. The system counted one room passed and then immediately began a 15-minute countdown, even without a minute of rest. Jake gathered his thoughts and opened the next door with a smile on his face, preparing for another challenge. Ahead, he observed even more platforms, and at the front of the entrance was a translucent stand that held a blade. The hero immediately noticed the dagger, which had an unusual shape because it was very crooked. Jake immediately picked up the crooked dagger and looked at it and muttered softly that he had a bad feeling about it. He said he doesn't see the logic here anymore. Like with snakes and mushrooms, and with his characteristics, he won't be able to jump far. The hero looked at the dagger and assumed that if the mushrooms deactivated the platforms, this knife must do something similar. The young man plunged into thought and remembered that the snake had eaten the mushrooms, so we should build off of that. He wondered what the winged serpent was feeding on and realized that the only thing the symbol had going for it was the believers. Jake said a little perplexed that he didn't really like where they were going, but he had no choice. Using the curved blade, he made a cut in the center of his palm, expressing his hatred for the cultists that made it have to be done. A few seconds later, the symbol on the platform was stained with his blood, which dripped from his wounded palm. The hero felt pain in his palm and hoped he wouldn't die from blood loss, but he had no other choice. Jake gripped the hilt of the curved dagger tightly, feeling more pain in that he couldn't get anywhere from. The young man wondered why the blood was gushing so much if he had only made one light cut. Cecil assessed the situation and said that the path was clear, so the protagonist only needed to make 3 jumps. Jake was feeling very uncomfortable with the pain in his palm, but still realized he couldn't stop. He immediately rushed forward, making a sudden dash because he realized that time was running out and he had to hurry. Then there was a high jump that allowed the protagonist to cover the distance to the desired platform. The young man landed successfully on the platform, though his toe peeked out a little beyond it, but he himself remained on it. Another jump was made because there was no time to celebrate small victories, and we had to advance. But at one point, Jake didn't calculate the distance, and his heart clenched hard as he realized he was in danger of falling into the acid. He changed in his face and clenched his teeth tightly while feeling very stressed, and his left eye squinted. Cecil was also very nervous and said that at this rate, the protagonist wouldn't succeed and needed to rethink his plan of action. Jake was very nervous because he realized he was about to fall into the acid and needed to cling to life with all his might. At the last moment before falling into the acid, he managed to grasp the platform ledge with his bleeding hand. This provoked even more bleeding, incredible pain, because of which the protagonist could not hold back a scream. Cecil immediately came to the boy's aid and began to hold his arm with all his might, telling him that he had to get up and there was only a little more to go. Jake gritted his teeth at the incredible pain in his arm, and in his mind said, "I know all this without him, but it was very hard to do." The toe of his foot randomly dipped into the acid, making the protagonist even more nervous and motivated to hang on. A copious amount of sweat was running down the young man's face, while he himself was in immense pain and was making every possible effort to get up. Jake had a strange sensation in his leg that made him squint one eye, and he was starting to get even more nervous. He began to give up little by little and realized he wasn't going to make it, and the acid was eating away at his leg. Panic began to engulf the protagonist's mind, and he came to the realization that apparently this is where he would die. But still, his assertiveness and determination never left Jake, and he did his best to climb the platform. The hero gritted his teeth tightly and told himself that he couldn't end up like this, so he needed to make every possible effort. A flustered Cecil was very worried about the boy and grabbed his arm to pull him away and help him climb. He said Jake was very heavy, but nevertheless tried to pull him on top of him, and the hero kept trying to climb up. There was a lot of dirt and sand under the hero's feet, which he had driven up by trying to climb, but telling himself he could do it. All of this was giving Jake a very hard time, but he didn't have a single thought of giving up and kept trying. At one point, the picture in Jake's eyes began to blur, and he realized that this seemed to be the sunset of his story. Also, the hero noticed that his body did not obey him, as a result of which his efforts gradually began to weaken. Pushy Jake kept fighting to the last and asked himself not to think about it and to keep trying to climb. Jake said in his mind that he should just keep moving no matter what, even though he had almost no strength left. Eventually, determination and assertiveness paid off, and the system notified that the second room had been passed. It was also said that the contestant was fully recovered, and Cecil tried his best to bring Jake, who had passed out, to his senses. The hero began to gradually open his eyes and come to his senses, trying to understand where he was and what had happened to him. The realization of the situation came to him very quickly, and he exclaimed with surprise that he had, after all, managed to survive. Cecil chuckled and said with surprise that he thought Jake would hoof it here, and the young man laughed with him. Jake looked at his palm and realized that his body was back to normal, and all the acid was gone, and even his clothes had recovered. Eeyore said that the young man was walking on a thin blade, but now was not the time to rest, for a new countdown had begun. The exhausted hero read the notices and saw that there was one more room left, though he no longer wanted to take the challenge. Yawning, he lay down on the ground and said he needed at least a moment to regain his breath before continuing the ordeal. Cecil asked if he was okay or not, and Jake said in a tired voice that he was dead, while showing no desire to go any further. He said he came face to face with death for the first time, first this training, and it was by no means a good encounter. Jake asked not to be misunderstood, but he was already fighting and walking on a knife blade, dodging his opponent's attacks. The character then added that he wasn't ready to die in acid, in a wet cave and alone because it was too much. The young man smiled and asked Cecil not to take offense at him because he was human too and had the right to choose. Cecil said he understood him, for he too had been alone for a very long time, and then sat in the necklace for an eternity, wondering if he would ever see any living creatures. The brute was uncomfortable, but still, he added, it made him look at many things in a new way. Jake remained adamant and said firmly that he wanted nothing more to do with this dungeon. Then he clenched his fist tightly and confidently said that he would not let him be killed here because life was very precious to him. With a sudden movement, the protagonist swung the wooden door open, and Cecil followed, daring them not to part. Outside the door, Jake once again saw the multitude of platforms and wondered what the mission was, since they were all organized. Cecil looked around and suggested that the mushroom scheme should be pulled here, and then the ordeal would be easy. The character said he sensed a catch and added that it's just Wyvern and the mountain here, and there's nothing to serve as a clue. Looking closely at the symbol, the young man noticed that Wyvern was shouting into the sky and assumed she was angry, but quickly dismissed it. Jake began to remember himself and his emotional impulses in the old days, framing them in terms of what was happening now. After thinking about it for a bit, the young man came to the conclusion that it wasn't anger at all, but something else entirely. He made another hypothesis, assuming that Wyvern was screaming in fear, and that might serve as some sort of clue. The hero did not rush to conclusions, but keeping a cool mind assumed that he knew what to do in this situation. Jake began taking medium-sized steps toward the platform with the symbol, confident in his actions. But the excited Cecil was worried about him and asked him to wait a little, because there was something he wanted to say to the young man. He told the protagonist that the characters were still glowing blue, which was something to pay attention to. The imp was shocked because suddenly Jake took advantage with a print and rushed forward, which involved a huge risk. Jake took a high jump, intent on reaching the right platform, though he hadn't assessed the risk before doing so. Eventually, the protagonist managed to jump to the right platform and step right on the glowing symbol. Cecil could hardly hold back his tears. He was very unpleasant to look at it because he realized that the young man was going to certain death. Meanwhile, the platform exploded and Jake bounced to the side and exclaimed that the answer was the word courage. The hero was very nervous at that moment, reflecting on the moments of fate when one is faced with fear. Jake recalled how earlier, as a simple office worker, he often reminded himself that the world wasn't made for people like him. Another jump was successful, and the protagonist managed to land on the right platform and stand on it. At one point, he remembered how he had been attacked in the Great Forest by a knife-wielding brigand who wanted to massacre him mercilessly. Jake took the high jump and said that in moments of facing fear, all it takes is willpower and courage. Also flashing through his mind was the moment when he said goodbye to his companions and set off on a lonely voyage through the forest. The protagonist smiled at Cecil and said that it was willpower and courage that would help him overcome his fear to keep moving forward. He managed to make it out of the ordeal alive, and the platforms left behind began to collapse rapidly. Cecil started jumping for joy, saying that Jake had managed to do it, and the system immediately notified that the task had been passed. All the stats and skills were available again, and Jake could feel his body beginning to return to normal. The imp laughed and gave the young man a friendly shove, calling him crazy, and then they laughed together. The hero received a system notification that the secret mission had been completed and the hidden bonus room unlocked. Jake read the notices with great surprise because he hadn't heard of any hidden room before. He ended up in a place where there were portraits of characters on the wall and asked what the place was, and Cecil said it didn't look like there would be any task. The hero looked at the wall in amazement and said that there was only one giant mural carved into it. The young man touched the huge mural with his hands and said interestedly that it all looked like some kind of story. The snake ate mushroom after mushroom, and as it grew, it developed wings and soared into the sky. The story of the mural also said that it flew over the world, emptying the earth beneath it while growing in size. Other creatures began to worship this winged serpent, following it as humble and very faithful servants. Each time I fought stronger monsters thinking I was invincible, but one day everything changed. One day she turned into a wyvern, devouring everything in her path, not even stopping for her followers. The mere followers were shocked at such treachery on the part of the snake, but they could do nothing. After everything was destroyed, the greatest wyvern found herself alone on top of the mountain and enjoyed her power. Long centuries passed, but the huge serpent kept rising to the sky with a roar day and night, and it seemed endless. Until after countless years, she ascended to the heavens no longer as a wyvern, but as a powerful and huge dragon. The dark blue dragon possessed enormous size and sharp teeth, being very harsh and fierce in appearance. Cecil wondered with surprise if the dragon had traveled to the sky with his followers, and Jake suggested that perhaps it had. The protagonist received a system notification that he witnessed the will of a true dragon and gained 10 points of willpower. The surprised long-eared animal asked Jake what he thought it all meant, for it was all very unusual and interesting. Jake smirked slyly, but said he had no idea what any of that meant, but the story itself was very interesting. He looked proudly at the mural that depicted a huge dragon and said he wanted to fight it one day. Then they traveled further, and the protagonist wondered if this was just another corridor, something that had already bored him. The young man tiredly said that apparently he hadn't completely gone through the dungeon yet, and there was still something to do in it. Cecil accidentally hit his head directly on Jake's iron wristband, experiencing a severe headache in the process. Rubbing his head, he said he was already starting to miss the glowing mushrooms and asked the protagonist how he could see in the dark. Jake smiled and replied that the whole secret was that he had put enough points into perception, which was what was helping him along. But he withheld the fact that it was not only a merit of his stats, but he himself could feel the bloodline's abilities getting stronger. The protagonist concluded that the sphere of perception expanded in those moments when he was in danger. But now it works on a regular basis. Albeit in a smaller radius, it's become like a passive skill. Jake wondered if he should tell Cecil about it and assumed that since he was so old, maybe he knew something about it. He said that if Cecil wanted, he could sit in the necklace again until they reached a well-equipped place. But the beast grudgingly and firmly replied that he was not going back there under any circumstances. A perplexed Jake asked Cecil why not and what was wrong with it, and his firm and adamant stance surprised the young man. Eeyore lowered his ears and said it was no big deal, and afterward began to remember this torturous and very long phase of his life. He said he didn't even have a chance to see what was happening outside, and the passage of time seemed endless to him. Cecil recalled the days out of the will and added that until one is released from there, it is all a prison. He then added that he wasn't burning to spend another millennium inside the necklace because it's a horrible place. His emphatic stance became clear to Jake, and he said that was also true, and took into account that Cecil had said earlier that he was trapped. The protagonist petted the eared boy and said he wouldn't do that to him, and Cecil listened to his words in silence. But still, he grudgingly said, everyone was saying about the same thing as Jake, but somehow he'd been fooled. Suddenly, Cecil exclaimed joyfully that he could see the light and pointed his finger at the spot. And inside he had hope. Jake kept his composure and said it didn't look like glowing mushrooms, whereupon they headed for the light. In front was a huge library, which was well lighted by its many windows. Jake wondered in amazement what this place was, and an equally amazed Cecil only said something like a library of some sort. The protagonist approached the shelf with books and began to scrutinize them, expecting to see something interesting. He emphasized the fact that the books were very old and also speculated that they might contain valuable information. The young man then reached for the books with his palm, but some sort of bluish barrier appeared between them and prevented him from doing so. Jake was a little surprised as he realized he couldn't touch them, which was surprising since he hadn't clashed with one before. Cecil said he found a desk with some records that could serve as some clues to the young man. The protagonist tried to touch the notes on the table, but also saw a barrier in front of him that prevented him from doing so. He realized that there was a barrier in this room blocking everything, but no quests were appearing, and what it was, the hero couldn't figure out. A surprised Cecil, however, drew the young man's attention to an open door nearby, to which he pointed a finger. Jake was getting a little bored with the whole situation, which was evident on his face, and suggested that he just walk out of here through that door. At the same minute they went through the open door, but their faces were still perplexed, for the picture awaiting them was no better. There were many doors like this ahead, and Cecil wondered if the young man thought this dungeon was beginning to seem monotonous. Jake opened one of the doors and said he found a bedroom, which from the looks of it seemed like an ordinary room with nothing of interest. Behind the next door, he found a room that looked like a shower room and which was also outwardly nothing out of the ordinary. Cecil had already opened the door that led into a room that had a lot of flowers, and he assumed it was a garden or a greenhouse. The protagonist in turn found a room that looked like a laboratory or torture chamber. The long-eared beast said it looked like they were in someone's house or something, and the young man walked forward in silence. Soon they stopped in front of a double wooden door, behind which they thought something unusual might be behind. This door was the last one, and Jake opened it without a moment's hesitation, eager to finally find something that might be of use to him. The main character looked around and said that they had finally stumbled upon a room with some sort of mystery. Cecil said it was a room with a pedestal in the center, and Jake took a box that had a hole in it for a human palm. The young man said that the dagger was gone, and also noticed something like a human handprint on the pedestal. He scrutinized the pedestal and assumed it was necessary that he place his palm there, and it would activate something. The slightly anxious, long-eared beast said that after that dagger prank, this was obviously not a good idea. His excitement made Jake laugh, and he asked Cecil where his adventurous mood was. Without a backward thought or any doubt, the adventurous young man, eager for adventure, reached out his palm and slid it into place on the pedestal. But suddenly he had a change in his face and the whole mood disappeared because he realized that he couldn't take his hand away anymore. A sharp spike began to peek out from inside the pedestal, coming to the very center of Jake's palm. The protagonist tried with all his might to painlessly get his arm back, though he was having a hard time doing so. Cecil was immediately very worried and didn't know how he could help Jake, who had gotten himself into this. The young man still managed to rip his hand off and bounce to the side, and a through hole was left in the center of the palm shape on the pedestal. Jake felt a severe pain in the area of his arm and said it all happened too fast, and he didn't even have a chance to react. A bleeding hole was formed in the center of the protagonist's palm by a sharp and lightning-quick spike. An excited Cecil asked the young man to notice a new pedestal appearing not far from them. On the pedestal formed, a red book appeared with a picture of a snake holding a mushroom tightly. Jake looked closely and noticed that it was the same snake he had seen on the platform symbol earlier. Looking with a squinted eye, he said that there had to be something here to take care of this whole problem. In a new quest, the hero had to become the alchemist of a malicious viper and cure himself of the poison coursing through his veins. The system notified him that the effects of the poison would be inactive for a month, after which he would simply die. Jake tried to stay calm and looked at his wounded water and the many cracks around the hole on it. The new notice stated that rejection of this assignment would result in the participants' full recovery and return to the Great Forest. The hero said he had to choose whether to continue or not, and he could leave this place completely rid of the poison. Cecil, sitting on Jake's shoulder, asked the young man very interestedly what scenario he would choose. The system asked if the protagonist wanted to become a malicious viper alchemist, and he said there was only one choice here. Smiling ruefully, Jake said he had overcome all these tasks not to the point of turning his back on yet another task at the end. In one of the quiet glades of the great forest, meanwhile, many deer were grazing and enjoying a peaceful life. Adam watched their actions carefully and remembered that he and William were approaching from the east side. In an instant, the leader of the group ordered an attack, and they sprang out from behind the bushes, rushing at the deer with their weapons. The frightened animals had time to react quickly and immediately scattered, realizing that their lives were in danger. Adam remembered that Bertram's job was to cut off the deer's path southward, which he was trying his best to do at that moment. By his actions, he had to corner them to the west, right into the trap they had set that night, which he succeeded in doing. The leader of the group took notice of the successful action and shouted to Casper that he should act now. The young man clearly heard the command to begin and instantly activated the trap prepared for the animals. 3 deer were trapped in a net, being lifted off the ground and unable to escape. Adam noticed that one of the deer still managed to escape, but at least it was good to see that most were caught in the trap. Still, the hunters realized they couldn't let the deer escape because it was a whole carcass full of meat. The nimble William exclaimed that he would catch the fleeing deer, whereupon he rushed after it, and Adam froze in place with astonishment. He threw 3 throwing knives after the deer, hoping that at least one of them would reach its target. The knives successfully reached their target and hit right in the back of the fleeing animal, which immediately fell down. The deer lay on the ground, and William had no choice but to walk over to it and take the carcasses with him, proud of his marksmanship. The lad exclaimed confidently that he had nailed the fleeing animal, which was really a reason to be proud of himself at that moment. But as it turned out, with his throws of his throwing knives, he also hit a nearby Casper, whose arm was wounded. William immediately apologized and said he had terrible eyesight, and Casper laughed and said it was just a scratch. The blue-eyed hunter looked at the deer in the net and said that now they had sustenance for a week, and that was reason to rejoice. Adam clapped in praise and said everyone did a great job, which got them 3 whole deer carcasses. The group leader then asked the lovely Lyra if she would help him lower the deer net to the ground, and the girl graciously agreed. An hour later, the deer carcasses were on the table, and Casper said he was sorry his trap couldn't catch them all. But Adam smiled in return and said that was more than enough for one hunt, so he could take it easy. Concerned Lyra walked over to Casper and, calling him cute, asked if he was okay. With a twinkle in his eyes, the joyful young man replied that everything was fine, and the carcasses of the deer should be taken to the butchers. Soon Lyra said goodbye to her companions and told them that they would see each other soon, and they smiled back at her. Adam smiled at Casper standing next to him and said he realized that things were changing faster and faster between them. Casper asked in awe if it was too fast and hoped Lyra wouldn't think he was some kind of sneak. The leader of the group asked him to relax and told him that it was the end of the world and events here must be moving so fast. The young man asked Adam interestedly if that was why he was sneaking into Carolyn's room every night. After saying that, the man felt very embarrassed and didn't know how to get out of it because he didn't think anyone had seen it. Casper laughed and said he could be unafraid, promising he wouldn't tell anyone about the picture he'd seen. Then he smiled at the group leader and said that he still felt like everyone had figured it out a long time ago. After a while, Adam decided to stop by Smith's tent and asked the man how he was doing. A bearded and stout man asked if he already needed to repair his sword, and next to him stood the beautiful Caroline. Adam said he was just looking for this girl because Casper had been injured on a hunting trip and could use some healing. A tired Caroline apologized and said she just had to pick up some armor for Richard. The surprised group leader looked at the girl with a little bewilderment and asked if she was now his errand boy. The girl felt awkward and said that Adam already knew that she was doing everything she could to stay close to Richard. Adam smiled back at the girl and said that Casper had seen him stop by Caroline's house, which made her giggle. The leader of the group continued to chuckle and said that Casper was very skillful and would probably even be trickier than Jake. Caroline grinned and told Adam that they needed to move forward. Not another flashback to Jake, because it was all gone. The young man shyly replied that he was worried about the hero, for it had been weeks since they had separated, and no one had even heard from him. The girl took Adam's hand and told him that Jake was a grown man and could take care of himself. The man asked what she thought the main character was doing right now, and she rubbed her face in his hand and said obviously something stupid and dangerous. Meanwhile, a disgruntled Jake was complaining to Cecil that he was sick of the mushrooms he'd gathered in a basket. Cecil, on the other hand, rested quietly on the ground and said that maybe if Jake stopped eating them, they wouldn't have to go back for more every time. The young man, however, took a bite of the mushroom and said that he had discovered a skill that allowed him to study poisons by eating them. But then he added that besides that, they don't have much other food, so they have to eat what they have. Eeyore, on the other hand, being relaxed, said he was doing fine on a diet of moss and cave water. He began to put moss in his firebox and advised Jake to try a similar diet too, so he wouldn't waste time on mushrooms. After a while, they were back in the huge library room where Cecil had mentioned his sweet home. Jake asked if he could have the mana potion because he needed to restock before he started cooking. Cecil wondered if he couldn't just rest at night, especially after they'd been shoveling trash for hours. In an instant, the protagonist clenched his teeth tightly, feeling an incredibly intense pain in the area of the cut on his palm. Looking at his hand covered in cracks, he replied that he couldn't even rest for a few hours because he needed to figure out alchemy as soon as possible. The protagonist added that he needed all of this just to make an antidote and finally put himself out of his misery. The first thing Jake did was to grind the ingredients into powder with the stupa, doing so in quick circular motions. The next step in the preparation of the antidote was to add mana, and then the young man began to stir the result again. After all of this, the protagonist began to give mana, the desired attribute of the antidote, while being as concentrated as possible. Eventually, he looked at the resulting mass and said that if he did it right, this powder would turn red. But the preparation of the antidote was not successful because the resulting mass was brownish in color. Jake bit his lip and realized that another serving was ruined, but he knew there was no way he could give up. Cecil tried to calm the boy down and reminded him that he'd only been studying for a week and still had plenty of time to spare. The hero said his wisdom attribute is too low to brew this potion, but he needs a mana potion to try again. Eeyore said that these potions had one nuance, and that was that if you used several in a row, there would be no effect. Suddenly, Jake clenched his teeth very tightly and veins appeared on his face, for he was in unbearable pain. Cecil was scared for the main character and immediately rushed to him with trepidation, asking if he was okay. The protagonist exhaled and said in a calm tone that the effects of the poison had intensified, indicating that they needed to act as soon as possible. He amazed Cecil by removing his shirt and revealing his bare torso, which was almost completely cracked from the effects of the poison. Adam, meanwhile, had come to Richard's cabin and was immediately interested and asked why he had called him. Richard smiled politely at the man and thanked him for showing up so quickly because the conversation was urgent. The smile was quickly replaced by a serious face, and he said that their hunting party had come back today with nothing, which meant they had a shortage of meat. The man then added that he wanted to send Adam's team out hunting, but a little deeper into the woods than usual. Adam sat back in his chair and wondered with surprise if he was hinting at shipping out of the area, something they hadn't encountered before. Richard, on the other hand, smiled lightly and said that was exactly that, but it was a bit dangerous, which was why he was entrusting the matter to him. But the young man wasn't satisfied with that and said he appreciated Richard's trust, but was still unsure of his abilities. The big guy said that anything they deem deadly takes his team, and he's not the kind of person to send people to slaughter. Adam racked his brain and wondered if it would be possible to take Caroline with them, since having the Shielder around would calm them down in many ways. Richard replied that he can't do that, and it's not even personal because he's just strictly separating teams. The young man exhaled and stood up from the table, saying that if that was what Richard wanted, he would go gather his team. The man stopped him at one point and asked him to do one more favor, and Adam listened intently. Richard looked into his eyes with the most serious look possible and asked him to leave the Casper fighter in the village. A bewildered Adam immediately wondered why he would do that. After all, this was his team's fighter, and he couldn't just leave him. The big guy said one of the scouts noticed a torn wire in their fence, and they think there's another group of survivors hanging around. Richard said he'd been informed earlier that Casper was pretty good at traps, so he'd like the young man to help them shore up their defenses. Adam listened to everything carefully and only said in a calm tone that he would be sure to pass those words on to Casper. Later that day, the team were already deep in the woods, and a whole pile of dead badgers were on the table. Bertram wondered how many badgers there were, and a pleased Lyra suggested 8. Adam pulled the carcass of a dead badger towards him, saying that there were more than just badgers here, and it was very good prey. He then threw the huge carcass on the table, saying that there were many other strong beasts besides badgers. Stained with animal blood, William laughed and said that it was quite good, as they would have a lot of training points. An alarmed Adam told the lad that they would collect the carcasses and he should go and wash himself in the river because he was covered in blood. The smiling young man understood the group commander's orders and kindly went to the river to wash away the effects of the hunt. As they walked toward the river, William pondered the fact that Adam and Richard were beginning to get on his nerves, but he couldn't tell them that directly. In his opinion, they were just a bunch of boring NPCs that he wanted to get away from as soon as possible and devote time to himself. At one point, the wary young man stopped and paid attention to the sounds he heard somewhere nearby. At the same second, he crouched down and hid behind one of the trees to take his time scouting the situation and see who was here. Up ahead, he saw a guy in armor who softly mumbled to his companion that they needed to be quiet, for they didn't know who might be here. The girl stood near the water and asked him to relax, telling him they would make it quick and get out of here. The group's mage said he just needed to wash his staff, but he didn't go near water initially. William watched them for a bit and realized there was no hitman in their group. He wondered how many experience points they had. The swordsman of the team anxiously informed the others that someone was hiding in the bushes because he heard rustling. William gritted his teeth from nerves after those words, but began to calm down, reminding himself that he had done this trick before. The stern archer drew her arrow and ordered him to slowly emerge from the bushes, threatening to shoot him if he disobeyed. The young man turned on the acting and in a trembling voice began to say that he had gotten lost after his team was attacked. After these words, it was obvious that the brown-eyed and previously harsh archer had softened a bit and no longer wanted to shoot him. William grinned slyly in his heart because he knew girls loved the subject and realized his plan had worked. But suddenly, the archer's arrow flew straight into a tree trunk a few centimeters away from the young man's ear, startling him. The girl smiled and asked if he really thought they would believe that, and added that they weren't born yesterday. The impulsive swordsman sternly ordered William to discard his weapon and slowly walk away if he wanted to stay alive. The guy still realized that unfortunately his plan didn't work and began to slowly lower his arms to leave as soon as possible. The spirited archer drew another arrow and ordered him to do it faster because they didn't have much time. But William wasn't in the habit of just walking away, and in those couple minutes, another devious plan had matured in his mind. In a very abrupt motion, he dropped to his knees and reached for his magic staff to give his opponents heat. The archer immediately realized what the matter was and managed to react in time, releasing an arrow towards her opponent with a sharp movement. William, covering his head, bounced to the side, and the arrow hit the tree trunk again a few centimeters from his foot. The young man used magic that summoned throwing knives, which he used to slash his opponents with. Throwing knives flew towards the swordsman, who managed to cover with his shield and remain unharmed. He impulsively shouted to the rest of the group that it was imperative to catch this insolent man immediately before he injured any of them. The archer wasted no time and fired 2 more arrows towards William to guarantee a hit. But even this time, the nimble boy managed to dodge the arrows, which in turn hit the tree trunk again. The nervous mage of the opposing group didn't understand what magic William was using and held his staff tightly in his hands. The nimble young man, on the other hand, used magic to move to the side, recognizing and passing in his thoughts that they were stronger than he thought. The archer never gave up trying to hit him and drew another arrow, shouting at the top of her voice that she could see him. William still said in his mind that although they were strong, they were not strong enough, and prepared his throwing knives. One of the knives went through the throat of the archer, who didn't even have time to react and immediately dropped the bow. The girl's eyes filled with terror, and at that moment she was in incredible pain, bleeding, but nothing could be fixed. The dazed and very frightened swordsman could not believe that death had caught up with an archer who was very close to him. But the sacrifices didn't end with the girl, and the throwing knives were launched again, but towards the remaining members of the group. Both knives went straight for the throats of the swordsman and mage, who didn't even have time to react and were immediately sent after the archer. An exhausted William sat down to rest on their bodies, using the system to read some information. After reading the information from the system, the guy smiled and realized it wasn't a waste of time, which was already pleasing. But at one moment he trembled with fear, for he heard someone from the team calling to him nearby. A cheerful Lyra emerged from the bushes and with a smile asked William if he was ready and if they could go back. The guy was very uncomfortable and didn't know how to get out of this situation because he was standing on the bodies of the opponents he had killed. Lyra was shocked and froze in place before asking William with a tremor in her voice if he had done it. The guy looked at the girl sternly and asked if she really needed to stick her nose in here, because now she would have to act differently because of her. 5 minutes later, William came running out from behind the bushes, shouting that he was back, and Adam was a little startled by the surprise. The leader of the group told the young man with a smile that they had just sent Lyra to check on him, and he was already back himself. William used acting and said with great surprise that he hadn't met her anywhere along the way. He expressed hope that Lyra was not lost, but withheld the fact that a pool of her blood remained in the clearing. Meanwhile, Cecil flew in with a basket and told Jake that he had gone and picked some more mushrooms that would be useful to him. But Eeyore heard nothing in response from the protagonist and tensed up a bit, asking where the young man was. He then moved further into the room and was very startled to see Jake lying on the floor, who was unconscious. Cecil was very scared for the protagonist and threw the basket of mushrooms, then began to bring him to his senses. He tried his best to wake him up by tugging on his arm, but Jake still gave no sign of life and wouldn't wake up. It was clear to the beast that the poison had already worn the protagonist down considerably, for the cracks had sprouted all the way down to his neck. It was a little comforting to know that Jake had prepared a fair amount of health regeneration potions. Cecil lifted the unconscious young man's head and began pouring a healing potion into his mouth, hoping he would recover. Then Tired shook the young man a little, trying to bring him to his senses, and the hero began to open his eyes little by little. He gradually came to his senses and, wiping the sweat from his face, asked Cecil what had happened, for he understood absolutely nothing. An excited Eeyore said he himself had just found Jake lying unconscious on the floor and asked how he was feeling. The protagonist let out a heavy exhale and said he was badly exhausted, and in his voice you could hear all the pain and fatigue from the poison. Cecil said there was a huge amount of these potions and asked how many of them Jake had made this morning. The hero replied that there were 50 and added that he was starting to figure it out, so maybe he would try making some poison soon. The caring beast sat down on his shoulder and asked why he shouldn't lie down for a while first, to regain his strength. But Jake was adamant that he needed to practice more, because time was running out and he couldn't stand still. He said that judging by the timer, he had about 2 weeks left, and Cecil said that if he kept forcing himself, nothing good would come of it. The hero chuckled a bit and told the beast that he was starting to sound like his old acquaintances, while continuing to stir the mixture. Jake, remembering Carolyn, said that the people he knew were always trying to take the easier way out and were afraid to challenge themselves. But Cecil only looked at the protagonist with some pity and asked him to relax because that wasn't the point. The young man did not get distracted and continued to knead the mixture, grudgingly saying that he thought it was just simple cowardice. The long-eared beast asked him not to talk like that and punched him in the arm, causing Jake to drop the potion dish. A red and slightly glistening mass poured completely out of the dish on the floor, and the hero could not believe what he saw. He looked at the brute with his mouth open with shock and his eyes wide open and said he didn't mean it. Angry Cecil jabbed his finger and firmly stated that he was not a coward, and the main character's words hurt him a little. Jake felt bad about what he'd said, and scratching the back of his head, he apologized to Eeyore. But a hurt and a little angry Cecil said that next time the young man would take his mushrooms himself, and he wasn't going to forgive him. The next day, the protagonist was focused on reading a book and noticed that Cecil had not returned to the library. The young man became a little worried about him and wondered if he should apologize to him normally after all. Still, he slammed the book shut and came to the decision that he needed to get on with his work, trusting that Cecil would understand him. Jake had finished reading some introductory books on attack alchemy, and the last one came with a recipe for poison. What the protagonist took out of the books for himself was that making poisons was almost the same as making potions. The most significant difference he singled out was simply that the ingredients of poisons simply suppressed life force. Also, the young man realized that on top of that, they enhanced damage taking. Meanwhile, he himself was needing poison. Suddenly, Jake received a system notification that he had successfully created a regular necrotoxin, which emphasized the correctness of his actions. The incredibly happy young man couldn't believe his eyes and called out to Cecil to come over and look at it. But after these words, the beast did not come to the library, and the young man immediately took notice and the smile disappeared from his face. Jake called out to Cecil again, but he didn't answer, which made him even more anxious. The protagonist asked him to come out because he wanted to share his achievement in alchemy as soon as possible. Still, Cecil looked into the library and grudgingly asked Jake what he wanted, with no desire to socialize. The delighted young man looked at the prepared poison and said he created it on the first try, then asked the beast to take a look. Still angry and resentful, Cecil grudgingly said he could take a brownie off the shelf for it. Jake looked at his reaction and realized he was still angry, so he needed to figure out how to apologize. The system notified him that he had obtained level 24 to the malicious serpent alchemist profession, as well as 2 free points. The hero looked over his stats carefully and decided to add a few more points to his wisdom. With a smile on his face, he said that alchemy was indeed starting to take its toll, so it was worth pursuing. Points were added to wisdom, and the system notified that the profession evolution requirements had been met. Jake wondered puzzledly what else the evolution of the profession was, and Cecil said it was already interesting. The system then asked if the protagonist wished to begin evolution, and he thought deeply about the question. The young man wondered if his alchemy skills would get better if he agreed, and Cecil said he'd never seen this before. There was also a warning that the latest evolution could have unfavorable consequences. Jake said that if he answered no, it would mean he couldn't upgrade, so he had no choice. He still chose the positive answer and looked around, wondering what would happen now. Flasks of poison began to suddenly fall to the floor, the cause of which was unpleasant, but the hero tried to remain calm. Still, he nervously exclaimed that something was going on, while observing the situation and trying not to panic. A worried Cecil asked Jake what he was doing, and the protagonist exclaimed that he didn't know. A dark green fog began to envelop the room, which made the hero of his trusty friend nervous. For a few seconds, they were lifted into the air, but soon fell back down, hitting hard and trying to figure out what was going on. A few seconds later, Jake was on a steep downhill slope, trying to figure out what was going on, and the terrain was like another cosmos. He got to his feet and shook himself off, trying to figure out where they were, and said he didn't feel any danger. But then the wary protagonist turned around and noticed someone approaching. Not far behind him, he saw the white human feet emerging from the shadows, which alerted Jake even more. A blond man with the pupils of a cobra, who was clad in a frilly cape, appeared before the hero and asked who had come to see them. Jake didn't understand why the bloodline wasn't activating, and though he didn't feel hostile, every cell in his body told him otherwise. He looked at the mysterious stranger and realized he was very dangerous, and the man asked if they couldn't hear him. The stranger then approached Jake and Cecil, who were very frightened, and asked what the two of them were doing here alone. The protagonist tried to calm down and inhaled through his nose, trying to stop fidgeting and reminding himself that he wasn't in danger. He said that at a certain point in his development, he had become a malicious viper alchemist and ended up in this place. The blonde-haired youth with cobra eyes only grinned in response to his words while glaring at the protagonist. Still, he said he was glad to meet him and use some kind of magic, and Jake and Cecil watched his behavior in silence. The stranger waved his hand and said he was the very vicious viper Jake had been talking about. He then showed an obscene gesture and asked the young man in a rude manner to get out of here immediately. A perplexed Jake scratched the back of his head and wondered if he was really a vicious viper and thought he would look like a dragon serpent. Viper showed off his sharp and rare teeth at one point, asking the protagonist what's the big deal about looking like a regular person. Suddenly, he began to reincarnate a creature with sharp claws that had a very aggressive attitude. After a few seconds, wings appeared on the malicious viper's back, and the back itself gained even more volume. Soon the transformation was over, and he turned into a huge serpent, asking if this form suited him better. A frightened Cecil said in a trembling voice that he couldn't believe what was really standing in front of him. The greatest dragon asked if they knew each other, and the frightened beast said they did not, but he was one of his followers. The malicious viper reflected on the fact that his follower was a demon and said that Cecil should have said so earlier. Jake said he had no idea what Cecil was talking about, but added that he wasn't one of the servants and was just on a mission in the dungeon. Viper laughed out loud and said he couldn't believe the main character actually went through all that absurdity. Wiping away tears of laughter, he said he created this death trap long ago for a laugh. Jake wasn't amused at all and looked coldly at the Viper, asking if it was true that he was the creator of the trap. Malicious Viper asked how the hero felt after the first time he was made to feed him all sorts of crap to himself. Blondie then laughed and asked what it was like for Jake to learn his history in order to get the giant mural at the end. Jake wondered what the ego was, And the malicious Viper laughed and said he'd take it as a compliment. The protagonist asked if it was true that he was some kind of god, and the man was silent for a few seconds to give a clear answer. He sat on the throne and already without laughter advised the young man to just level up and eventually he would get his kingdom. Also, the malicious Viper said it was unbearable, but being immortal was beautiful, which sounded ambiguous. Jake said that divinity sounds interesting, but he refuses immortality because the risk of death is what's truly interesting. Viper brainstormed a bit and told the protagonist that he just had ironclad logic, something he rarely encountered. Then he smiled and told the young man that he liked his train of thought, and Jake only listened silently to the praise for him. Cecil bowed his forehead respectfully to the ground and apologized to Mr. Mean Viper for his friend's rudeness. Jake only laughed, and the brute asked how he had the nerve to cross God and nervously said he'd go crazy here. The hero assumed it was because he had a high willpower score, and the malicious Viper said that's not how it works. He said that characteristics change the body but the mind doesn't, so willpower can help keep calm and endure the meaninglessness of immortality. Viper also added that in order for this to work, Jake has to have these skills from the beginning. According to him, many beings of unimaginable power have fallen from the entanglement in their minds, experiencing incredible torment. Malicious Viper said someone will never learn it and time won't heal all wounds, and that needs to be accepted. Jake stared at him in silence, tormented by the question of why he seemed different from other people. To the protagonist, he seemed sad with his whole appearance, but the reason for this remained an unsolved mystery. Viper exhaled tiredly and told the guy that this path to strength was full of loneliness, and that was something he needed to reel in. He said his friends and family would be far behind him, and Jake remembered a picture of him with his friends at work at that moment. The hero walked up the steps and said the Viper speaks as if he went through some shit that hurt him deep down. The young man put a hand on his shoulder and said he was almost certain that souring his kingdom wouldn't help him in any way. A very nervous Cecil asked Jake if he had lost his mind and exclaimed that he couldn't just touch God. The malicious Viper lowered his sad gaze and waved his head, telling the protagonist that he didn't understand. Jake said the Viper got away because his strategy didn't work, advised him to try something else. Meanwhile, the big-eared beast snickered at the seven sweats, gritting his teeth and saying that God would just nail them for this behavior. Viper, on the other hand, looked very coldly and sternly at the protagonist, who felt that look and a drop of sweat ran down his face. But still, he felt that God would do nothing to him, and he was only mentally wounded by the loneliness he was going through all this time. God asked the protagonist to look at himself and said that he was so deeply imbued with it that he didn't even notice it. He then began to throne and said that he liked Jake because his tenacious attitude was different from a lot of people. Cecil looked into God's eyes and wondered what about him, and the malicious Viper racked his brains on the matter. A few hours later, they were sitting on a cliff, and the Viper found out what Lady Caroline had told Jake in the end. The long-eared animal sat next to him and ate chips, listening to people's stories with interest, and asked unhappily if it was about women. Jake and the malicious Viper turned their attention to him, after which they just looked at him silently at first. Then they started rolling on the floor and flooding with tears from laughter. And Cecil got angry and asked what was so funny, he said. The hero embraced the Viper, who said sarcastically that Cecil seemed to have a lot of experience with demon girls. At one point, Jake stopped laughing because he remembered that he had forgotten about the system's recent notifications. The system alerted that the bloodline ability had evolved, and Viper asked what it was. The protagonist carefully read the information from the digital scoreboard and realized that his perception bonus had changed from 5% to 10%. The malicious Viper sitting next to him also read the information and said the pedigree is already interesting. Jake asked with trepidation if he knew anything about it and if he could tell him, for the information was very important to him. Viper responded by saying that the system tends to generally react horribly to sect exchanges, and that's something to keep in mind. He said that there was something going on since some god had destroyed a small universe in the 5th era that stunned Jake and Cecil. The protagonist exhaled and said that he should have realized it himself, but unfortunately he didn't. Malicious Viper got up from the ground and said that it had been fun, but it was time for them both to leave, whereupon Jake got up from the ground as well. God said the character left him with a lot to think about, and he hadn't often met someone with such drive and ambition. The shy hero and asked if he was now a true alchemist of the malignant Viper, thus passing the interview. Viper confirmed that it was. then put his hand on Jake's shoulder, which glowed a golden color, and he said it was a gift for the journey. He said it was a little piece of karma, if you could call it that, and Jake was very surprised and looked at the beautiful rays of light. At parting, the god thanked the protagonist for keeping him company, and the young man only looked into his eyes with a smile. Finally, the hero waved to the evil viper and said that they would see each other again, and then entered the portal. Left to himself, Viper said that Jake had a very powerful bloodline, so he wouldn't have to keep an eye on him. He then walked over to the tall structure ahead and stretched his palm forward, concentrating on his senses. God said it was enough of treading in the same place in the mud, and it was time for the malignant viper to return. Meanwhile, Casper welcomed his comrades back from the hunt, busily setting up a trap within the base. He began to wipe the soldiers with his knee, asking his companions what they thought of her new fence made by his hands. Adam walked over to Casper and lowered his head to the floor, while about to tell him some very unpleasant news. The young man did not wait and immediately asked where Lyra was, because he noticed that they had returned without her. The leader of the group looked at him with a sad look and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that he was sorry. He said they didn't understand what happened, but Lyra just vanished into the woods and they couldn't find her. A shocked Casper immediately changed in his face and asked what that meant and how she could vaporize just like that. William excitedly said that they had searched for the lyre for several hours, but had found no trace of it. But there had been speculation about it. It pained Adam to talk about it. He said that they had nothing to say at all, and Casper could only brace himself. The young man couldn't believe what was happening and became angry, asking if this was some kind of joke on their part. The leader of the group shook his head sadly and said that Lyra was gone, and he was sorry, as much as it hurt. Casper almost fainted, but this information did not fit in his head in any way, and tears involuntarily flowed from his eyes. A month later, a member of the group had a report on William, and Richard was interested and asked Richard to lay it out. The man said William's defense could cause more trouble than good, so the issue needs to be discussed. He said that Richard should only give orders, and he would personally take care of the young man so that there would be no problems. The scout also reported that, while they were talking here, 2 of his men were following the young man, so everything was captured. Richard got up from the table and asked to just follow him for now, because he'd seen plenty of people like William. He called the young man an arrogant puppy, but his abilities balanced that out, and someone like him was capable of being very useful. The subordinate heard the boss's words carefully and saluted, saying he understood and would do his best. Meanwhile, Adam greeted William and asked if there was any progress with the stone arrowheads. The young man replied that he had just finished with them while holding the heavy wooden box they were in. He held out a box of lugs and apologized that it took longer than he wanted, but he was still learning the trade of a blacksmith. A slightly alarmed Caroline noticed that William was covered in oil, but that was what the profession demanded. She immediately wrapped her arms around him and began wiping the young man's oil-stained face, and he only tolerated it silently. William laughed a little and said there was nothing wrong with that, then asked Smith, who was sitting behind him, if he was correct. The man looked away from his work for a few seconds and said it was a sign of hard work. Caroline said she didn't understand why William didn't want to pursue a tailoring profession with Jean, since even leatherworking would have been easier. The lad replied that blacksmithing was fun, for besides that, he enjoyed socializing with Smith, who had already taught him a lot. The girl ruffled the boy's hair and asked him to just be careful at the forge because she was worried about him. William smiled and promised that he would obey and behave, so she didn't have to worry about him. Adam took the box of lugs and began to walk away with Carolyn, and the young man looked at them afterward and called the whole thing a headache. Looking at Carolyn's back, he called her a chicken in his mind, realizing that she thought she could tell him what to do, and he really didn't like that. William said in his mind that if she wasn't so pretty, no one would ever think of putting up with those nags. He drew his sword from the barrel and once again reminded himself that no matter what, the war between Richard and Hayden would begin any day now. The young man saw his reflection in the sword and, smiling to himself, said that once he killed everyone, he would leave this place. Suddenly, he was approached by Smith, who asked him to go and help him with those crates because he couldn't do it alone. The responsive William immediately jumped up and said he would go and help him right away, thus taking his mind off his thoughts a bit. Adam, meanwhile, entered Casper's tent and told him that he had taken the lugs he had requested earlier. He inquired if there was any reason why he should not take them himself, while the young man went about his business and remained silent. The band leader didn't get an answer to his question and said Casper could use a break, but he continued to remain silent. At one point, the young man said in a serious tone that he did not wish to see him, but whom exactly he did not specify. Adam put down the box of stone arrowheads and asked if it was correct that this was about Smith, but Casper said he was referring to William, who had long seemed suspicious of his behavior. The leader says he knows Casper thinks William had something to do with Lyra's disappearance, but that's not true at all. The young man exclaimed that anyone who pretends to be innocent is hiding something, and he knows he has no proof, but they just can't trust William. Casper also added that there was no way Jake would have trusted the suspicious guy, but Adam couldn't understand that. The angry guy then tried to calm down, continuing to go about his business, but he was having a hard time doing so. Adam put a hand on his mentally wounded friend's shoulder and wondered how long it had been since he had slept. Angry Casper pushed his hand away and told him that there was no need to feel sorry for him, and if he didn't want to help, he didn't have to, and asked him to leave. The group leader didn't know how to approach him and said he wasn't saying the young man was wrong, and added that he understood him. Adam still decided to mention that the way Casper angrily walks around the camp and glares angrily at William is very noticeable. The man said he's noticed more than once that the young man looks at William as if he's his target, and it's immediately apparent. The band leader also added that his animalistic and bloodthirsty look is starting to scare the rest of us, so we need to calm down a bit. Adam said that the other people at the base thought Casper could snap at any moment, and he couldn't blame them for that. He then turned his attention to the young man's traps on the table and asked what he planned to do with all of them. Taking one in hand, Adam said it didn't look at all like such sturdy traps were designed for deer hunting. Casper stood up from the table and murmured softly that there were things much scarier than deer in this vast forest. He gripped the stone-tipped arrow tightly and said firmly that someone must hunt those in the forest. Jake, meanwhile, covered in nail-cracking sweat, stood in the bar on his fists, counting to 997 seconds. The door to the room was suddenly opened by a long-eared Cecil, who asked the protagonist if he was ready, since there wasn't much time. Before answering the brute's question, the profusely sweating young man counted to 1,000 seconds in the candlelit bar. Shocked and worried, Cecil asked how long he had been doing this, as it was very draining. Jake got to his feet and said he'd been at it for half an hour, and there were multiple cracks all over his body that gave him goosebumps. The protagonist looked over his specs and called it good progress for the evening, but still he wanted more. A worried Cecil asked the young man to try not to overdo it early, or he had a lot of work ahead of him. Jake flashed him a smile and told him that he was just glad to finally leave this damn cave that had taken so much of his energy. Beast asked him not to run ahead of the locomotive, reminding him that he still needed to create an antidote. He also reminded me that otherwise I might kill Jake, and the hero pointed out the cracks on his body caused by the poison. Then Jake noticed the notice that he needed to cure himself of the poison and had 24 hours to do so. The young man smirked confidently and told Cecil that they would do it, being prepared to put forth the best effort possible. William, meanwhile, was busy forging metal in the forge, but suddenly he was disturbed by Caroline. Young said she wasn't sure if Richard's armor was ready, but said she could check with Smith. But the girl said she had come on another matter and added that she wanted to warn him about something. She put her hand on William's shoulder and asked him not to get close to Hayden's camp, because it could be very dangerous. The young blacksmith pretended not to be aware and wondered why, since everything was fine. A worried Caroline said that the situation was ambiguous, and Richard said that hunting was still okay, but they shouldn't go too far. William's look became a little upset. He said he would follow Madame's advice to avoid putting himself in danger. Hilaire smiled with peace of mind and said that she knew she could trust the young man without a doubt. She then frustratedly said that she also wanted to warn more Casper, but he wouldn't even listen to her. William immediately asked why Caroline thought Casper would want to go to the enemy and what he would accomplish by doing so. The girl replied that no one could know that, and then added that the young man was setting some sort of traps, and as if he was on his own mind. Caroline also admitted that she was even very curious about how many learning points Casper had already gained through his actions. William saluted the girl with a smile and gave her his word that he would keep his distance from Hayden's camp. After a while, she returned to the house to Richard, who immediately inquired of her how the conversation with the young man had gone. Caroline rode the palm of her hand in discomfort and said that the deed was done and William would go after Casper. Richard stood from behind the desk and scratched his beard a little, saying with a smile that the girl had done a pretty good job. Then he put his palms on her shoulder and said he realized she didn't like it, but both guys were a problem for them.
In Richard's opinion, William thought he was a very sneaky kid, and Casper found himself thinking he could destroy the whole camp whenever he wanted.
With a pained expression, Caroline said that Casper was just very upset because he had recently experienced a bereavement. But the boss in turn believed that the young man had simply disappeared for a few days after learning of Lyra's disappearance. On that ill-fated day, a panicked Casper set out to find his missing favorite girl, screaming her name while walking through the woods. He was very worried about her and shouted her name non-stop, hoping to hear her at one point or just find her. At one point, Casper came upon a place where two fierce badgers were fighting, and near them the corpse of a girl lay in a pool of blood. Inside the young man's mind, the whole world turned upside down, because he determined from the color of her hair that it was his favorite girl, Lyra. Barely holding back his tears, he immediately rushed to her body, dispersing the fighting badgers and not being afraid of them at all. Casper immediately fell to his knees beside the bloody body of Lyra, who no longer gave any signs of life and turned cold. Overflowing with bitter tears of loss, the shattered lad immediately lifted up the inanimate lover, asking who had done this to her. It was impossible to look at his tear-stained face without pain, and Casper himself could not believe what he was seeing and did not understand how this could have happened. At one point, he noticed a strange wound on the girl's body that caused some wariness. Casper looked closer, and yet he could see that it was a stab wound from a dagger, which made it clear that someone had done it deliberately. At that minute, he immediately thought of William, who was serviceable and very skillful with throwing knives. The young man was distraught and continued to shed tears, shaking with heartache. But suddenly, he heard his name from other lips. He held his undead lover tightly against him, looking up at the sky and continuing to cry. But he heard his name again. Casper became wary when he heard his name for the third time and began to look around carefully, trying to see who was saying it. The unknown voice asked if he wanted it all back, and the young man exclaimed without a second thought that he did, holding the undead Lyra in his arms. The voice told Casper that in that case, he should follow it, and ahead was the entrance to a dungeon with a mission. Since then, he had become as callous and angry as possible, which was immediately noticed by the rest of the camp, who even began to fear him. When the young man returned back to camp, he looked like a completely different person, which was evident to the naked eye. Richard said that something has changed on the outside of Casper, and now he looks like a time bomb to watch out for. Wiping away tears, Caroline said that it was very cruel to Casper, since he was one of their friends. The boss said the training was brutal, but it would be over soon, and once they got back to Earth, they would take time to think it over and memorialize everyone. He also said that Caroline should consider a better outcome, because maybe Casper will kill William and go back to his old self. The girl was heartbroken, but she said that Adam would be very happy to see his old friend again. Richard touched Caroline's ribcage with his fist and said that it was something they both wanted and needed to support each other. He promised that he and Adam would live happily ever after, but they just needed to be a little patient and get through the hard times. Caroline gently wiped away a tear with her thumb and said she needed to get out of this hellhole as soon as possible. But as it turned out, Richard turned out to be a treacherous scoundrel, who in his heart rejoiced, realizing that the girl believed him. Casper was currently somewhere deep in the great forest, sitting in the middle of a clearing with a spear in his lap. He noticed the rustling of leaves and realized it was William, and he was right, for from behind the bushes came a young man who greeted him. The Willy William smiled at Casper sitting on the ground and asked if he had been waiting for him while being ready for a fight. Casper himself held the wooden spear handle firmly in his hand and told the lad that he had arrived just in time. Then he looked him in the eye with great hatred, and William smiled provocatively, realizing that a fight could not be avoided. The rivals didn't take their eyes off each other for a while, and Casper said he was beginning to think William wasn't coming. The wily young man said Caroline told him to stay away from him, but from the look on his face at camp, he really wanted a fight. Then he smiled provocatively, putting his palms to his face, and said he couldn't understand why Casper hated him so much. An angry Casper asked him not to play dumb and told him that he knew it was William who killed Lyra. William said he knew Casper was weaker and had not hunted anywhere near as much as he had, only caring about his training points. His provocative speech angered the lad more and more, and his opponent's cynicism generated more and more hatred. Casper recalled how once upon a time when he came to camp, he noticed the lovely Lyra, who came up to meet him with a smile. At that moment, he greeted her excitedly because he hadn't interacted much with girls before, but still he tried to act dignified. A delighted Lyra looked shy Casper and said that everything was happening just like in the movie. The boy's cheeks flushed with shyness and said he knew how stupid it was, but he couldn't behave otherwise. But the girl kept smiling at the guy she liked and said that she thought it was very cute. With her words, she further embarrassed Casper, who didn't even know what to say or how to act. A week later on a dark night, they were warming themselves by the fire, and the young man held out a plate of food to Lyra, telling her that if she wasn't full, she could have more. At that moment, the girl felt very awkward, but still, she found the courage to ask Casper and if he wanted to start dating. The guy was shocked by such an unusual and frank proposal because no one had ever offered him such a thing before. Lyra got even more embarrassed, but she said he was a really nice guy she liked spending time with. She asked if he thought she was acting very deep. A confused Casper at one point said yes. He quickly realized he'd said something stupid and excitedly started to say that he'd meant to say he'd agreed to date, but he'd messed it up again. The lovely girl didn't let him suffer the embarrassment and placed a gentle palm on Casper's cheek, then kissed his cheek, which made him stun. In the present day, the enraged guy asked William if he had ever lost someone he truly loved. His words and blurb about love meant nothing to the cynical William, who wondered if he had gone mad. Casper's mind and heart were filled with pain, and he said that when one is in love, the object of love becomes the whole world to him. Tears began to flow down his face involuntarily, and he asked William if he wouldn't want revenge on the man who had taken his whole world from him. But the guy emotionlessly and flippantly said he didn't see any point in it, because fighting wouldn't bring Lyra back to life. Casper says he can't just pick up and forget, but William doesn't understand that, because love is too complicated an emotion for him. William became angry and realized that his opponent was trying to piss him off, and he was successful at it. Wiping away tears, Casper said that William looks down on other people. That's his weakness, and he's even worse than himself. Those words hurt the blue-eyed blonde, and he offered to separate, promising he wouldn't kill Casper if he did. But the young man fixed his hair and said that William's threat would only work if he was afraid of death. The cynical and cold-blooded opponent didn't waste any more time and used a magic staff to quickly kill the guy. A couple seconds later, powerful throwing knives flew towards Casper at a tremendous speed. But he wasn't afraid of death at all and managed to repel the attack of the throwing knives with a swing of his spear. This made William very angry, who recognized in his mind that Casper was faster than he thought. In an instant, the guy avenging the dead girl grabbed his dagger to finally go from defense to attack. A split second later, a sharp blade was sent toward the wily assassin standing still. But, remaining unemotional, with a smile on his face, William stopped the knife in flight using his magical abilities. He laughed at the top of his voice and said that the knife didn't even fly close to him, so there was no doubt of victory. But in response, Casper smirked slyly and said he wasn't aiming at him at all, which created some bewilderment. With a throwing knife, a nearby rope had been cut in two, indicating the obvious activation of a trap. The Casper trap did activate, and William realized what he needed those stone arrowheads for. But he made clever and timely use of the metal plates he carried with him for good reason. Casper, with a heart full of hatred for his opponent, rushed at him with his spear, shouting that it was over and now he would kill him. William was also physically fit and was able to deftly dodge a spear thrust while remaining unharmed. But unexpectedly, he caught his left foot in a metal trap that had also been set by the enemy earlier. The young man immediately used his magic staff to open the snare, trying to remain calm. The enemy wasted no time and took his chance, throwing a spear with a stone tip at William. But at the last moment before defeat, the guy managed to dodge, thus surviving. Still, the sharp tip of the right side wounded William near his ear, and he clenched his teeth in unpleasant pain. He managed to wrench his leg out of the metal snare, after which he grabbed his head with his hands and bounced to the side. Casper didn't let himself relax, though he was tired as a result of the fight. He still kept track of his enemy's actions. William held onto his early cheek and told his opponent that he was showing pretty good fighting skills. He then grasped his staff firmly and used it, asking if it was time for them to start a serious battle. Using the staff immediately activated, putting all of William's available throwing knives on full alert. Hundreds of sharp daggers were raised into the air, and William raised his hand in the air and said that Casper wasn't the only one who had prepared. With a not strong sweep of his hand, he aimed a multitude of blades towards his opponent and asked him to try and repel this attack. Casper wasn't scared at all because he had more than one trump card up his sleeve and wanted to say something to his treacherous opponent. He spread his arms out to the sides and began to recount that he had met the man while going through the dungeon. The young man added that the man picked him up and offered him some sort of deal that turned out to be very much worth it. Casper maximized his concentration and at the last moment stopped all the daggers flying towards him. The dumbfounded William became nervous as he didn't understand what the sudden change in direction of the dagger and their complete stop had to do with. Meanwhile, a focused Casper said the counterman offered him a deal that would give him power. It was a power that appeared to absorb pure emotion, and it was this power that the young man began to demonstrate to his insidious opponent in battle. He created something like a black hole and said that William could never achieve such power, for it was the resentment of the fallen. A flustered William became even more nervous and said it was impossible, while not even knowing what he should do next. The confused and wily youngster began to take steps backward, but in an instant he tripped over a rock behind him and began to fall. Within seconds, he had already panicked and began begging Casper not to kill him, promising to leave the camp. But the soul-wounded guy replied that he didn't bring him here to kill and said he would just be a witness. Then he closed his eyes and relaxed completely, and the newfound power began to envelop him and gradually engulf him. Casper apologized for the unnecessary fight and said that after what William did to Lyra, he should have at least punched him before leaving. A terrified William was sweating and didn't understand why he was talking about leaving, yet he continued to watch. Casper began to slowly dissolve and said goodbye to the guy, saying that they would probably never meet again. The black hole completely sucked the young man into itself, leaving no trace of him, and then began to fade away. In a few minutes, only William was left in the great clearing of the great forest, trying to come to his senses. A few moments later, somewhere else, mysterious people in robes gathered, standing in a single golden circle. In the center of the magic circle, the newly departed Casper appeared in an instant and said that everything was ready. One of the mysterious ones said that a lot of this ritual can throw a guy off, but their patron is pleased with his work. The mysterious one with the long bony arm asked Casper to get up from his knees because he wanted to tell him something. The young man rose from his knees and was welcomed into the afterlife, where he would be for all of eternity to come. Meanwhile, William was trying to recover from what he had seen and wondered what it was, since the enemy had just exploded. Looking at the crater in the ground with an excited look, he said that this Casper's skillet was simply unbelievable. He remembered Casper saying he used the power to absorb pure emotion, but William didn't know what that meant. But still, the guy was determined for himself that he had to get it, because this skill is incredibly powerful and priceless. In the meantime, Jake was practicing meditation and only had an hour to cure the poison, but he didn't panic and was focused on himself. He realized that the effects of the poison were intensifying because he could barely open his eyes at the moment, but still, he remained calm. Sitting next to him, Cecil looked at Jake's twisted face and assumed he was in pain, but couldn't help. In his thoughts, the beast said he'd be scared to death if he had to go through this himself. The protagonist, though sitting with his eyes closed, could feel Eeyore's gaze and asked him to stop staring at him. Cecil was incredibly shocked and asked how on earth he knew he had been looking at him all this time. Jake said his bloodline works, and even if his eyes are closed, he can sense everything. And the beast reminded him that time is running out. Eeyore asked how long he was going to sit in the meditation pose, and the hero said until he was ready. The agitated demon asked if he didn't need to practice or something, since he had less than an hour left to heal. Jake answered confidently and calmly, no, remembering how in college a lot of guys used to panic a lot before serious tests. But he, for his part, realized pretty quickly that the best thing to do for himself was to just relax in moments like this. The protagonist considered it similar to archery, in which complete calmness and concentration is required. The young man remembered that when intending to shoot, one must first take a deep breath while drawing the arrow. It was also an important step to calm down while stringing the arrow so as not to make any sudden movements. It was necessary to discard all distractions that could kill the focus within a person. And at the appropriate moment, it was necessary to finally make a shot that would become accurate if all the rules were adhered to. Jake remembered following all the points, and he managed to fire an accurate shot right in the center of the target. Cecil asked the protagonist if he had already prayed, but the young man was skeptical and said he didn't believe in such a thing. The long-eared animal asked if he was kidding, since he met God last week, and yet he still doesn't believe. But the hero only smirked slightly and said that he hadn't thought of it from that perspective, for the viper had even blessed him. Cecil looked at the notice and asked what it was, and Jake replied that they were just bonuses that had saved his hide during the alchemical work. He supposed he could try praying, but knowing the malicious viper, it was likely that the hero's prayer would go to an answering machine. The hero desperately lowered his head and closed his eyes, mumbling softly that nothing was going to work out, and it looked like he should just accept it. At one point, he got angry and tried to blow off steam, saying that if he died today, he would come back from the dead and find the viper. Cecil opened his mouth wide in shock, for it had been a long time since he'd seen Jake in such an angry mood. He immediately lunged at him and began punching him in the stomach, saying he would be lucky if God himself didn't come down and nail him for saying such things. The protagonist only laughed at the top of his voice and said he would find the viper himself, which he wasn't afraid of at all. Jake noticed that it was as if he could somehow feel the support of the malicious viper. Suddenly, it was as if everything inside him turned upside down, after which the protagonist could not stand on his feet and immediately fell to his knees. He immediately felt very nauseous, and a worried Cecil asked the young man if he was okay. The hero kept smiling with all his might and said that perhaps he was mistaken and hoped it wasn't an answer from the viper. Jake looked at the blood he spit out on his hand, and all he could say was that it didn't look good. He asked the beast not to worry and said he wouldn't let it end like that and would fight to the very end. The young man realized that he couldn't give up after all he had been through and began to remember all of life's moments. It was as if the hero had entered a picture gallery of all his moments and was remembering the enemies he had fought. It also brought to mind injuries that Jake had previously suffered that left an imprint made him stronger. Nor was he forgetting the friends he had said goodbye to some time ago, who had been a whole world to him before. Jake looked at the time remaining and told himself that none of this would matter if he couldn't pass the test. The protagonist confidently and firmly clenched his fist, telling Cecil that it was time to get to work because there wasn't much time left. The young man then sat down at his desk and decided that the first order of business was to prepare his tools and ingredients. The first thing he did was to start juicing the rare mushrooms, doing everything carefully and not panicking because time was short. Jake had only half an hour to spare, and he began to thoroughly mix the juice of the mushrooms with a mixture of blood from the old moss. He realized that this process would take some time, but reminded himself not to let his guard down. The protagonist was completely engrossed in the process, and Cecil was very anxious, but was bringing him the right ingredients. Time was running out. Jake decided it was worth replenishing his supplies, using the leftovers from the other potions, and drank one of them. The young man then placed the prepared mixture on the table, remembering that if it bubbled, it meant everything was going well and the reaction was underway. With just under 4 minutes to go, the hero himself was at the stage where he needed to slowly inject mana. The protagonist became nervous, remembering to keep slowly injecting mana until the system said stop. At one point, he received a notification that he had successfully created an unstable malefic vital connection, which was very rare. A worried Cecil asked if that was what was needed, but Jake said he wasn't sure, while continuing to stir the mixture in the dish. The system alerted that he had created an unstable compound with tremendous life force and unfit for consumption. Jake said the notice doesn't say if it will work or not, and Cecil said he only has 10 minutes to drink this one. They then turned their attention to the red digital scoreboard that alerted the hero that he only had a minute left. He realized he had no choice and would have to drink the concoction he had prepared, and Cecil, sitting on his shoulder, only wished him luck. The protagonist began pouring the green substance into himself without any hesitation, hoping it would help him. It was completely unusable, but he poured it into himself through the force, realizing there was no choice. Cecil asked if he felt any change, and Jake replied in a calm tone that he felt nothing yet, but the venom was still in him. At that point, the time to cure the poison had expired, which should have caused some sort of change. Suddenly, everything inside Jake turned upside down, and he became very wary, trying to figure out what was happening to him. A worried Cecil asked the protagonist if he was okay, but received no answer to his question. The protagonist felt incredibly powerful tremors inside him, which literally twisted him in different directions. Panic began to take over his mind, and he realized that it was all the fault of the poison that was still in his blood. Jake fell to his knees and mumbled that he couldn't breathe while trying greedily to take even one breath of air. It continued to spread, and cracks appeared even on the young man's face, and he himself clenched his teeth tightly from nerves. The hero tried to resist the poison in every possible way, but still he noticed that his body did not obey him at all. Suddenly, blood began to gush from the young man's mouth in great quantities, and he was dumbfounded and did not know what to do. Jake felt the poison spreading through his body with every passing second, and at one point he remembered his heart. He remembered that if the poison reached his heart, it would be over, and that could not be allowed to happen. But there was little the hero could do. Fearing for Jake's health, Cecil rushed toward the potion bottles and said he would bring him a health potion. The protagonist, meanwhile, tried to remain calm and remembered how he had prepared this mixture. The young man wondered what was wrong, because he was sure he had done everything right and followed the instructions. Jake was still writhing in pain, and he was spitting up blood, wondering why the potion hadn't worked. The main character's heart was beating frantically, but at one point began to gradually stop, and he himself began to relax. The exhausted young man fell on his back with a groan, staring powerlessly at the floor and realizing that the sunset of his story had come. Cecil had brought several bottles of healing potions and was trying to bring Jake, whose eyes were already darkening, to his senses. His heart continued to gradually stop, which directly indicated that the poison had reached its goal after all. The hero passed out, but soon saw Adam, who asked if he would just give up, and it wasn't the Jake he remembered. Jake began to slowly open his eyes and couldn't believe that Adam was sitting next to him, while still being powerless. The young man clenched his fist tightly and told himself that he was not going to give up, because he had been coming to this for a long time and couldn't just leave it at that. He began to slowly rise from the floor, gritting his teeth and telling himself that he would fight this damned poison. Also, the hero confidently promised himself that he would win this battle, and there has no right to defeat after the path traveled. Struggling with his lack of strength, Jake stood firmly on his feet and showed his determination, ready to do battle with the poison. His heart was full of life again and continued to beat at its normal rhythm, which gave great hope. Meanwhile, a fumbling Cecil fetched several flasks of medicine, looking excitedly at the hero. Jake jumped up from his seat in an instant, but you could tell by the look on his face that he was short of breath. A bewildered Cecil continued to fidget and wondered what was going on with his young friend. The sweat-spewing protagonist held onto his heart and said that it looked like the antidote had worked, and Cecil suggested that he'd pass the test. Jake confirmed this, noticing that the terrifying cracks from his body began to fade away. He was as confused, exhausted as possible, and in response to everything that was going on, he only said he was alive. But then the protagonist's heart filled with joyful emotion, and he exclaimed that he was alive, and a joyful Cecil exclaimed that he was crazy. Malicious Viper watched him, saying that it wasn't bad, although the antidote could have been better, but his willpower and vitality helped him. God observed a joyful Jake and realized that these two qualities had brought him victory when fighting the poison, which was worthy of respect. He then smirked a bit slyly and said that it seemed he had made the right choice in believing in the protagonist. The system notified Jake that he had successfully completed the training task, and rewards would be given based on progress. The hero said they had 4 hours to wind up their rods and get out of the dungeon, and Cecil said that wasn't much time. The young man smiled and said that he didn't have much to carry, and then asked what about Cecil, who hesitated in response. Jake looked at him emotionlessly and asked if he would go with him, hoping to hear a positive answer. Cecil scratched his head awkwardly and said he hadn't thought about it at all, then asked if the hero wanted him to go with him. The joyful hero smiled and said that he would not leave him in this abandoned dungeon, so they must leave together. With astonishment, the beast lifted its long ears upward and queried whether the young man was speaking seriously and wished him to go away with him. Jake smiled genuinely in return and said that they had been through a lot together and held out a fist to the beast. He said that after all they had been through, they were partners, and then they bumped fists to confirm it. The sincerity of the session brought a tear to his eye, and he began to hide his face with his hands because he was very uncomfortable. The protagonist laughed and asked if he was crying, but the beast, covering his face with his hands, asked him to back off. Suddenly, another system notification caught Jake's attention, and he noticed it immediately. Cecil asked what it was, and the hero replied that he was getting flooded with system notifications, and it looks like that's the reward. He was surprised because he had gotten a bunch of stat and equipment improvements, and there were too many to count. The character gained +4 to all stats, +4 to a new power, new boots, and increased storage space in his necklace. Cecil had already asked how he was feeling, and Jake showed him his muscles and said with a smile that he was very alert. The hero then got his gear back, and Cecil asked if he could handle it, since it had been over a month since his last battle. Jake said he was more concerned with sights and added that he's advanced a lot in alchemy, but he's still a level 9 archer. Young said he has no idea what the average is in the woods, but he probably has a lot of catching up to do. Cecil felt a little uncomfortable saying that he didn't know how useful he could be, since he had no level in anything at all. The hero said that if it got too dangerous, he could always shove him into the necklace, and the beast replied that he shouldn't do that. Jake asked if he was still afraid of being trapped, and Cecil asked him to spend a millennium locked up first before saying anything. The protagonist saw an exit ahead and said they had to go, and the long-eared beast only silently followed him. The young man asked him if he was ready for some fresh air, and Cecil was impatient and exclaimed that he was. In a few minutes, they had left the dungeon and were on a cliff with a good view. While wandering through the great forest, the protagonist and his companion were attacked by a dinosaur that was clearly in a malevolent mood. A tense Cecil said they had company, but Jake wasn't scared at all. Instead, he wanted to fight. A pack of predators began to surround them, and the beast said to the charging arrow hero that they didn't even give them a break. Jake remained completely calm and loaded his arrow, saying that these were ideal conditions and was fully prepared for battle. Bloodthirsty and excited, the young man began to draw the bowstring and said it was time to stretch his bones after a month of boredom. He was surrounded by velociraptors of various levels that approached the hero, looking at him as if he were prey. Jake analyzed the situation and told himself that their levels were higher than his, but he felt almost no threat and was sure he could handle it. The velociraptors opened their hungry mouths wide and rushed to the attack, confident that they could handle it quickly. Eager for duels, the protagonist decided to thin their ranks while he had the advantage of distance. 2 arrows were at the same minute fired from his bow toward the opponents he kept at a distance. The arrows hit right on point and reached their target, hitting 2 velociraptors that weren't expecting it. The ravenous beasts immediately rolled their eyes from the rumbling fell to the ground, continuing to lie there with their mouths open. But 2 more velociraptors remained behind Jake, who reached into his quiver for an arrow to kill them as well. One of the huge beasts rushed at the young man, opening its hungry mouth wide and intending to swallow him at once. Jake ducked with a roll, noticing that these 2 velociraptors were faster than the previous 2. The young man then suggested that there was a possibility that he had gotten slower while continuing to watch the actions of the predators. Suddenly, one of the velociraptors lunged at Cecil, who fearfully asked Jake to do something. The predator froze in place and looked at the protagonist's actions intently, while not even being aggressive. Jake holstered his bow and reached for the ball, telling Cecil that he was a little busy right now, so he couldn't come to help. The velociraptor took notice of his actions and became aggressive again, lunging to attack. After a couple seconds, he was in the young man's face and gritted his teeth, but the hero showed him hatred and gritted his teeth as well. He then managed to bounce to the side, after which Jake swung his sharp sword to wound the velociraptors. With a single swing of his sword, the protagonist managed to leave a deep cut in the neck of the velociraptor, which began to bleed. The huge predator fell to the ground with a rumble and no longer gave any signs of life, which spoke of the guy's victory. Jake wiped the sweat off his forehead and said that was great, because there was only 1 velociraptor left that he hoped to deal with as soon as possible. But suddenly, the young man noticed that the predator was not alone at all and seemed to have managed to call for help from a companion. A pack of velociraptors rushed at the hero, and he wondered if they were biding their time since they were outnumbered. The hero said with excitement that it must be a kind of test of heaven he got a chance to test how much he had grown. Furious, the confident Jake gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and exclaimed that he would not lose this challenge. The velociraptors immediately rushed to the attack, sticking out their bloodthirsty tongues and preparing to swallow the young man. Jake said in his mind that he would show himself in battle against any opponent while running straight at the predators. With a deft movement of the ball, he managed to leave deep cuts in the throats of 2 velociraptors, and one of them even severed a limb. The fierce and battle-hungry protagonist said he would fight until he was the strongest. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a bloodthirsty predator behind him, and something had to be done. Jake gave him a cut with a swing of his sword, reminding himself that he was able to survive a dungeon task that seemed impossible. With great anger, the hero thrust his sword right into the velociraptor's mouth, saying in his mind that nothing could stop him now. 3 more velociraptors jumped out of the bushes, but were shocked to see that their associate had been defeated by some human. The protagonist held tightly to the hilt of his sword, ready to massacre the wretched trio. Jake was eager for battle and grabbed the curved dagger he had gotten in the dungeon in his left hand as well and shouted that he was ready to do this. A terrified Cecil, meanwhile, climbed up the rock, but one of the velociraptors started trying to jump up to him. The hero was not going to leave his comrade in distress, and noticing what was happening, immediately shot the dinosaur with his bow. The sharp arrow went straight into the throat of one of the dinosaurs, going straight through and causing it to bleed to death. The velociraptor stayed on its feet for a few more seconds, but still, it collapsed to the ground with a clatter and stopped giving signs of life. Satisfied with himself, Jake looked around and realized that this was the last of them, which spoke to his victory. Cecil said he was starting to think the dungeon was much better, since they had just come out and stumbled upon the problem. The hero said it turned out a little worse than he thought it would, but it should be a little easier now that he's warmed up. The beast admitted that he should reconsider his attitude towards the necklace, for he didn't know what could be worse than being eaten by a pack of dinosaurs. Jake was pleasantly surprised to read the notification from the system that he had received 4,000 training points for killing the velociraptor. There was also a notification that he had reached level 13 in the archer class and received 4 free points. The hero realized that he had gained extra experience for killing higher-level creatures, and Cecil said that even falling behind others could make up for it. In addition, Jake has a new unusual skill called Powerful Shot, which allows him to increase the power of his shot. The young man realized that the longer he drew the arrow, the more damage it would do, and said it was perfect for ambushes. He said it went very well with alchemy, but remembered that it was quite difficult to put poison on the arrows beforehand, as they would lose the ability. Still, Jake said that if it worked out, he could combine a powerful shot with a poison arrow, and it sounded like a killer combo. Suddenly, the main character became maximally wary because he felt something strange. A worried Cecil immediately took notice, and the hero asked him to be quiet, saying he felt something. Jake said he didn't know how many miles away it was, but he could very clearly feel a tremendous amount of energy. The long-eared beast became worried and suggested that they just leave this place, but the hero firmly said they couldn't do that. At one point, the young man smirked confidently and said that this was something that needed to be fought, and he couldn't wait to do it already. At the same time, at Richard's camp, Caroline was sitting on her bed brushing her hair before bed. A sad and very upset Adam suddenly entered the room and asked softly if there was any news about Casper. A sad Caroline said no, but it hadn't been that long, and Richard promised he'd send a recon tomorrow. The guy was very upset because Casper was a very close friend of his, and he didn't want to lose him. The girl put her palm to his chest and said that everything would be okay, and Adam said he was just worried that Casper would be in danger. He said it was no secret that Casper had targeted William, but now they were both missing. Adam also wondered if William had said anything before he left, and a worried Caroline bit her lip. She was very nervous and said he hadn't said anything, and promised to tell Adam about it if she found out anything. The girl then gently hugged and snuggled up to her lover, while the guy still remained anxious. Beautiful Caroline was faring afterward, for she was very heavy at heart, for she knew that William had met Casper in the woods. Meanwhile, William was in the office of a therapist who asked if he could tell why he was here. The guy replied with a smile on his face that the court ordered him to undergo therapy immediately, to which he complied. The therapist asked the young man if he understood why this type of judgment was made at trial. William spread his hands apart and replied that he obviously lacked empathy and was prone to outbursts of aggression. The woman looked emotionlessly at the young man and asked if he would continue his story further, for this was clearly not the end. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from the guy's face, and he sat down in a strange pose with his face no longer at all unfriendly. William began to become enraged and gritted his teeth and said it was all about the fact that he had killed his little brother a year ago. A year earlier, he sat in the clinic hallway with his father, who excitedly asked if he was ready to meet his brother. But at that moment, the guy was as focused as possible on the phone he had in his hand and said he was busy. His father asked him to be happy for a little while and said that the mother could use some encouragement from her son since she's been there for a long time. A doctor suddenly came out of the room and called Mr. Hansen in for a moment, and the man asked him if he was all right. The doctor said there were some complications and everything is fine now, but they sent the baby for an emergency medical checkup. William, after hearing this, began to harbor a hatred for the newborn that was uncontrollable. He walked over to the window behind which his newborn brother lay and said in his mind that he was less than 24 hours old and already causing trouble. The guy had a great hatred for him and called him pathetic and the unsuspecting infant was lying in an incubator. 6 months later, William's mother was washing dishes and asked if he could pick up the mail, and the young man said he would. A few minutes later, he was outside the front door threshold, where the mail lay on the floor to be taken into the house. The guy picked up everything lying on the floor and returned home, but one of the written sheets drew his attention. William's pupils immediately dilated with surprise because he realized that this was clearly not an ordinary letter. The boy looked closely at the sheet and realized it was his letter from Stanford University that he had been waiting for. The guy came home and exclaimed joyfully that he had passed the selection process for his dream university, and his parents looked at him silently at first. The excited parents did not understand anything and asked their son where he had gone because they had not heard anything about it before. William said his high school counselor advised him to apply to Stanford, but he didn't think it would work out, so he didn't tell them. The father did not share the joy with his son and only snatched the letter out of his hands, asking how much the tuition was to be paid, to which the young man replied that he did not know. The man scratched the back of his head and said that was great news, but they might not have enough money to pay for it. Burning with a dream and desire to learn, William said Stanford is one of the best colleges in the world. His parents dumbfounded him, saying they were very proud of him, but his brother was not in the best of health, so it was better to find a state institution. William's dream was trampled by his parents' feet that minute, and his pupils shrank in surprise because he thought they would help him. The young man only blamed everything on his younger brother, who slept with a breathing machine, and William wondered if he was definitely supposed to be his brother. The guy looked at the sleeping infant very angrily and resentfully, saying in his mind that he wasn't even human. William realized that the infant couldn't even breathe on his own, didn't wonder how he could be more important than him. Then he put his palm to the sleeping infant's forehead and wondered if he didn't know he had become a burden to his parents. Offended at the innocent infant, the guy reached for the hose that fed air to the sleeping child's mask. Without a doubt, William pulled the hose, simply asking the infant to do them a favor and disappear. The child immediately began to cry for lack of air, which settled right away. But the older brother had no pity for him. After a few minutes, the baby stopped crying because oxygen had stopped flowing to his brain and he stopped showing signs of life. The nearby computer, which was responsible for delivering breaths, began signaling problems with the machine. Terrified parents burst into the room, anxiously asking William what on earth he was doing. His mother immediately pushed him aside and asked him what he had done, and the boy couldn't help himself and fell down, being very surprised. He looked at his parents in surprise and said he had closed their family's financial hole, but didn't yet realize he had killed his brother. The mom, screaming in heartache, took the infant in her arms and told her husband he wasn't breathing, which left a huge scar on her heart. William asked why they were screaming, and didn't they realize that the baby was ruining their lives and now they could do whatever they wanted. His enraged father immediately grabbed him by his blouse and shoved him forward, shouting, asking him how he could have done such a thing. The frightened boy replied that he just wanted to help, but he still didn't realize what a terrible sin he had committed. 1 year later, in a psychiatric hospital, a crowd of people took turns approaching the doctor for medication. William Hansen told the doctor his name, looking at him with a sad look, and under his eyes he could see bags. The pharmacist handed him 2 red pills, saying it was better this way because the young man was not at his best. The guy immediately popped himself some pills. In his mind, they say they pump him full of crap every day, and he can't think straight. Then he looked at himself in the mirror and wondered how long he had been locked in this institution, telling himself he no longer understood anything. William still couldn't understand why he was here, and his eyes reflected horror after everything that had happened. But even after that, the kid didn't understand why his parents had abandoned him and recalled how they hugged him when they learned of his intention to enroll at Stanford. He admitted to himself that he was going crazy and felt it with the onset of each new day he was away from home. One day, William saw a notification from the system that the 93rd universe had been launched and training had begun. The surprised guy didn't understand what kind of training we were talking about and began to believe that he had lost his mind. Later, being as exhausted as possible, he wandered through the great forest, blaming everything on Casper, whom he hated. William said that Casper had fooled Richard, Carolyn, and Adam, and no one could suspect anything but him. Guy wondered what this incredible power was and decided he had to find out how Casper had learned it. Holding his aching elbow, he said he needed to come to his senses first, for Casper may not have tried to kill him, but the wave of energy had done its job. William yawned with fatigue and was very thirsty, after which he realized that if he didn't find water, he would soon faint. At one point, he came to a clearing where a stream could be seen nearby, and the young man realized that it looked like today was his day. But there was no time for the guy to relax because he noticed almost immediately that someone was approaching. The young man immediately hid behind a nearby rock and carefully watched Jake as he approached the body of water. Initially, he didn't recognize the main character, but after looking a little closer, the silhouette of the man seemed very familiar. Jake, meanwhile, was filling water into his flask with a smile, and William told himself that this guy was familiar to him. A little earlier, the hero was at the side of the funnel and called the place strange, saying that it was as if there was an explosion of energy, and then everything disappeared. Cecil asked what kind of magic could have caused such a big explosion, and Jake assumed it was some kind of bomb. Jake expressed hope that they were still out here somewhere, and said that if they sped up, they might be able to find them. The long-eared beast told the hero that he would get in the necklace and he could continue to have fun on his own, whereupon Jake asked if he was serious. Cecil said that the hero can hunt monsters all he wants, but he doesn't want to die the first day after leaving the dungeon. The protagonist didn't beg him, but simply asked the beast not to complain later that he was bored inside the necklace. He activated the necklace, which in a few seconds should put Cecil inside where it was safe. Jake exhaled in relief, saying that the beast had finally left. But Cecil heard it and reminded him that he could still hear him. The young man laughed and retorted that he knew about it, though he lied, then continued on his way. Currently, the main character was at the creek where he was replenishing the water in his flask with a smile on his face. The hero asked Cecil softly if he could sense someone, then said that there was someone behind a rock nearby. Eeyore replied that he only sees what Jake shows him and asked if he thought it was the man who created that crater. The wary young man said softly no, and added that the man was strong, but not that strong, and Cecil asked what he would do. Jake replied that he would be careful and asked the beast not to say anything, saying he didn't want them to know he had magical items. The protagonist looked toward the rock and wondered if anyone was there, and William got excited and wondered if he had spotted him. The guy came out from behind a rock and greeted Jake, saying he hadn't seen anyone here in a while, and asked what brought him here. The hero responded by saying that he had in fact recently gotten out of the cave and decided to take a little look around these surroundings. William realized that Jake didn't recognize him and assumed then that Richard and Nicholas had his full attention. They shook hands and the hero asked if he knew of any camps nearby, and the guy said there were several bases in the area. This news made the protagonist smile, and he asked who the leaders of these several bases were. William began to tell them that one of them was run by someone named Hayden, and the other by Richard, who harbored animosity toward each other. This was the first time Jake had heard of humans fighting each other and said he thought they only had to fight monsters. The young man asked him not to worry and told him he knew all the safe trails and would have no problem taking him back to Richard's camp. The hero said he would believe him if he spent it and added that he would be interested in hearing the story of the other members of the camp. The guy agreed to talk about everything and introduced himself as William, and Jake said he was glad to meet him and asked if it was time to move out. In his thoughts, William wondered if he really didn't want to give his name and tried to remember the hero's name, assuming his name was Jacob. As he walked down the safe path, Jake glanced carefully at the boy, trying to see him as a level 24 caster. Jake was saying in his mind that he didn't trust this guy at all, but if something happened, he could obviously deal with him. William said they had a pretty talented blacksmith in their camp named Smith, and the hero said he was easy to remember. The protagonist decided to inquire about a man named Adam, whom he never forgot for a moment during his journey. The guy didn't answer his question and asked if he felt the same way, but Jake said in his mind that there was absolutely nothing here. William said he had a skill that allowed him to see hidden concentration in mana, so there was clearly an ambush ahead. The protagonist looked at him very incredulously, but repeated to himself that he should just accept it and not jump to conclusions. The blue-eyed blonde asked if he could sneak in unnoticed and look around there, and Jake immediately asked what about him. The guy smiled and replied that he would watch from here and help in case anything happened. Jake still harbored a great deal of distrust for him and wondered in his mind if he couldn't think of anything better to do. The protagonist rushed forward running, saying that he trusted William, but the guy only smiled silently in response. William smiled slyly and wondered in his mind if it was true that this was the same guy who had killed Nicholas. Using his magic staff, he summoned throwing blades and said he needed to blow off steam, no matter how much Jake resented him. The hero continued to advance, But with the help of perception, he sensed danger and immediately stopped. He immediately knelt down and used his bow to keep the blades from reaching him and stop them. Jake reacted immediately and meticulously overshot every blade flying towards him with regular arrows. The main character smirked at William and, aiming his bow at him, said that only a true idiot would buy this ruse. The blue-eyed man fixed his hair and told the hero that he would be surprised, but this training is full of idiots. He then summoned another batch of throwing blades and said that Jake was now to die, then launched them at him. The hero was able to react in time and rushed away, and William laughed at him and asked if he was already running away. William tore after him, realizing that if he allowed Jake to gain distance, his arrows would be daggers for sure. The guy ran without stopping, reminding himself that you can't let the protagonist escape and you have to try your best. But as a result, the throwing blades hit the trunk of a tree, which Jake managed to run to and hide behind. William called it slippery, but still realized it didn't matter because he had nowhere to run at all. But suddenly, Jake jumped out from behind a tree and gave him a deep slash with his blade, and blood started gushing. The blue-eyed kid, trembling with terror, was afraid to move, and with a tremor in his voice asked the hero why he had stopped. Jake smirked and wondered if William thought he would keep his distance just because he was an archer. The hero then withdrew his crooked dagger from his side and said not to underestimate his opponent. He also realized that it was a dungeon dagger, so he would most likely lose all his blood in a minute. Jake's eyes filled with bloodlust, and he decided it was time to finish what he'd started, then swung at William. The bewildered boy looked into his eyes in horror, realizing he was going to die, while the sharp dagger came closer and closer to him. He used the dagger at the last moment, remembering he was saving that technique for Richard, but he had no choice. The guy held his injured side, then activated the shimmering steel ability he had high hopes for. Jake was a little confused because he didn't know what was going on and gritted his teeth against his nerves, trying to stay calm. William's silhouette turned bright blue, and bright celestial rays appeared around him, further surprising the protagonist. A week earlier, the guy had asked Richard if he could have a moment, and the boss asked what happened this time. The guy was very embarrassed to talk about how he was having trouble with his new potion and mana dispensation and couldn't hunt properly. Richard scribbled something in his notebook and said it was no surprise given the difference between them and groups of ordinary people. An excited William asked how about his personal supplies and said it would be nice if he could borrow some. The man became angry and with a stern look in the guy's eyes said that if he wanted potions, let him ask someone else. He then apologized and said he had other, more important things to do and turned around and started to walk away. The troubled boy looked back at him painfully, realizing that Richard had refused to help and abandoned him to his troubles. But the resentment was quickly replaced by incredible anger, and he only discreetly called his boss names, eager to get back at him. Later that day, William was tying up a captured animal, pondering who Richard thought he was to socialize with him like that. The guy then swung his blade at the animal, telling himself that he must be sure to steal all the potions in this camp in revenge on the boss. A sharp dagger was thrust into the beast's body, and William couldn't wait for the moment to come when he would end it all. He realized that he just needed a little more power and the right opportunity. Then he would be able to finish Richard off once and for all. At one point, William's attention was caught by a sudden notification from the system, which he immediately noticed. A shimmering steel spell became available to him, allowing him to create a flash of light along with a scattering of metal shards. The guy immediately smiled slyly, realizing that now he had an even better chance to straighten Richard out. He was currently using the same shimmering steel spell, but against the protagonist, which turned out to be an unforeseen circumstance. As a consequence of using the spell, a large metal ball appeared and threatened Jake's life. William fell to the ground with no strength, and the protagonist excitedly told himself to get out of here soon. In an instant, the balloon underwent a massive explosion and turned into many metal shards that began to fly apart. Jake realized he couldn't escape the shrapnel and just stood there, trying to at least cover himself with his arms. William, on the other hand, was thrown aside while the protagonist fell to the ground, hoping the shard would mince him. Many metal shards crashed into the trees nearby, causing them to crack as well as breaking branches. Still, the shards did not pass the protagonist and several of them hit his magical wristbands. But it didn't end with the wristbands, and several shards hit right in the front of Jake's legs, which hurt a lot. The incredibly powerful explosion caused him to slip about 100 meters backwards, causing him to crash into a rock. Being pelted with shrapnel, a pissed-off Jake wondered what the hell this attack was all about. The hero remembered his terrified face at the moment of the explosion and realized that even with his pedigree, he barely had time to react. Still, Jake called it all unimportant, after which he immediately thought of William, whom he saw up ahead. As it turned out, after a powerful explosion, the insidious scoundrel survived and tried to escape from the hero at high speed. The protagonist immediately took notice and told himself he had to catch up. Even though the splinters in his legs prevented him from doing so, it was very hard for him to even get up from his knees because the shrapnel was everywhere, and there was a chance of a broken bone. The gemstone on the necklace glowed bright red in an instant because Cecil wanted to get out. The frightened beast asked his comrade how he was, and Jake replied that he was a little shabby, but was able to protect all the vital places. Cecil said it was worth letting William go, since the hero wouldn't be able to fight in that condition, and Jake said he felt like an idiot. He called the rumors about downplaying his opponent's strength nonsense, adding that he himself never thought William could have such a thing up his sleeve. An angry Cecil asked if the guy couldn't have been the cause of the formation of that crater, and the hero replied that he had no idea. Jake said that since he lost a lot of time in the dungeon, he couldn't imagine how strong William was compared to the other survivors. The character also added that if a guy is compared here to a normal person, he's going to be in trouble. The long-eared beast suggested finding another dungeon to settle down in, but the young man firmly said he wasn't going to hide. A confident Jake grabbed his bow and said with great excitement that now was the time to raise his level. Meanwhile, Carolyn asked the busy sewing Jean what she thought of the gloves in her hand. Jean replied that they were beautiful, and Caroline was really starting to figure it out, and the girl said she had made them for Adam. She said that Adam had been working very hard lately, so she wanted to do something useful for him. After these words, Jean stood up and stroked the girl's cheek, saying that she and the bandleader were a very cute couple. The woman then lowered her sad gaze downward and said it reminded her of the first time she met her husband. Caroline said they still had no idea what happened to the people on Earth and was sure Jean's husband was just undergoing another training. She also said she's willing to bet that a lot of other training is much easier and maybe he's sitting by the fire eating marshmallows. Jean said Caroline was very nice and thanked her, hoping she could see her husband again after it was over. Caroline looked at the training panel and said that there were only 30 days left before everything that was happening was over. Her look was serious, probably said that then they could all finally go back to normal lives. A man suddenly burst into the cabin, asking Caroline in a loud tone if she was here. The girl excitedly asked the man what was wrong, and he replied that they had an emergency and Richard needed her right now. Caroline followed him to Richard and asked him what had happened that had caused all the commotion. She was stunned to see William on the bed with his body completely covered in cracks and asked what had happened to him. They gathered near the unconscious young man. The scout said he had found William in that condition deep in the woods. The man added that the boy was held half dead on the ground and assumed that one of Hayden's men did it. Richard patted him on the shoulder and thanked him, then asked him to go get a bucket of water, and the boy immediately complied. He left the cabin at the same minute, and Carolyn continued to stare silently at the injured and unconscious William. The boss asked if things were bad with the guy, and the chiller said it couldn't be worse, and she was surprised he was still breathing. The man asked if she could heal him. After all, she was the best chiller in this training, so she could definitely do something. Caroline only asked in a loud tone, wondering if they really needed this, finding it all pointless. A bewildered Richard asked the chiller if she was suggesting letting the boy die so easily. Hilaire said that this answer is extremely dangerous even if she fights for William's life with all her might, far from the fact that it will save him. She excitedly said that he had already gotten them in trouble, so maybe this would be the best outcome. Richard reminded her that he had given her complete freedom in this camp because he had treated her with leniency. Then he got angry and said that it was his responsibility to make those decisions, and if he was asking to cure the guy, then that's what he had to do. In a loud tone, the boss said that Caroline had an obligation to cure William. The girl was even a little scared by his yell. Tears nearly came to her eyes, but still, the girl obeyed her boss's order and sprang into action. She walked over to the unconscious William lying there and began to apply pressure to his chest to start the regeneration process. The golden hands of the lovely Caroline began to endow the guy's chest with life, followed by a bright golden light. The girl was extremely nervous and streamlined with sweat, and the bright light began to blind her eyes, causing her to squint one of them. After a few maneuvers, it was as if William was once again endowed with life and filled with strength, but he still lay unconscious. Richard dwelt on the straw and in a calm tone asked who could have done it and assumed it was Casper, but the chiller replied that it wasn't his way of fighting. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Caroline said that Casper uses curse and dark mana, while here poison was used. The girl continued to patch William up, and Richard assumed it was a monster, but the chiller said the cut on the guy's stomach was from a weapon. The boss said it was the work of an accomplice, but Caroline said it couldn't have been Hayden, since they'd never seen him use such a strong poison. Richard said it looks like it's just a new player who showed up in a very unfortunate way, as they have quite a few problems as it is. Meanwhile, Adam told John that he had found the fabrics she had asked for and held out a whole box of them. Belle smiled politely at the leader of the group and thanked him for the favor because she was in great need of fabrics. The guy noticed the gathering of people, asked what was going on there, and Jean replied that the scouts said there was an emergency. Adam asked if it was one of the hunting party, and the girls said no one knew, but some said they had seen William being carried in there. Upon hearing about William, the group leader was somewhat stunned and even froze in place, hoping to learn something more. Richard came out of the house and asked the gathered crowd of people to leave, saying there was nothing to see here. An unconscious William was being carried out of the house on a stretcher, and Adam put his hand on Caroline's shoulder and asked what was going on. She said she wanted to find him when she was dragged into it, and the guy asked if William was okay and where they were taking him. Caroline began to wriggle out of it and said that they were just moving him to Richard's house, who thought William could use some alone time. A bewildered Adam asked if they needed any help, saying he could carry medical equipment, but Caroline said they were fine and no help was needed, then started to walk away, saying she would find him later. With great surprise and incomprehension of the situation, the guy looked after her and did not interfere any further. Then he looked at the high ground ahead and wondered where Casper was now if William was in trouble. Adam clenched his fist tightly and noticed that he had lost control of the situation, which he really didn't like. The guy told himself that he couldn't give up hope now and needed to fight on, trying to distract himself from the intrusive thoughts. William suddenly woke up in an incomprehensible place with his parents sitting nearby and his mother saying she had a feeling she had lost both of her sons that night. Not understanding the situation, the young man looked around carefully and wondered if he was in therapy. The therapist adjusted her glasses and asked the young man what he thought about the whole situation. The guy looked at her in bewilderment, then as if he didn't understand at all, and asked what she wanted his opinion on. The woman said his mother felt she had lost both sons and asked how William felt. The guy withheld that he felt insulted, offended, and betrayed, and didn't understand how they could compare this defective product to him. The therapist noticed that his face had become angry and asked him a little worriedly what was wrong. William scratched the back of his head and said he was sorry it happened because he decided to pretend like he didn't care. The guy was very uncomfortable at that moment and decided he would say anything to these people just to get them off his back. Richard asked the chiller if the cure was working because they wanted to make sure the kid was okay, and William realized that he wasn't his father. The therapist said the medication is working great, and she's sure the guy has more experience points than Richard himself. At that moment, William looked at the woman with great bewilderment, trying to figure out what other training classes she was talking about. The woman made herself comfortable in the chair, putting her foot on her leg, and asked the young man if he remembered what they had talked about. The young man was a little nervous, but tried not to show it and said he didn't understand what was going on. The therapist said they talked about what William was missing so much, but he doesn't remember it at all. Suddenly, a very powerful panic gripped the guy's mind, and he felt a strange aura that he had previously tapped into. The woman smiled intimidatingly and said they were discussing how weak William was, which scared him even more. Then the therapist smiled even more frighteningly, saying the guy was very pathetic and veins protruded on her face. The creature reincarnated and said that William was too broken and weak and unable to gain even a drop of strength. Shivering with fear, the boy asked who it was, and suddenly Jake walked through the door, holding the dagger he had wounded William with earlier. The young man was frightened and almost fell backwards with the chair, because he immediately recognized the man he was very afraid of after the fight. He jumped up from his seat and exclaimed that it was the same archer who had not wavered in his intentions to massacre him. William screamed in fear and realized he couldn't run away, and Jake's dagger was once again stuck right in his belly. He pointed out that the protagonist, the therapist, his parents, and Richard mock him mercilessly. The defenseless boy could no longer control his emotions and cried, realizing that everyone was laughing at him. In an instant, he screamed and woke up in a cold sweat, initially not realizing what kind of place he was in. William was breathing heavily from fear and expiring sweat, slowly coming to his senses and wondering where he was. The boy looked at his crack-covered hands and began to slowly calm down, realizing it was just a dream. Sitting at the table in the company of a worried Caroline was Richard, who expressed the hope that William was well rested. Then he looked sternly into the eyes of the sleep-frightened young man and said they needed to talk. Caroline walked over to William and giggled a little, wondering how he was feeling. The recovering young man was still sweating and breathing heavily, asked the Chielder how he had gotten here. Richard said that one of the scouts found him unconscious in the woods. He was very lucky that it was such a coincidence, or he would have been no longer a resident. The boss asked William to tell him what happened, and he said he went to look for Casper in case he needed help. The big guy asked him to cut the crap and told him that they knew he was going to kill Casper, so only the truth was needed. William wondered how he knew about it, and Richard said the boy was inexperienced and they'd turned a blind eye to his actions too often. The young man didn't bother to cross his boss and only gradually kneaded his bones after a long rest, trying to come to his senses. Richard said he had seen the likes of William and added that he was an excellent young lad with unlimited potential. The boss then emphasized that the young man had potential, which he was very interested in, as he was proficient with throwing knives. William smiled into the big man's face and asked when he realized it, because hearing it was very interesting. Richard replied that it had come to his attention when they had first met, and he had seen William bleeding by one of the trees. At that moment, seeing the team, the blood-stained young man looked at them, and the boss immediately saw his eyes full of lust for killing. William didn't really want to hear all of this, and asked if it was true that Richard wanted him to be his soldier. But the big guy said that's not true at all, and added that, in fact, he wants the guy to become a super soldier. He offered to cooperate, saying that he and Caroline would support William while he helped him become the leader of this forest. The young man gave a perplexed look and asked why he had to do this, and what was stopping him from killing Richard right now. The boss said that his death would give the young man a lot of training points and levels, but what he would gain from cooperating with him would give him something more. After hearing this, William smirked as he realized that he was being noticed and was no longer just a pawn. He jumped up and down on the bed with joy, saying that finally someone was able to realize how truly valuable he was. Richard asked the guy if he was willing to cooperate, and William shook his hand without a backward glance and said he was ready. The boss headed for the exit and asked Caroline to leave the room as well, saying that the guy needed some rest. A nervous William asked a departing Richard if that was it, and he would just leave him here alone and walk away. The big guy asked to just find him when the young man came in shape, and said that then they would talk about the idiot that attacked him. The surprised blue-eyed blonde was left to himself, and in his thoughts he said that he couldn't believe that this had really happened. Caroline said it worked out just as Richard had planned, and he said that people like William think they're so much smarter than they really are. With a smile on his face, he said that if you tell these guys what they want to hear, you can play them like a violin. An hour earlier, they had been sitting in the room where William was sleeping, and Richard began to tell Caroline his plan of action. He said he understood why she wanted to kill the young man, but there was a better way to get rid of his kind. The girl looked earnestly into Richard's eyes and asked what he meant by that. The man said William is a cocky kid, going at it like no one has ever punched him in the face before. He added that the fact that the guy was on the brink of death would shake him up, but he hasn't come to his senses, and this situation will make him even stronger. Richard said that William would be vulnerable and open to manipulation, which is where they would step in. The boss said they would console his ego a bit, let his guard down, and after some brief persuasion, they could negotiate with him. Caroline asked how he could guarantee that William wouldn't betray them, and what if they were the ones who ended up vulnerable. A confident Richard replied that luckily for them, he had just the right skill for that. The girl was very surprised to hear about the skill, and the boss said he got it a few weeks ago, but withheld it. The boss said it was actually more of a quest, and recalled being on a hunt earlier and getting a whole bunch of deer carcasses. Richard said the system wants him to unite other survivors and eliminate any competitors standing in his way. It is for this purpose that the system has given him a skill that allows him to see which of his subordinates are unkind to him. A slightly nervous Caroline asked what he had to say about her, a drop of sweat running down her cheek. Richard said that she had been friendly from the day they met, for which he was very grateful. With special respect, the man said that he had never doubted Caroline, and the girl was pleased to hear this and smiled. But after the words were spoken, the cunning Richard was once again convinced of the success of his plans and the naivety of the girl. He realized that he couldn't tell her that he had recently begun manipulating William to remove unnecessary members of their group. Richard thought this was exactly what a true leader should be doing, while looking at the satisfied face of Caroline sitting in front of him. The leader was currently standing with the Childer outside, where the girl asked what his skill was currently saying. The man looked at the training board and said the skill was committed to them, so Caroline didn't have to worry about it. Then he brainstormed a bit and said, smiling, that it wouldn't always be like this, but he was sure they could handle everything. A slightly worried Caroline said that she's not an idiot and knows what William did there, and realizes that he won't want to go back. The smile disappeared from Richard's face, and he asked the Hillier not to take everything at face value and try to calm down a little. He said that at the end of the day, William is only a simple dog who, though useful, can bite at his master. The man also added that you could feed such a dog, and it would be faithful for a while, but he was under no illusions. The confident leader said he would use such a dog until they were done with Hayden and finished the quest. He then said that once all the goals were accomplished, the dog would have to be put to sleep and it would have to be done. Caroline smiled calmly, having listened attentively to all the plans of her esteemed leader, and agreed with him in everything. Afterwards, she turned around and began to walk away, and Richard began to analyze those who had disobeyed him so far. One such recalcitrant was the Golden Arm Smith, whose character was like flint. The second was the fearless strong man Bertram, who managed to lift a huge log weighing over 100 kilograms on his shoulder. And finally, completing the list of the unruly, was the leader of the group, Adam, who tried not to antagonize anyone, but didn't obey anyone either. The Willie Richard smirked and promised in his mind that soon they would deal with everyone, and he would be the greatest. Meanwhile, Jake focused on himself as much as possible and practiced, slowly drawing the arrow to try out the new skill. He lurked behind a tree nearby, aiming for the huge ostrich he needed to replenish his food supply. The hero was very focused on the target and didn't take his eyes off of her, trying not to rush and biding his time. His magic wristbands were endowed with even more power and lit up with sparks, and his hands didn't even shake in the process. Jake told himself there was a little more to go before he fired a shot, but suddenly the ostrich looked in his direction. It was all due to the appearance of a smiling Cecil, who flew up to the focused young man, saying he had found more mushrooms. The wary mammal turned its attention to a man with a lighted bow who sat behind a tree nearby. The terrified ostrich realized that his life was in danger and rushed away while the shot had not yet been fired. Jake got nervous and realized he couldn't miss this chance and released the bowstring, thus firing the shot. But the incredibly tremendous speed of the iron-tipped arrow flew towards the animal, which barely managed to escape. With its bursting power, the fire arrow shattered the tree trunk and then passed through the ostrich, burning its feathers. A shocked Cecil asked what it was, and Jake replied with a smile that it was a powerful loaded shot. The surprised beast asked why the hero hadn't used a similar charge against William, and he replied that the attack was pretty strong, but had its drawbacks. The hero said he had to stand still while it recharged and had to wait a few seconds for the charge to do decent damage. The young man added that this powerful attack only now charged for 12 seconds, nearly making his arm fall off. Cecil said the reception is really good, but only for the beginning of the battle, and Jake said that if he can ambush him, there's a chance of winning. The system notified the hero that he had killed Valak's ostrich, for which he received 4,000 points as well as 1 free point. He noticed that gaining levels was going slower, and the other survivors had clearly wiped out most of the beasts while he was in the dungeon. The protagonist realized that being here, he is working with almost leftovers, so he needs to think of a plan of action. Cecil somewhat awkwardly said that if Jake wanted to level up faster, it might be a good idea to go deeper into the forest. His words made the young man think, and he admitted that the beast was right, and he himself had been thinking about it recently. Jake considered the risk of running into his comrades if he went any deeper, and thinking back to their last encounter, he wondered what he would say to them when they met. The young man got nervous over the doso, wondering how he would react if he found out his old friends were dead. The hero said they could explore the place, but didn't want to run into camps and other survivors, and if war broke out, didn't want to risk it. Cecil thought a bit about what he said and realized why the young man didn't want to find a camp. A short time later, the beast watched as a concentrated Jake took aim at the pig ahead of him. After some more time, the hero climbed a tree where he found a bird's nest and took all the eggs from there, angering the bird. 2 hours later, the nimble young man was underwater, where he attempted to pierce a swimming fish with his spear. The system notified of the discovery of a dungeon with training, the requirements for joining, which had already been completed by the hero. A surprised Jake said it looked familiar, and Cecil only said there were fewer mushrooms this time. The young man had read that it could go in and out at will, so it definitely couldn't be as deadly as the past dungeon. The hero asked Cecil if he was ready to go with him and said he needed to level up, and this was the best way. He chose a positive answer, and the system notified him to enter a dungeon called Badger's Lair, the purpose of which was to defeat the mother of the lair. Jake said going in and defeating the boss sounds pretty easy, and Cecil said they were thrown into a hole to die there. At the same minute, the hero stumbled upon a red-eyed big badger, who by the look of it was not in a very benevolent mood. The shaggy-eared beast immediately became frightened and said that it looked like they had found the very monsters they were looking for. They came upon poisonous badgers, and Jake noticed that they were taller than the ones in the forest. The hero was venturesome, and a nervous Cecil said that now, with the young man's permission, he would take refuge in the necklace. The beast tried to relax inside the necklace and asked to call out to him if he needed to, or even just for fun. Jake reached into his quiver for arrows, only to say confidently that he could handle 2 venomous badgers himself. Without any fear in his voice, he said that even if they were wild little monsters just like these, they would still be unfortunate. 2 sharp poison arrows were immediately fired towards the badgers, flying at an incredibly tremendous speed. A split second later, one of them reached its target, and one of the badgers was successfully hit, then began to bleed to death. But the second arrow, unfortunately, fell near the paw of the poisonous badger, which got even angrier.
The venomous animal pounced on Jake, who tried to wrench his arm away, realizing he couldn't dodge it.
The badger began biting his hand near the cuffs, and the protagonist tried to wrench it away, telling himself he had to block the blow. The bloodthirsty and very vicious animal continued to bite Jake's arm, savoring his blood and not nursing an ounce of pity. The hero was in great pain because the poisonous badger's teeth were very sharp, but he could not tear his arm out. But at one moment, Jake exclaimed that now the badger was caught, though the animal, unsuspecting, continued to feed on his blood. Jake took advantage of the moment and reached into his quiver for the remaining arrow to finally slay the beast. The sharp, poisonous arrow was stuck without any pity right into the heart of the suckling badger, which immediately closed its eyes in pain. The hero immediately received a notification that he had killed a level 35 poisonous in a 35 level boss, for which he received 4,000 points. He discarded the dead badger after reaching level 20 and deciding that he didn't need a boss battle at all. A confident Jake smiled and said it was time to farm badger mobs to level up. Soon the 21st level was gained, and the hero realized that much of the badger's power was made up of the poison contained in their saliva. A crowd of badgers pounced on Jake, and meanwhile, the 22nd level was successfully obtained. The hero realized that because of the alchemist's ability to malign Viper, a stronger poison was needed to affect him. After a while, the hero was exhausted after killing a whole bunch of badgers and said that the training went well for him and he even likes it here. A wary, yet as calm as possible, Cecil in the necklace asked Jake if he could see it. The hero picked up a magical treasure box containing a rare item and said it was time to get a new loot. Without wasting time, the young man opened the rare box, hoping it would contain an item useful to him. Inside lay the Sword of Ice Winds, made of frost steel and enhanced ice mana, striking anyone it hits with frost magic. Jake concluded that when he attacked an enemy with his sword, it had some sort of freezing effect. Then came a notification from the system that the archer ability was available, and it surprised the hero. The character had acquired the Double Fang style, which was an ancient 2-weapon fighting technique, and added a bonus to dexterity and strength effects. Jake had previously tried using 2 weapons at once, so perhaps the system realized that he could now properly do so. The young man smiled excitedly and told Cecil that this dungeon was definitely worth it, though he hadn't even found something more important yet. But suddenly, from the depths of the cave, loud noises began to come from deep inside the cave that couldn't help but draw attention. The wary protagonist immediately noticed them and added that he hadn't even found the boss, but apparently he had made himself known. Then Jake crouched behind one of the rocks nearby that gave him a view of the mother badger den, and he realized it was her. The young man looked closely and realized that it was definitely the den mother, but her level was unknown. The guy was a little wary because the system wasn't giving any information and assumed it was too high level. The necklace-wearing Cecil said it might be time for them to leave this dungeon, but Jake said he wouldn't do that for anything. Jake began to realize that the alien who had brought him to this training dungeon had referred to these creatures as beast lords. The hero assumed that the den mother was one such creature, and Cecil asked why he thought that. The young man said that the dungeon boss was too powerful to be recognized, and by video game logic, she should be a beast lord. The confident Jake said that from this vantage point, he could hit the den mother with a poison arrow combined with a powerful shot. Cecil was getting bored with all the fighting and said that at times like this, he really regretted not staying in that damn library. The protagonist, meanwhile, wasted no time and drew his arrow, going to see if he could kill the den mother with one shot. At that moment, he was as focused as possible and even held his breath as he charged a powerful shot. The dungeon boss began to sense something strange while being very serious and wary, but did not go into panic. Focused on aiming, Jake began to gradually lower the bowstring, aiming the arrow at the mother of the lair. He counted to 12 before releasing the arrow, and then finally fired a powerful loaded shot. At lightning speed charged with immense power, the arrow began to fly into the mother of the lair, while the hero watched silently. But suddenly he felt the glare of an enraged badger woman who sensed everything and was looking right at him. Jake became very nervous and immediately wondered if she had really felt the arrow. Meanwhile, the arrow flew right near the abdomen of the den mother, who was distracted at that moment. The hero noticed that the arrow had hit the target after all, and now the poison would definitely work, so he could exhale a little. The badgeress got even angrier and began biting her paw, blood dripping from the wound near her abdomen. Jake brought himself to full alert and drew the bowstring, saying that these beast lords were no joke at all. The fierce and ferocious den mother rushed to the attack with eyes filled with bloodlust, and the hero prepared to fire. In just a couple of seconds, an arrow with a sharp tip was already released towards the beast lord. In an instant, the badgeress stopped on the spot and, opening her mouth wide, wailed loudly to the entire dungeon. With his unwavering cry, the beast lord managed to destroy the arrow in flight, which simply crumbled due to the pressure. Jake grabbed his head in pain, covering his ears and realizing the badger woman had some sort of sonic boom. The dungeon lord took her chance and used her sharp claws to stab him in his right side, which immediately began to pour blood. The powerful claw strike left the dazed young man spitting out some blood, but staying on his feet. Earlier, the hero thought he was immune to the poison, but the den mother's poison must be more potent than the previous ones. The bloodthirsty badgeress once again approaching him for another strike and hoping for her lightning-fast victory. Jake decided he needed to put a little more distance between them because he couldn't let her attack him again. He asked Cecil if there were any more health potions left, and the nervous brute started rummaging around and said mostly just bottles of poison. After hearing this, the protagonist stopped and realized that poison could help him in confronting the den mother. At the same minute, the young man turned to the badger woman and began to call out to her defiantly, calling her a rat face and showing a firm stance. The hero pulled out a bottle of necrotic poison, then exclaimed that the second round of the fight would now begin. His confidence infuriated the dungeon lord even more, and she immediately rushed to attack. Jake didn't think twice and threw a whole bottle of necrotic poison at her, hoping the plan would work. The young man said in his mind that if he was right, the mother laird would instinctively defend herself against the throwing projectile with a sonic attack. This will cause the necrotic poison bottle to break, which is what the protagonist needed it to do. A broken bottle will cause the dungeon lord to be vulnerable to the necrotic liquid inside. Jake smirked, realizing that the badgeress had fallen into a trap, because the plan had actually worked and the poison had gotten on her face. The den mother wailed at the top of her voice again, but this time from the unbearable pain that seemed to burn her face. The slightly wary hero began to cover her face with her hands and wondered what she was doing. As it turned out, with her cries, the lordess had summoned other badgers who were also aggressive. The bloodthirsty badgers began to gradually surround Jake, turning on their growls to pressure him psychologically.
The ferocious pack of predators began to become enraged, about to rush at the protagonist at any second.
Most of the badgers had almost reached level 50, and Cecil asked Jake if he could see the full extent of the tragedy. The young man gritted his teeth with nerves, realizing that the dungeon lord had called for reinforcements. He reached for the ice sword, saying that he had hoped to test it another time, but circumstances had changed. The hero then snatched a curved dagger from its holster in a sudden movement, causing the double fang style to be activated. Jake then rushed in and began to successfully gut each attacking badger without giving it a chance to attack. The young man did not stop for a second and continued to advance, taking the lives of many predators along the way. The crooked dagger was plunged straight into the heart of one of the badgers, who was confused and didn't even have time to realize anything. But one of the raptors still deftly approached Jake, who was concentrating on the battle, and bit him on the leg, causing it to bleed. The protagonist responded by immediately stabbing him with a curved dagger, causing the predator to immediately pass out and fall. Another badger took the chance and bit the young man in the shoulder area, which also caused bleeding. The curved dagger was immediately stuck into the head of the predator, who was immediately drained of life and could no longer resist. But the attacks didn't end there, and several more bloodthirsty badgers attacked Jake from behind. The hero immediately heard his opponents approaching and turned around while remaining completely cool-headed. Within minutes, all the remaining badgers had been slaughtered and were lying on the pile, and Jake's extra loudly said it was all over. The surprised mother of the den looked on, standing nearby, and the young man was ready to finally be done with her as well. He gripped his blades tightly and shouted at the top of his voice that he would end her now as well, which infuriated the Lord even more. Her rage tore her head off, and the badgeress lunged at the protagonist again, hoping to finish him off this time. But the furious Jake struck an incredibly powerful blow in two blades that chopped the dungeon lord in two. The mother layer of a level 68 layer was killed, for which the hero received as much as 94,000 points in additional experience. A shocked Cecil couldn't believe that his young associate had really done it and tackled the boss single-handedly. Battle-weary Jake dropped his blades from his hands while remaining completely silent and standing still. He closed his tired eyes, and the blood of the bloodthirsty badgers he had killed was already frozen on his face. Suddenly, the main character clenched his fists tightly and shouted at the top of his voice to show that he was the dungeon lord. Cecil would be very surprised and say he'd set up a big mess, but the hero would only mumble that he needed a nap. For clearing the dungeon, Jake received level 29 and 6 free points were awarded. The young man was a little surprised to realize that he had become 6 levels higher, and the long-eared beast called it a good result. The protagonist stretched his brushes and suggested that we should finally get out of here before the new badgers came. But suddenly the notice that appeared distracted him and drew his attention back to himself. Then, as he wasn't expecting it at all, Jake looked at the digital scoreboard in surprise and speculated that there might be another skill there. He was granted the rare Shadow Vault of Umbra, allowing the archer to become one with the walls for a moment. The protagonist pondered the name and wondered why it sounded so familiar to him. Jake indicated that he had seen the name in some book while he was spending time reading books in the library. The young man tried to remember and said in his mind that if he remembered everything correctly, Umbra is some kind of god. Cecil hoped the vicious viper wouldn't get angry, for perhaps it was blasphemy. But the hero said the viper wasn't that kind of person. Then he pondered and added that the skill in question was too good to give up. An hour later, they were out of the dungeon, where Jake was eager to put his new skill to the test. The skill brought into action made the protagonist very happy, and he realized that it would be very useful to him in battle. It allowed the young man to move from place to place at high speed, which would be very useful in a fight. Standing on a rock, the boy shouted to Cecil to watch him jump, and the book-reading brute turned his attention to him. The protagonist once again used his newfound ability to demonstrate a jump. But suddenly he misjudged his strength a bit and played with his skill, crashing into the tree trunk with his forehead. Cecil was angry at Jake because he was taking the ability too lightly. The young man immediately put his palm to his head, complaining about the pain after the blow, but nothing could be changed. The long-eared beast came up to him and said it was good for him to know that there was something Jake wasn't good at, and the young man said he needed a day or two. The hero looked at his palms, shrouded in magic, and said that in truth, the principle of the ability was very light. He said it was like speeding up on a motorcycle, while recalling pleasant moments when he experienced it. Jake added that it was a little uncomfortable, but was sure he'd get used to it eventually and things would fall into place. Cecil listened to him carefully and asked him if he understood correctly that it was some sort of teleportation. But the hero replied that it's not really true and it's hard to explain in words, but he literally turns into a shadow. He also added that this shadow makes a dash in a straight line to the destination, which is the principle of action. The jerk speed is very fast, so it looks like teleportation, but Jake didn't think he could pass through dense objects. Eeyore asked if that meant there wouldn't be major bank robberies in their future, and the hero replied that it was just a normal ability right now. Jake then said that one day when he pumps this skill up, who knows how powerful it will become. Meanwhile, in the Hall of the Malignant Viper, there was a girl sitting on the floor in a circle of candles who was busy meditating. The woman was as focused as possible and said they had been waiting for this for a very long time, generation after generation. Era after era expected it, but their hope never died and their convictions remained eternal. However, right now, there was only one hall left, and that was where the long-haired woman with emerald-colored hair was. She looked excitedly at the Malignant Viper mural and wondered when he would give them a sign, for many doubted his return. Suddenly, the meditation process was broken by a subordinate in a purple robe who addressed the honored mistress of the hall. The hostess asked why he was bothering her during meditation and threatened to take action if it was another petty spat with the conglomerate. The servant bowed respectfully and said it was the Lord Protector ordering her to go to his kingdom immediately. The woman was very surprised and asked if something was wrong, since the Lord himself was summoning her to him. The nervous man expired with sweat, and with a tremor in his voice said that he did not know, for he had been instructed simply to pass on the order. The hall mistress listened to him carefully and understood everything, then said that she would go to the Lord Protector right away. Walking down the long hallway, the woman said in her mind that this was the second time she had graced the presence of a lord. Before that, he had only shown up briefly during her inauguration as mistress of the hall. Lord Protector didn't even show up at the previous hall's funeral, which made the girl wonder what that could mean. In an instant, her eyes opened wide, for she supposed that what she had been waiting for so long might be accomplished. The girl then tried to calm herself down and entered the portal leading directly into the room where the Lord Protector was. She found herself in front of a huge gate and told the Lord that she had come as soon as she got his message. The huge stone gate began to gradually open, and the elder asked the child to hurry in. The excited mistress of the hall, with a slight tremor in her legs, began to walk forward, not even realizing what awaited her next. Crossing over, she saw the emerald statue beside which the Lord stood, and wondered with surprise if it was an obelisk. Her mouth opened involuntarily in surprise, and the hall mistress noticed that the obelisk was glowing. The Lord looked at the girl with a serious look and said that it meant that the malicious viper was on its way. The mistress of the hall said that after so many years of waiting, the viper is finally returning to lead their order to glory. Being very joyful, she said she knew her faith was not in vain, and it was a great happiness for all of them. But at one point the mistress was worried, remembering that they still had a lot of things to prepare and not much time left. She began to list that they needed to get the hall looking its best, inform the other leaders, and alert the smaller branches. At the moment, the lady grabbed her head and expressed her hope that the great malignant viper would stick around for a few more days. But suddenly, the emerald obelisk began to glow a little differently, and some strange sounds began to be heard. Malicious Viper appeared in front of the gray-bearded Lord Protector and greeted, calling the baby Snappy. Viper smiled at the elder and asked if he missed him, and the hall mistress hid behind the Lord. The stunned Lord couldn't believe that the Lord had returned, and Viper apologized, realizing that the elder had had a hard time all this time. He then hugged the old man, saying that he had done well, while the mistress of the hall was shocked that the Lord was crying and didn't know what she should say. The shocked girl inwardly said that she had waited so long for this moment, and yet it was not at all what she had imagined. Viper asked who the young lady was, and Snappy replied that she was the new mistress of the hall and would now be its highest-ranking member. The Lord looked at the girl with a smile and asked her what her name was, and the bewildered girl replied that her name was Viridia. She fell to her knees and apologized for her improper work in the absence of the chapter, and wanted to make a vow that she would make it right. The malicious Viper asked Viridia to calm down and said that he only wanted to ask her to introduce herself, not fall at his feet. He said that if there was something he should apologize for, he should hang back, for he had already apologized to the Lord, and he doesn't apologize twice. Then a satisfied Viper stroked Viridia's head and said that the mere fact that the order still existed was more impressive in itself. The hall mistress's cheeks flushed a little from shyness, and she was also very pleased that the honorable Lord was stroking her head. The Lord Protector asked if he could find out why the Lord had chosen this particular time to return, saying it was wonderful. He asked if it had to do with the integration of the new universe, and Viper asked if he had really made them worried with his appearance. Malicious said they could use a drink, whereupon Viridia ran to get a drink, and he remarked that she was definitely enthusiastic. The Overlord put his hand on Lord Protector's shoulder and said that his appearance was indeed completely related to the new universe. He asked if the old man remembered what he had created in preparation for the new age, to which the Lord asked if the spikes were about spikes, and Viper replied that someone had brushed it off. The astonished Lord Protector asked if the Master had a worthy follower, and the Lord replied that he had no follower. The malicious Viper said that the old man may or may not believe it, but he thinks he has a new friend. Meanwhile, Jake was sitting by the fire, holding a mushroom and saying he didn't even know what was worse. He didn't realize if the fact that he hadn't eaten anything but mushrooms for a week or the fact that he seemed to be starting to like them was worse. Cecil racked his brain a little and said it was certainly better than the moss and dirt he'd had to eat. Jake said his planet had all sorts of delicious things like steaks that he was willing to kill for. The hero asked the brute if anything why he was still bored from his planet, but he wordlessly replied that he wasn't. The young man looked at him and said he was always kind of secretive and never told him how he got locked in the necklace. Cecil said it was a long story and asked if he would buy him something to start with, like alcohol or something. But Jake stiffened and changed in his face in an instant, being very wary, as if sensing something. He immediately asked Cecil to get into the necklace immediately and shouted to do it now when the beast asked what was the matter. The long-eared demon became very nervous because he absolutely did not understand the situation, but he followed the hero's request. Jake went to the side of the rock behind where the team of people were asking if they knew he could sense them. The team stepped out from behind a rock and the swordsman asked the protagonist who he was and what he was doing in their territory. The young man put his hands up and said that he was just an archer who wished them no harm and who had recently finished hunting. The angry girl who was the team mage asked if it was correct that his name was Jake. The hero looked at her with a serious look, confirming her name, and asked how she knew it. The girl gritted her teeth and used her magic staff, calling him a psycho and saying she'd get revenge on him for Mickey right now. A dazed Jake managed to dodge the blow, wondering who this Mickey was. He exclaimed that there had been a misunderstanding, for he had not killed Mickey and there was no reason to fight. The swordsman asked the girl not to listen to the hero, saying that Richard had said he had tried to pull tricks like that with the metal mage. Jake realized that these guys were William's friends, and Richard must have put a bounty on him after what he did to the kid. The team mage gritted her teeth in anger, and the protagonist paid attention and realized that it was pointless to talk to them because they were out for blood. He then reached into his quiver for an arrow and said that he had hoped he would not be able to negotiate peacefully, but it had been settled. The exasperated hero began to gradually draw the bowstring, saying in a menacing tone that now neither five were doomed to die. The swordsman immediately rushed into action and said they would see who was doomed to die yet, and his comrade in arms ran after him with his hammer. The hammer and sword were shoved into the ground as Jake managed to bounce to the side, preventing them from striking. The attacker grabbed a spear with a wooden handle to try another attack.
The leader of the group of attackers swung his sword and ordered his comrade in arms to immediately catch the protagonist who managed to dodge the blows.
At one point, he wondered perplexedly if the kid had vanished, since he was nowhere to be found. But suddenly, Jake popped out from behind the trunk of one of the trees, pulling an arrow and saying he was here. At that second, a powerful fiery arrow that could take his life at any moment was flying at the young man, which alarmed him. The hero then turned his attention sideways and wondered if their team had an archer. He managed to dodge the enemy's attack, and a powerful fire arrow hit a tree trunk nearby. Jake looked closely at the archer drawing an arrow and realized that he too had the skill of a power shot. Then the archer's duel began, with the hero realizing he could counter it by interrupting his reload time. But his intentions were thwarted by a mage who suddenly built a wall of ice in front of the archer, which reflected the hero's arrow. The young man realized that it was a coordinated attack, as they were covering each other's weaknesses, and at that moment, an enemy arrow flew at him. Fortunately, he took advantage of his newfound ability and moved to the other side at breakneck speed. The protagonist was not at all confused, but also concluded that the duel would be more difficult than he thought. The swordsman immediately rushed at him along with his associate, who was holding a huge hammer. Jake realized he couldn't rely on his bow at the moment and immediately activated his double fang, ready to attack. Bloodthirsty opponents tried to launch an attack, but the protagonist managed to repel it with an ice sword. There was an assassin with two sharp blades nearby who realized that the hero was distracted and now he had a chance. The young man realized that the situation was a stalemate as his opponents had him cornered, giving them an advantage. At that moment, he also noticed an assassin coming up behind him, which made him even more wary. The swordsman swung his sword, realizing that Jake would have to teleport again. But if he anticipated where he would land, he could strike. He was shocked because the main character allowed himself to be stabbed with a dagger, which none of them expected at all. Jake looked him in the eye with a bloodshot look and wondered if he'd caught them off guard with his unexpected action. A fighter with a huge hammer swung at the hero, exclaiming at the top of his voice that he had succeeded in catching him. The young man immediately stabbed the ice sword into his stomach, saying that he was acting too slowly, and the fighter didn't even have time to realize anything. The group leader's face was stained with his comrade's blood, and he looked at what was happening with great surprise, not believing it. The mage froze in place with horror, for she couldn't believe that Jake had actually killed her comrade mercilessly. The blood-stained protagonist looked at them sternly and asked who wanted to try their luck next. Weeks earlier, Jake had sat on a cliff with Viper, asking him how to get used to this, and God had asked him what he meant. The hero replied that he was talking about killing and asked not to be misunderstood, but he was not going to kill innocent people. The young man said that over the past few weeks he has gone from being an office worker to a fierce warrior. He also scratched the back of his head and added that he would be blatantly lying if he said that this lifestyle didn't weigh him down. The malicious Viper listened to the lad attentively and said he would tell him a story right away. He began to tell me that when he was not yet God and had just taken his human form, he had thought of something. At the time, the Viper thought it would be a good idea to try to assimilate into the civilized world. Viper continued the story, saying that he was used to dealing with beasts, for a beast could attack and kill. He said it was not a lie at all, but the enlightened races had one repulsive character trait. According to the malicious Viper, they were true monsters who were ruthless to the feelings of others. Not a year later, Viper was betrayed by someone he thought was a friend, and he trusted the race, and they tried to steal from him. And the moment God let his guard down, mean people stabbed him in the back, which he didn't expect at all. The ensuing battle was so long and fierce that it resulted in the destruction of as many as 9 planets. The malicious Viper said that perhaps some would consider it excessive, but few dared to contact him again. A thoughtful Jake asked if he had also destroyed the 9 planets, and God replied that he would tell about it another time. He only said that the main thought is that one should act without regret and never show mercy. The protagonist was savaged by what he heard, and malicious Viper added that it was the way to go because people would definitely not return the favor. Presently, the remaining members of the team were very frightened that Jake had killed their comrade without question. The mage begged the others not to let the creep scare them, for by doing so he would subdue them and they would no longer be able to resist. The girl then used her magic staff and summoned the ability, asking the others to distract Jake so she could finish him off. The swordsman noticed that the mage was charging his strongest skill, so he needed to buy time. The man gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and lunged at the protagonist to help his companion. But Jake wasn't confused at all, and blocked his attack with 2 blades with a particular anger that alerted the swordsman. The swordsman immediately pulled his sword toward himself to prevent the protagonist from taking the chance to strike. He noticed the young man's incredibly tight grip, by which it was clear that a strike was being prepared. At that moment, the situation was very much in flux, and the resistance was incredibly powerful, but no one wanted to give up. The leader of the enemy group clenched his teeth tightly with anger, realizing that the enemy's movements had become more precise. The protagonist was also nervous as he faced the problem that he couldn't find the enemy's vulnerable spot. He then turned his attention to the fiery arrow flying at him, signaling a change of plan of action. At the last moment before his death, Jake managed to use his new ability and move to another location. The excited swordsman exclaimed that the enemy had moved and ordered the rest of the group to find him immediately. The stealthy assassin was a little nervous because his senses are heightened, but even to them, it appeared that Jake wasn't here. But suddenly, he was dumbfounded to find a hero behind him, sticking a blade into his back. The cold-blooded Jake withdrew his blade from the dead man's back, saying that one was ready and thus showing his determined intentions. The mage continued to infuse her magical strike with power, which took quite some time, but the preparation was coming to an end. The team's archer remained unemotional and asked the others if they were hearing these strange sounds. Then he realized that danger was approaching and asked the others to save the others. But the leader of the group didn't understand what was wrong. His misunderstanding of the situation and confusion led to his death as a fiery arrow flew at the swordsman. From the horror he saw, the archer froze in place and trembled, realizing that he too was in imminent doom and needed to flee. Still, his mind and heart began to fill with anger, because of some pathetic kid, he had lost more than one comrade. The enraged archer immediately began to draw the bowstring, asking Jake to come into view so he could fire. But suddenly the protagonist came up to him from the back and stripped him of his head, and the team mage didn't even have time to help her comrade. The girl's frozen face was stained with the archer's blood, and she realized she had no one else to help her. The bereaved archer's head snapped to the side, and Jake didn't even blink an eye because he was cold-blooded. The mage wanted to strike a magical blow, but the cold-blooded hero was ahead of her and pierced through, leaving the girl no chance. Jake whispered in an intimidating voice in the girl's ear that she had less than a minute to live, but if she answered his questions, he would give her a healing potion. The hero still hadn't taken out his blade and asked why Richard and William had sent their team to find him. The bleeding mage replied that it was all business together, and Jake asked why, if he was only defending himself against them. The bloodied girl exclaimed that he had killed everyone and started this war, so he deserved to die. Jake remembered that William had mentioned that Richard was feuding with someone, and the puzzle in his head began to slowly come together. The girl continued to bleed and could barely breathe anymore, badly in need of a healing case. The protagonist did not recant and handed her a health healing potion for answering his questions. But to his surprise, the mage threw away the gifted potion, glaring angrily at Jake and continuing to bleed. The potion bottle shattered, and the mage said she would rather die than live thanks to him taking pity on her. A very agitated Jake asked why she had broken the potion, and the girl bled and stopped breathing. She then fell to the ground with no signs of life, and the main character looked at it with sweat on his face, not knowing how to react. The young man then used the gem on the necklace to release Cecil from it. The worried beast asked what it was, and Jake said he had no idea, but he sure as hell wasn't the one who started the damn war. Cecil asked if it was really just a misunderstanding. The hero replied that they weren't confused and they were being manipulated. The young man came to the conclusion that someone was trying to set him up, and the conniving William, with whom he had previously clashed, immediately came to mind. He then threw the bow on his back and resolutely declared that he would not stand by and let this happen. After a while, Jake gathered all the bodies of the non-occupants into a pile and set them on fire to leave no trace behind. The bodies of the attackers burned with bright flames, and the protagonist and his long-eared companion watched for a while. Cecil anxiously asked the young man if he would say anything in parting, but he only stared at the fire in silence. At that moment, he felt lousy and didn't want to say anything, because these people were just being manipulated. With a pained expression, Jake said that he was sorry that it had happened, but if it had been up to him, no one would have died. The young man didn't know how Richard or William had fooled an entire crew into thinking he was the one who started the war. The protagonist then clenched his fist tightly and said that the innocents who died could be assured that he would put an end to it. Cecil, in a sad tone, asked them to sleep well, calling them children, for it was someone else's fault they died. The system notified Jake that he had reached level 31, for which stat points were awarded, as well as 2 free points. He felt vile looking through those messages. After all, reaching a new level hadn't come to him in the best way. The notice said that the hero had gotten almost 600,000 points, but he felt like he was stealing all of their points. Cecil said he earned them, not stole them, but Jake said he earned his reward in his mother's den, but not here. The character recalled his furious screaming after defeating the boss, saying it was a challenge he accepted and an outcome he strived for. Jake shifted his weary gaze to the man's burnt-out skeleton, saying that here was nothing more than senseless murder. Cecil reminded that he gets points regardless of whether he feels good or bad about either, and it's just a matter of what he's going to do with it. This didn't make the protagonist feel any better, and he looked at his blood-stained hand and wondered what he was going to do. He said he can't just walk into Richard's camp and do justice, and though he's getting stronger, it's not enough to fight an entire army. Beast said they know this war is a war, but it can only involve a couple dozen people on each side. Jake agreed with him, but said that this war could also involve hundreds of people, so we need to prepare. The young man sighed heavily and looked up to the sky, saying he needed to think soberly about it, wondering what Adam would do in his situation. Meanwhile, Adam was in the woods with Richard for a meeting with Hayden, who was accompanied by his subordinate. He was very nervous and worried about his friend Jake, wondering in his mind what he had gotten himself into. Hayden wondered if they thought he would believe that a random archer was wiping out squad after squad without any of them noticing. Richard said it's not a random archer and his name is Jake Thane, and added that they think he's trying to win in training. He also added that the system promises a big reward to whoever kills the other, and Jake wants to get it. Hayden coldly looked into Richard's eyes and asked if it was true that he thought Jake Thane had killed his son. The red-haired big man replied in a serious tone that they had never fought Hayden's men, so there was that. Richard said they saw the bodies of non-occupants and added that none of their men could have done that kind of damage. A thoughtful Hayden wondered how he had managed to find out about this mysterious Jake, for the puzzle in his head was a little off. Adam interjected and said that the protagonist was one of his co-workers, but was unsure if he was the one who had done it. He began to tell me that Jake was a good guy, albeit a loner, but not a crazed killer. Also, the guy added that when they were in training, the main character proved that he is in truth a capable fighter. Adam said that despite all this, they've all seen quite a few capable fighters before, like William. He then expressed his agreement with Richard's opinion that someone else might be involved. The boss himself didn't interrupt the guy at that moment and listened silently, trying to keep a cool mind. A flustered Adam said that there was absolutely no reason to say that Jake was the culprit. Richard interrupted him, though, and asked Hayden to forgive the boy, saying that old attachments had clouded his judgment. The guy gets flustered and the boss says Jake is the prime suspect and they can sit here all night and discuss other options. Then the big man looked sternly at Adam and said it would be prudent to be realistic and take some action. A thoughtful Hayden assumed he believed Richard and asked what suggestions he would have for action. Richard says they need to work together and form a unified unit to comb the woods to find Jake Thane and kill him. The gray-haired man pondered on the matter, as such an offer was not something he accepted every day. Still, he shook Richard's hand and said it would be a temporary alliance until they killed Jake. Adam panicked, realizing that he had come here because he thought there would be peace talks, but instead they had targeted someone else. The boy realized that the real villain, which was the bloodthirsty William, was on the loose and it was too late. At that moment, William was deep in the forest, standing around the undead velociraptors he was farming points on. The wily scoundrel wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying in his mind that if everything had gone according to plan, they should just about complete their meeting. He also said to himself that by next week that damned archer was bound to finally die, and it was imminent. The system notified William that he had received 48,000 points for killing the raptors, as well as a 43rd level metal specialist. Also, a new skill became available for his class, which made the guy look at the digital scoreboard with great surprise. William had access to the Spear of Thoros, which he immediately activated and realized that things would now be different. At the same minute, an aggressive-looking velociraptor emerged from the bushes and cautiously crept up. The boy smiled excitedly and realized that the perfect opportunity to try out a new skill had found him on his own. The ferocious dinosaur began to growl and rush to attack the guy, who managed to react in time and activated the skill. He assumed a fighting stance and took aim with his spear to destroy the approaching threat in one fell swoop. With a swift movement of his entire torso, Thoros' spear was thrown towards the velociraptor, and it was done masterfully. The sharp spear went through the throat of the approaching dinosaur, which didn't even have time to react and immediately died. William was pleased with the but-doomed skill and realized that battles would now go much faster. Proud of himself, he recognized in his mind that Jake might have been able to beat him last time. The guy used the staff against the frozen velociraptor, saying that it's much stronger now and the hero won't be able to defeat it. All that was left of the slain dinosaur were bones, which William immediately picked up carefully to take with him. The young man had full confidence in himself and said in his mind that he would be the winner of this training without any doubt.
Meanwhile, Viridia was in the hall, wondering how it was possible that the vicious viper had found a friend, as he had said earlier.
She realized that it was unheard of for a primordial creature to be befriended by a mere mortal, let alone those who had not yet been trained. The mistress of the hall was supposed to hold the highest title among the mortal order, and now this man was trying to jeopardize it. A subordinate entered the vicious viper's hall at one point, asking the mistress if it was correct that she had asked to come. Viridia said she had a busy day, so she needed him to find something for her, and the servant asked what he should get. The hostess responded that to be needed a lot of records, and the man asked what exactly she needed records about. The girl replied in a raised tone that she needed all the information she could get about a man named Jake Thane. She ordered the subject to find whatever she could and added that she would meet the protagonist soon. At the same time, Jake was wandering the great forest deep into the night, withering Adam and Caroline, and hoping someone would call back. The slightly flustered hero asked if anyone was here, but no one responded to his calls. Suddenly, the young man noticed rustling in the grass nearby, which immediately caught his attention. Being ready for hand-to-hand combat, Jake asked who was hiding there and asked to come out immediately. Out of the tall grass, to great surprise, came a wounded and bloody Casper, who had not expected to see the hero. The exhausted Casper fell to his knees from helplessness and said in a trembling voice that he could go no further. An excited Jake immediately put his hand on his shoulder and asked who had done this to him, and he replied that William and Richard had attacked the whole camp. Frightened by the realities, the young man grabbed the hero by the blouse and said that everyone was dead, and his eyes reflected all the horror he had experienced. In a trembling voice, he exclaimed that absolutely all the inhabitants of the camp had been murdered by the bloody hands of the scoundrels. Casper started to burst into tears, and with pain in his voice, he asked Jake why he had decided to leave them then. Jake was confused by the question he heard and didn't know what to say, and the young man asked why he had let them all die. But suddenly, the main character in a cold coat woke up next to a burning fire, realizing that it was all just a nightmare. Coming to his senses, the young man was fully convinced that he had had a terrible dream, and none of this was real. Cecil asked if it was really that bad, whereupon he said those mushrooms must be doing nonsense to his brain. Jake wiped his forehead cold, agreed with him, emphasizing that his dreams were getting worse every night. The imp said that rumor has it that dreams are what the mind uses to try to solve problems, and maybe it just needs to vent its energy outward. But the hero said Cecil just likes to talk and asked what kind of nightmares he was running from, since he also stays up in the middle of the night. Cecil said that while he was locked in the necklace, all he did was sleep, living out his worst nightmare. Jake ate the sausage greedily and said enough, walking around, about to inquire about the demon imprisonment in the necklace. The hero asked what about him telling his dreams to Eeyore, and he in turn how he ended up locked away. A disgruntled Cecil nevertheless agreed to this barter and shook the protagonist's hand, about to listen to his tale of dreams. The young man looked up at the starry sky and in a soft tone began to say that his dream was about his old co-workers. Jake got into this training with a few co-workers, where some of them were friends and some he barely knew. At his old job, he was just an administrator and a loser who couldn't hold a conversation to save his life. But when they reached the great forest, the hero had a feeling that everything had changed, and he thought everything was going to be okay. As time has shown, Jake was very much in the wrong, for his old co-workers wanted to survive and he wanted to live. Opinions were very much divided, and as a result, the hero and his co-workers had a big fight in several times. And eventually he went about his business, leaving them in the hands of the men who later tried to kill him. These nightmares kept Jake up at night, and in them he saw all his old co-workers murdered. Each time in dreams, different people speak, but their words remain the same and frighten the protagonist. Tortured people in dreams ask why he left them and say it was all his fault. The character said that if he had stayed and protected his co-workers, they might be alive and they might be right. With sadness, Cecil lowered his ears and said it was hard, while not expecting to hear such a painful story. Jacob exhaled and said that now it was his turn to talk about how he ended up in the necklace. Basi said he wished it was something worthwhile, but truth be told, he was very much the hero. Long ago, he was a low-ranking member of the evil Viper cult and the object of everyone's jokes, and even the newcomers would poke him and laugh at him, except for the one group of demons that treated him differently than the rest, and that was a little comforting. Cecil said that they always treated him well, and in return he helped them test new spells. But looking back, he thought he was more of a guinea pig than a friend, as much as that thought hurt. One day the friends wanted Cecil to experience the necklace they created as a team. The naive beast agreed to help them because he thought they were buddies, but as it turned out later, it wasn't worth it. At that moment, Cecil was suddenly pulled into another dimension where he found himself all alone. Fortunately, he could see what was going on outside and immediately saw the upset faces of his well-meaning companions. He could see the panic on their faces and how they tried to pull him out, but it all went to waste and nothing worked. In an instant, the demons dropped the necklace and Cecil saw them throw it to the ground and walk away as if nothing had happened. The imp clearly remembered how the layers of dust on the necklace appeared, centimeter by centimeter, and he was still inside. Every now and then someone would pass by, wondering where Cecil had disappeared to. But more than a chuckle, I suppose he died miserably. The long-eared beast had lost all hope of ever getting out, because no one had ever even looked for him. Being very upset, sitting by the fire, he was telling Jake that his friends had just left him inside the necklace. The protagonist looked at the beast and said that his friends had left him, just as he himself had left his own. Cecil said he was never upset about being dumped, because everything happens at the worst possible time, and they all make mistakes. The only thing that struck him was that his friends had no thought of returning, and though they assumed the worst, they pushed it to the back of their minds. The imp was nothing more than a forgotten memory, and told Jake that was the biggest difference between their life situations. The hero asked what if his companions were dead, and how he could get rid of the guilt if someone had already gotten to them. Cecil tried to reassure him, saying he would deal with it when the time came, but right now they must be in need. At that moment, Jake felt awkward and remembered telling his friends that he might have his own goals for his training. Then he put his hands on Casper and Adam's shoulders, telling them that their chances of survival would be better if they went with Richard than if they went alone. Also, in those long-ago moments, the hero asked his friends not to worry and promised that he would indeed check in with them. The feeling of guilt didn't leave Jake for a second, not even for a second, and he was pained by the realization that he had abandoned the people he cared about. With a serious face, the hero rose to his feet from the ground and said that Cecil was completely right in all his statements. The imp listened silently to the young man, who admitted that he had been running away from problems that had piled up for too long. Jake gathered all his strength in his fist and firmly declared that tomorrow he would find Adam and settle the matter once and for all. The next morning he set off. Beside a flying Cecil, decided to inquire where they were going. The disgruntled demon said they'd been on the road for hours, and all they'd run into was just a couple wolves. One of the hungry and bloodthirsty wolves pounced on him, biting him lightly on the stomach, which scared the animal to tears. Jake smiled, saying that he had given Cecil a health potion, so he would be fine, and one could not worry about that. A slightly angry Eeyore said the hero can't heal emotional trauma, and the young man laughed, calling him a crybaby. He said he didn't know where Richard's camp might be, but if they walked along the river, they were sure to come across it. The protagonist was sure of this, because on the river you could meet fishermen on boats who could give you a clue. Women could also be seen washing clothes, which would also signal that the camp was nearby. In addition to all this, one could stumble upon small children who were very thirsty, running to the river to drink. Cecil said that the kid was really starting to sound like a hunter, and Jake replied that he'd been in training for a month and had acquired survival skills. This pleased the demon, who asked the hero if he had already thought of what he would say when he found his old friends. The young man thought for a moment and said that he should first examine their camp and then draw conclusions. What the character meant was that Casper had already learned trap work by the time he left, which is important. Jake realized he had to be very careful, as his old friend could improve his skills just as much as he could. One had to keep in mind that if that was indeed the case, then the hero risked being in a minefield and falling into a trap. Cecil said it sounded like the young man was distracting himself from the upcoming fight and asked him to remember that they were going to his friends. Jake recalled former moments from his life and said some of them are my friends, recalling a friendly hug with Adam. He also said that some people wanted to kill him, while seeing in his mind Richard and William, who were very conniving. The hero said that his first task would be to deal with the war, because Adam needs to know that he's been framed, and if he's lucky, he can convince the others as well. He listened carefully to the lad's intentions and asked what kind of arrangement awaited him if he was unlucky. Jake replied that if that were the case, there would be more traps he would need to watch out for. Cecil continued to follow the hero and suggested to just hope for the best and try not to think about the bad. Suddenly, the protagonist with a wary face stopped, as if sensing something wrong again. The agitated demon asked the guy why he had stopped, but he immediately shut his mouth, asking him to be quiet. Then Jake pointed his finger forward and asked Cecil if he could see it, while the wary beast tried to figure out what was wrong. Between the trees, he saw something that looked like it was an invisible veil, which they had not poked into anywhere before. Cecil said with surprise that it was water or something similar, but the hero corrected him and said it was magic. They got closer to the veil, where Jake said that perception gets distorted when he tries to see his reflection, so there's clearly a barrier. The surprised long-eared demon was even a little worried, because the translucent wall wouldn't let them go any further. He then speculated that she might be keeping something locked up, and those thoughts put a bit of panic in his mind. Jake bit his lip and said he didn't know what the deal was here, but he really wanted to find out through the translucent wall. Cecil stopped him from doing so and slapped him, telling him to relax and saying they wouldn't know how to get out of there later. He warned the hero, saying that he could enter and forever lose the opportunity to find his friends. The young man exhaled heavily and acknowledged the rightness of the beast sitting on his shoulder, realizing that he would have to let this opportunity pass. Jake decided that he would find his friends first and then deal with the barrier, and even here Eeyore supported him. He said he couldn't wait to find out what was inside, and behind the wall was an unknown wolf-like creature. After a while, the hero was not far from Richard's camp, where taking a closer look, he realized that it was him. A surprised Cecil said his attentiveness was something to behold, since he himself had only seen a bunch of spots. But Jake said he wasn't missing much. From afar, the young man could only see a couple of people doing their morning routine, and there was nothing interesting about it. The hero noticed the well-constructed wooden houses, which spoke of the reliability and safety of the inhabitants. It also became clear to him that there was a blacksmith in the camp, and the big man Smith, meanwhile, was busily working with metal. At one of the wooden tables in the courtyard, Jake saw three girls busily knitting, smiling at each other. He was very shocked because one of the girls seemed familiar to him, and Cecil asked what was wrong. The hero realized that Jean was sitting at the table and saw that his old colleagues had managed to repair her leg after all. Imp asked if it was true that it was one of his old friends. A pleased Jake replied that you could say it was. The hero began to reveal that he was there when Jean was ambushed on the first night of training and came to her rescue. Although he ran to help almost immediately, but still he could not save the girl in time, and she was wounded by the bandits. Jake said that it looked like Caroline had found a way to cure Jean after all, and Cecil rejoiced because that made the guy smile. The young man said it was great to see familiar faces, and since Jean was still alive, maybe others were too. The protagonist looked at the largest house in the camp and reminded himself that all he had to do was find Adam. In this very house was Adam, who woke up early in the morning and yawned as he got out of bed. With a smile, the guy looked at the sweet sleeping Caroline and decided not to wake her up so the girl could build up her strength. Adam looked at the training panel and realized that there were only 25 days left until they would finally graduate. He reflected and realized it was 25 days until they would return to normal human life. The young man then began to stretch, reminding himself that he had a hunt to start in a few hours, but first he needed to stop by the blacksmith. Stepping outside, Adam realized he had slept longer than he had planned, since everyone had already started work, and hoped the day would pass without adventure. At one moment, he was very much alert, for he heard a strange sound somewhere not far away from him. The young man shifted his gaze to the side and noticed an arrow approaching at an incredible speed. The arrow fell a few centimeters from Adam's leg, making him wary and wondering what was going on. He then turned his attention to the scroll of paper attached to the arrow, which he immediately reached for with his hand. Adam opened the piece of paper and upon reading the contents was dumbfounded because he couldn't believe who the letter was written by. Very surprised he was because the brief letter had been written by Jake, who had only offered to meet. Meanwhile, the cunning William had gotten 54,000 points, an extra experience for killing a level 46 bat. A crowd of bloodthirsty, poisonous bats tried to attack the guy because each of them was very hungry. The tired young man, on the other hand, received another 51,000 points for killing a high-level bat. He continued to mercilessly pulverize the bats while getting a huge amount of points in the process. William managed to deftly impale the mice with his new spear, leaving them no chance of survival. One of the predators tried to attack the bloodthirsty guy from the back, but the attempt failed and was not a close success. In the same minute, the frozen bat was tossed aside, having been stripped of its life. Exhausted, William realized that he had spent the entire morning testing his skills in hunting beasts, and it bored him. Still, he closed his tired eyes and smiled, saying in his mind that this was what life was supposed to be like. After a while, the self-satisfied lad returned to camp, telling himself that he had never felt stronger than he did now. William used to at least try to wash himself when he returned to camp, but now that he was with Richard, he thought it pointless. The bloodthirsty kid smirked, wondering what was wrong with him, looking a little intimidating to those around him. People were no longer falling for his naive, childish behavior, and yet there was nothing they could do about it. Satisfied with himself, William punched the air with his fist, saying that everything had changed since he only had power. Walking through the camp, the young man wondered where everyone had gone, since there were usually a lot more people at this time. He soon noticed that a lot of people were piled up outside one of the houses, and it was strange. A slightly wary William noticed that something was going on in Caroline's cabin. Still, he remembered that he didn't have to pretend to care anymore. And if something interesting happened, Richard would tell him about it later. Meanwhile, the head of the camp was with the others in the hut and asked to be told what was going on here. An angry Bertram immediately stuck a sharp arrow into the table and said that someone had attacked Adam this morning. But a flustered Adam said it wasn't an attack, but a message from Jake, who wants to meet. Richard immediately grabbed the arrow stuck in the table to calculate the main character's message. He read the letter and said that Jake wasn't too verbose, and added that he had a feeling the hero was preparing a trap. Adam said that if Jay had wanted to kill him, he would have just released an arrow into his neck, but still, it could have been a peace negotiation. His statements about peace talks irritated Richard, who saw the protagonist as nothing more than an object that needed to be gotten rid of immediately. Adam said that maybe someone had relayed to Jake that they teamed up with Hayden, and if he thought they were after him, it made sense to talk. But Richard exclaimed that they were really after him and added that to consider that the hero wanted to strike first. Jean frustratedly said that all the violence was breaking her heart, but it was Jake who started it and they were just reacting to it. She said she didn't know him too well, but she never felt he was capable of anything bad, since the first night was saved by him. Caroline looked at a sad Jean and wondered if Jake had really wanted to save her that terrible night.
Hilaire suggested that the protagonist was just looking for a thrill, and Jean's situation helped him.
Richard was bored with the conversation and asked if they could vacate the cabin because the discussions were pointless. He said Jean and Bertram were wonderful camp members, but he felt like they wouldn't come to a common decision if there were a bunch of people here. The camp head said in a serious tone that he wanted to discuss this serious matter alone with Adam and Caroline. Bertram immediately looked at Adam, who said that it made sense, asked not to worry, promising that he would lead them in afterward. Within seconds, the door was loudly slammed shut, and Richard said that now they were finally alone after all. The exasperated boss says that Jake may be their friend, but they know he can't risk his only hitman. A confident Adam firmly and decisively declared that he would go it alone so as not to put anyone in danger. Standing nearby, Caroline put her hand on her lover's shoulder and told him he wasn't going anywhere alone. Adam was sure that was the best thing he could do, but the girl firmly said that either he was staying or they were going together. Richard wondered if they were really trying to convince him to let the two of them go into a death trap. Future angry, he jabbed his finger at the guy in front of him and said he was a valuable role model for their people, but not a killer. The boss asked how Adam was going to handle a man who could kill an entire team by himself. The excited young man said they could set up a meeting near their camp, and if anything went wrong, they would run away. Richard asked why he was already so stubborn, since he was willing to put his life on the line for a damn coworker. Adam said that the boss didn't know Jake like he did, and added that he had followed all the instructions for a month, and all he was asking in return was to trust him for once. The boss grabbed him by the shirt and said that all he knew was that Adam had been supporting Jake since day one, and asked who said he wasn't the enemy. Caroline intervened in the showdown, keeping the matter quiet and asking them to calm down immediately so it didn't escalate into something bigger. The frightened girl asked Adam why he shouldn't talk to Jean and Bertram, and asked him to let her handle things. The guy realized that he was powerless in this situation and only looked at the floor with a serious look, about to leave the cabin. He decided to let it go and told her she could do what she wanted, then headed for the exit. Bertram asked how it went, and an angry Adam said it was bad, but he didn't care what Richard said because he was going to meet Jake. The associate put a hand on his shoulder and said he hated to admit it, but agreed with his boss because he didn't like the idea of going into the woods either. Stunned by his words, Adam asked if he really thought Jake would hurt him after so many years of friendship. Bertram said the first night they didn't see what the hero was capable of, and since then he's killed about a dozen of Richard's men. Adam asked if he trusted him, to which the guy replied that he always did, after which he said that the war that everyone was worried about had nothing to do with Jake. A smiling Caroline came out of the cabin and said that she had managed to convince Richard and they could go to the meeting tomorrow. With great surprise, her lover asked how she had made up the boss to change her mind, and the girl giggled. The girl said it wasn't easy, but she's the only hitter, so she has the ultimate trump card, and she threatened to leave. Even more surprised, and Adam asked his favorite girl if she really would have left the camp if Richard hadn't let them go. Caroline said that Jake and her had fought more than once, but he wouldn't have killed her just like that. Besides, it was very important to Adam, which meant it was important to her too. She lovingly cupped her palms over her lover's face, who smiled at her beloved and thanked her. Adam then hugged his favorite girl tightly, and Caroline said that she was with him until the very end, and he should remember that. At that moment, they didn't even realize that Richard was watching them from the cabin, getting angrier and angrier. Meanwhile, Jake was making his way toward the spot he wanted, orienting himself by the large rock he'd stumbled upon. The hero also noticed a small river running nearby, which also served as a landmark. The last factor was the stump of a felled tree, after which the young man realized that he had arrived at the right place. Jake looked around to make sure it was the right place, and Cecil, who was tired from the road, was already sitting down on a stump. The long-eared demon asked the protagonist why he thought his friend would choose this particular place to meet. The young man replied that the place was pretty close to camp, so they wouldn't have to worry about getting through the woods. The hero also assumed that his co-workers would think he could attack them and would want to find a shortcut to escape. Cecil asked if Jake was aware that being a pessimist was his job, and if he would have died if he had been a little more optimistic. The hero said he knows he can trust Adam and Casper, but he also can't deny that they've been with Richard for a while. He added that a month was enough time to turn the others against him, so Caroline, Bertram, and Jean could side with William. Cecil expressed his hope that he wasn't, because this kid is a deranged lunatic, the hero adding that he's also dangerous on top of everything else. Jake says that the demon should stay in the necklace, since he doesn't know what might happen here and can't guarantee his safety. Eeyore agreed, but also asked the hero not to die or leave him hanging. Then the companions bumped fists, and the protagonist promised to do his best, and Cecil believed in him. After these words, the process of dipping Eeyore inside the necklace began, and lastly, the friends only looked into each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Jake's old co-workers wandered into the woods, where Bertram asked Adam what their plan was. The first thing Adam asked his companion to do was to stop holding the hilt of his sword, reminding him that they weren't looking for a fight. Bertram lowered the hilt of his sword and apologized, saying he was just a little on edge, so he was ready for anything. Adam asked to be allowed to deal with it and said he would handle the conversation while trying to remain polite. He added that it was just a friendly conversation between old co-workers, and Caroline was sweating from nerves. The leader of the group then turned around and realized that Jake was sitting on the rock, whereupon he suggested to his companions that they should finally do it. A pleased Adam looked at the hero and asked if it was him, while the hooded man stared silently at the floor. Still, the young man took off his hood and said with a smile that they had made it, while being happy to see his friends. The surprised bandleader froze in place and apologized belatedly, noting that Jake looked a little different. The character was a little embarrassed and said that it all seemed to be due to lots of exercise. Adam chuckled, saying to himself that Jake might have pumped up his muscles, but he was definitely still the same old ball of nerves. He then approached his old friend and asked how things were going, and the hero smiled back and said everything was fine. After that, there was a very awkward silence that made the group nervous as they looked at the longtime acquaintance. Jake felt a little awkward too and decided to inquire about the rest of the group. Adam decided to answer for everyone, and smiling genuinely, replied to his longtime buddy that they were doing just fine too. Caroline remained silent, wondering why she thought the guys were awkward. The leader of the group decided not to waste any time and reminded him that Jake had called him here anyway, then asked what was going on. The hero replied that he'd had strange run-ins with people in the woods who accused him of being responsible for something he had nothing to do with. Caroline intervened in the conversation and asked how many people he'd killed since he'd entered training, and Adam tried to stop her. He was incomprehensible to him for such malicious behavior by his lover, but the girl only asked Jake to answer her question. The hero replied that he had 3 battles with other people after they split up, but because of that, he couldn't start a war. Angry at the young man, Bertram asked if he was sure of what he was saying, then added that he would find out if Jake was lying. Jake swore on his heart and said it was only in self-defense, and he wasn't some kind of aggressor. Caroline noticed that he looked nothing like what William had described, for she had expected something like a display of manic menace. Adam calmly told the associates that just like he said, Jake hadn't done any of that, so William was lying. The protagonist heard these words and asked with great wariness if this kid was saying something about him. The terrified leader replied that he was one of the men Jake fought, and the hero replied that the guy was trying to ambush him when he left to meet them. The young man got very angry and asked Adam not to trust the brat because he was up to no good. The leader of the group pondered and said that he had his suspicions, which meant that William was the one who killed the Casper. Jake immediately shuddered at what he had heard because he had not known that Casper, who had been his close friend, was no longer alive. Bertram sighed heavily and said they thought he was gone, and admitted he was a little surprised the hero didn't know that. The protagonist began to narrate, so kept track of the number of survivors left and every night wondered which of them might have died. He added that they couldn't even imagine the relief he felt when he found their camp and saw Jean there. Jake figured that if Jean could survive, I couldn't all of them could, and the rest of the team was very surprised to hear that. The character couldn't hold back tears and cried, saying he never envisioned Casper would be the one to leave. A flustered Adam asked if he was okay, and Jake wiped away his tears and replied that yes, he was just surprised at what was happening. Caroline was very uncomfortable and said that coming here was a bad idea and shouldn't have been done. Her lover turned his attention to her and asked if something was wrong because he didn't understand at all why she was saying that. The girl bit her lip and with sweat on her face said that Adam should have stayed home, but now it was too late. Jake was immediately alert because he sensed with his perception that someone else was here. He then turned his attention to loud rustling in the bushes nearby, realizing that this did not bode well. The protagonist immediately reached into his quiver for an arrow to prepare for the upcoming battle. With a sharp movement, the young man took aim toward the bush and shouted in that there was no point in hiding, for he knew they were there. A worried Adam asked Jake what he was doing, realizing that there could now be a murder right in front of his eyes. From the bushes suddenly came out of the big man Richard, who began to approach the hero as if nothing had happened. He looked up at Jake's stern gaze and called him shrewd, coming closer and closer to him. Richard slung his huge sword on his shoulder and told the hero he was glad to see him, but it was a show of hypocrisy. An exasperated Jake immediately asked the flustered Adam if he had set him up, but he replied with a tremor in his voice that he hadn't. The big guy smiled slyly and told the hero not to worry, saying that the scared kid didn't even know about it. Richard apologized to Adam, saying that he couldn't risk implicating him in the plan, and added that he would have jeopardized the entire case. Adam became angry and immediately asked Caroline if she knew about the plan, and the girl only apologized. Trust in his lover was destroyed in a moment, and he only wondered how she could have lied to him. Caroline exclaimed that if he had heard the stories, he would have doubted Jake too, because people said he was a monster. But the exasperated young man exclaimed that he had heard all these stories, but still trusted his old pal. He asked his distraught lover why she didn't trust him, and she only lowered her sad gaze to the floor. Richard, on the other hand, continued to smile and suggested that Jake come with him to figure out together what was going on. The hero was very nervous, and the big guy said that if he really hadn't attacked anyone, they could put the past in the past. The big guy also said he'd almost forgotten that Jake had killed his archer Nicholas in their first encounter, showing no mercy. The protagonist's eyes were filling with anger at that moment, and he noticed that he felt Richard's desire to kill him. The young man looked at the scarred big man's devious face and was sure he was lying to him at every turn. Jake drew his arrow and ordered Richard to tell the others to move away first. Only then could they talk. Alarmed Hell immediately turned around, realizing that Richard hadn't come alone, and that spoke of the potential for carnage. Hayden came out of the bushes with his men behind him and said that Richard was right, for Jake was indeed a good hunter. The big man with the scarred face introduced the man to the protagonist, saying that they had decided to collaborate on this little project. Adam became angry and realized that the whole meeting had been a setup, whereupon he screamed at the top of his voice that he hadn't agreed to such a thing. A nervous Jake realized he was surrounded and wondered how on earth he could let so many people sneak up on him unnoticed. Richard stopped smiling and in a serious tone ordered him to surrender, threatening that otherwise the hero would be deprived of his life. The protagonist became even more nervous, wondering what he should do, but told himself that he would never give up. Hayden used his fire spear, realizing that the guy wasn't going to give up, so it was time to take his life. He began waving the fire spear in cold blood, telling Jake that now it was time for him to lose his life. A huge burning ball flew towards the protagonist, who at the last second managed to fall to the ground and stay alive. The young man then immediately fired a shot toward Hayden, who counted on the ball to kill the guy. A sharp and lightning arrow flew towards the enemy, who was not afraid of it at all, because he had trump cards up his sleeve. Hayden was able to use a sturdy shield, which allowed the sharp arrow to ricochet off to the side. Richard raised his steel sword and ordered the rest of the warriors to fall back so as not to come under fire. The gray-haired man tapped his staff and ordered the mages to restrict Jake's movements. The three mages got down on one knee in the same second, focusing on the task they had received from the group leader. Jake immediately became nervous because he felt the three mages destroying the ground, which made his legs start to shake. The hero realized that standing still wasn't an option and immediately bounced to the side, covering his head and realizing that things were crappy. Hayden wasn't going to give him any chance to escape and use the fireball again, telling him that the guy couldn't get away from him. The powerful fireball exploded immediately, but the man noticed that Jake had miraculously shifted. The young man, meanwhile, found himself on the stump of a felled tree, trying to anticipate his opponent's next moves. A horrified Adam asked Richard to call the fighters off, but he replied that the boy had had his chance, and it was the only way out. The man was very worried about his buddy, and with a tremor in his voice asked Caroline to do something, but she didn't know how to help. He realized that his buddy's life was in danger, but Jake was dodging the arrows of the enemy archers. A very nervous Caroline exclaimed that there was nothing she could do about it, because she wasn't the one deciding it. The archers, however, were ordered to continue attacking, whereupon three of them drew their arrows again. Everyone else was ordered not to give the Jake any time to think, and the mages called for throwing knives. One of them put in a lot of effort and created something like a magic ball, remembering that one must not give the enemy a moment to rest. Hayden ordered his subordinate to attack with everything they had, then threw the fireball towards Jake again. Meanwhile, Richard pointed his sword at the protagonist and ordered the personnel to deal with the scoundrel. A worried Cecil watched nervously while wearing the necklace, and couldn't believe that only humans had turned against Jake. The demon trembled with fear and said that the hero must urgently get out of this hell, because he was surrounded on all sides. A dirt-stained Jake told himself he couldn't do anything, not even dodge so many attacks. He noticed that one of the enemy mages was somehow preventing the use of shadow. The enemies were getting closer and closer from all sides, and the protagonist can't even move, which was very alarming. His left leg was suddenly enveloped by a thorny plant that grew out of the ground thanks to one of the mages. Jake paid attention and realized that he was definitely finished now, because he couldn't even take a step to the side. Angry, Richard ordered the archers to nail the guy to the spot so they could finally finish him off. After receiving the order, 2 arrows immediately flew towards the main character frozen in place, which spoke of his end. Jake couldn't dodge in any way, and one of the arrows hit him, wounding him in the shoulder area, which immediately caused bleeding. The second arrow didn't ricochet either, and went through the young man's right leg, causing more bleeding. From the unbearable pain, the protagonist clenched his teeth very tightly, and the plants completely enveloped him, and he could not go anywhere. Jake shouted at the top of his voice for the bastards to let him go immediately, because he knew he was innocent. Satisfied with the personnel, Richard slung the steel sword on his shoulder and said that now would be a good time to end it. A bewildered Adam couldn't believe it and begged him not to do it, but absolutely no one considered his opinion. Cecil's insides flipped and he nearly clawed his eyes out, realizing that his opponents were going to kill Jake. Richard, meanwhile, walked over to the kneeling hero and, making a sympathetic face, said that this was the end for him. Jake was bleeding and trying to endure the intense pain, not even looking into his opponent's eyes and waiting for his doom. The big man with the scarred face swung his sword without mercy, exclaiming that now the hero would die. The young man looked at the ground with a sad look, saying in his mind that it was over and nothing could be changed. He began to take stock of his life and remembered all the battles he had won and bled through. Jake thought back to his precious victories and the monsters he'd managed to defeat single-handedly, though sometimes with injuries. Still, the hero realized that even after that, he couldn't handle the betrayal, and Adam, on the other hand, rushed to save him, but Caroline stopped him. A bewildered and very excited Cecil couldn't believe that right now his fellow good friend was going to be killed. Jake closed his eyes, but even through his eyelids, his sad look was visible, and he realized that this was really her end. But all of a sudden, a system notification was received to start developing and improving the ability of the bloodline. With great surprise, the protagonist looked at the digital signage and read the notice he had received. The system added that the recently initiated man had climbed the evolutionary ladder, and Jake's body had adjusted to the energy of the new world. The protagonist couldn't understand what was going on from wide-eyed rereading the notice he received. He also noticed that his heart had started beating much faster, and it was even more alarming. It was very surprising to Jake that besides his heartbeat, his instincts had taken over, and it was giving him new hope. When the tip of the steel ball island was near his neck, the hero felt as if time had slowed down around him. He began to feel all the mana surrounding him, and it was as if his body was filling with power more and more with each passing second. The palpable mana seemed to fill the young man, endowing him with strength that he could channel to fight the crowd of opponents. Anger and hatred for his opponents made Jake's head snap up, and he realized he needed to act as soon as possible. The hero decided that the best solution now would be to let mana break free, letting her help him in his distress. A huge amount of mana was successfully released, causing all nearby opponents to be thrown aside by the wave. Even the big man Richard, holding his heavy steel sword, flew aside a decent distance. Enraged, Jake continued to spew the mana that had saved him from an innocent death. The previously confident, red-haired big man with the scarred face was discouraged and wondered what the hell this was all about. A similarly surprised Hayden exclaimed that what was happening was something like magic, but how to fight it was unclear. Jake, meanwhile, remained furious and grabbed with his hands at the thorny plants that enveloped his entire body. Less than a minute later, he freed himself from the dark green shackles, limping slightly after being shot in the leg. Adam froze in place and stared at his old buddy, who he was very worried about, but who had saved himself nonetheless. Then he asked Jake what had become of him, but the young man answered nothing, and his look was like the devil's at that moment. A flustered Caroline looked sympathetically at the protagonist, realizing that they were all right. With her own eyes, the girl saw that Jake is indeed a monster who is capable of destroying everyone in his path. Richard tried to keep his subordinates in a fighting mood and ordered them not to let the enemy intimidate them, for he would not be able to defeat them all. He then jumped up and ordered all personnel to rush immediately to attack the enemy, who was alone against the crowd. The big man's subordinates immediately rushed to Jake, who felt no fear at that moment. The cold-blooded protagonist immediately drew his ice sword, ready to take the fight to the crowd of attackers. In the last few seconds before the bloody battle began, Jake only calmly breathed in the cold air. He then began to swing his sword skillfully, moving from one place to another, resulting in the first loss by the enemy. After a few more seconds, the swordsman died, who didn't even have time to swing and fell with his shattered blade. The assassin with the sharp dagger died next, who also didn't even have time to try to strike. Trinity fell to the ground in the first minute of the fight, which was stunning to those around them, who froze in fear. Richard got nervous because the enemy was trying to break through, then immediately ordered all personnel to line up. The knights in armor immediately obeyed the order and lined up, covering themselves with shields and waiting for action from the enemy. But the shields were no barrier at all to Jake, who had made a high jump and was preparing to attack them from the air. At that moment, in his hand were 3 small bottles of necrotic poison, which he was going to use in his favor. The bottles were immediately thrown at the knights frozen in place, who didn't know what to do, as shields wouldn't help them. The flasks shattered and the necrotic poison splashed onto the exposed skin of the knights, who immediately felt a burning sensation in their eyes. Swords and shields were expressed from the hands of the victims, who were agonizing in incredible pain, while Jake, on the other hand, landed calmly on the ground. Meanwhile, the necrotic poison was relentlessly eating away at the skin of the swordsmen, who were screaming in pain, but no one could help them. A worried Adam stood back and couldn't believe what was happening, but he had no right to interfere either. He was even more surprised that no one could stop Jake, who was lightning fast in taking the lives of all opponents. The loss of personnel didn't embarrass Hayden at all, who grinned as he walked towards the hero and said that they would see who won. He didn't bother with ceremony and decided to use a powerful spell he had been saving for last resort. Hayden began to vaunt himself above the ground with fiery wings and said that he seemed to have no choice. Enraged, the man began to attack Jake Thane, exclaiming that he would not let him get away, and right now he was going to die. The protagonist tried to break away from his opponent to prevent himself from being attacked and recognized that he was pretty fast. Hayden tried to attack him, but the young man managed to dodge and end up at his back each time. The man tried to keep his temper in check lest he become enraged, which would cause many mistakes. A slightly exhausted Jake took a knee to rest, reminding himself that Hayden's wings were very dangerous, and he would die if he didn't dodge. The enemy lifted off the ground again and rushed into attack, telling the hero that he could escape, so he should surrender. The wounded young man looked into his opponent's eyes and in his mind acknowledged his rightness, realizing he was slower than him. Jake also considered the fact that Hayden's reinforcements would be arriving any minute now, so fighting wasn't an option. He fell to his knees, coming to the realization that the only way out of the situation was to escape with the help of the shadows. The hero concentrated as much as possible to not make a single mistake, believing that he would succeed. Cecil, who was inside the necklace, was very worried about his companion and tried to tell him that there was some sort of barrier. But Jake didn't have time to react to that and hit the cubic barrier, then immediately realized he had been caught. He began to nervously wag his head in different directions, trying to figure out who had done it, and Caroline apologized to him. As it turned out, she was the one who created the barrier and said that as it was, they had gone too far. Caroline startled the young man by saying that they couldn't miss him, and he didn't understand anything and was even confused. Adam came running to the aid of an old friend, eager to thwart his lover and unleash Jake. The protagonist was very surprised to see the guy who so willingly wanted to help him, but became worried about him. Worried for his friend's life, Adam exclaimed that he wouldn't let them do it because Jack shouldn't die. Caroline continued to hold the protagonist in the barrier, and though her lover tried to dissuade her, the girl would not listen. Suddenly, the confused fellow was struck in the head with the hilt of the steel sword, after which he lost consciousness. He was hit by Richard standing behind him, who asked not to be disturbed and said that Adam couldn't be changed. The big guy told Jake that for a second he even thought they had missed him, because he acted very fast and nimble. The conniving creep then said that eventually their fears were confirmed and they were sure that Jake was the killer. Richard added that it was too dangerous to leave the protagonist alive, which made the young man in the barrier very angry. He asked Hayden if he wanted to play hangman, and the man landed on the ground and said he'd love to play. Blood was oozing from the wound on Jake's body, and he was nervous because there was too little room in the barrier, and he couldn't use the ability. The young man realized that if he had time, he would load an arrow and break through the barrier, but he didn't have that option. However, the protagonist realized that he could counterattack, and all that was left was to make it work. An enraged Hayden lunged at Jake, intent on avenging his dead son, whose death he blamed on him. The blow was struck directly into the barrier, with the man using a plume of embers, and the hero was even confused by the abruptness of what was happening. Hayden's sharp spear stabbed straight into the center of Jake's ribcage, who was dazed and thrown aside. Hayden rejoiced, for he had fulfilled his long-standing wish and quenched his thirst for revenge for his dead son. He continued to thrust the bloody spear into the main character's chest, saying there was nowhere to run now. The dazed Jake was powerless and bleeding, blood spurting from his mouth and preventing him from taking a breath of air. The bloodthirsty man pressed the protagonist into a tree, still not taking out his spear and saying that now the killer was finished. The tree behind him was stained with a lot of Jake's blood, and one of the branches had even fallen to the ground, having been broken. Hayden gloated at Jake's torment and muttered softly that he hoped the young man would die in terrible agony. Still bleeding, the protagonist tried to say something, and the man even fell silent in order to listen to his daughter. At one point, Jake exclaimed that he would take Hayden with him, and then grabbed him by the shoulder, which stunned his opponent. The young man's hand was doused with necrotic venom, and Hayden stammered and asked why he felt the burning sensation. The hero smiled slyly and said that it took him weeks to brew this precious poisonous poison. As it turned out, he had smeared necrotic poison on his hands when Hayden lunged at him, so he was sure he would poison him. Jake kept his hand on his opponent's shoulder and said that thanks to his resistance to the poison, he could hardly feel anything. Then he smiled even more intimidatingly and said, "I will burn through Hayden's body any second, so he should be worried." The man began to ooze sweat from nerves, realizing that he needed to retreat immediately before his body was still burned by the poison. In an instant, Hayden made a sharp leap backward, leaving the spear still stuck in Jake's chest. The young man seized the opportunity and immediately grabbed the wooden handle of the spear, experiencing intense pain while pulling it out of his chest. The unbearable pain made Jake scream at the top of his voice, and the blood continued to spurt from his mouth without stopping. Still, the protagonist's efforts did not go to waste, and the spear was pulled out of his rib cage, albeit with great blood loss. Hayden began wiping the sweat from his face and said it didn't matter, because Jake was too weak to fight him anyway. He began to put the maximum amount of effort into creating the fire sphere, saying that he would just kill the hero from afar. Jake held the wound site, realizing that his opponent was right, as he really didn't have any more strength. A huge fire sphere was released towards the protagonist, flying at an incredible speed, and Hayden was sure that victory was on his side. But as it turned out, the young man had already thought of everything and showed a devious smile with his bloody lips again. The fireball still reached its target and the huge tree flew apart, leaving only fire. Richard and Carolyn's company immediately rushed over to Hayden, who froze in place and asked what was wrong. The big man immediately asked where Jake had gone, and Hayden's poisoned hand began to burn. The red-haired boss was beyond furious and shouted asking where the main character's body was, and Caroline looked at him fearfully. Hayden grinned and mumbled softly that the guy had escaped and wasn't easy at all. Jake ran deeper into the woods, reminding himself not to stop, because thanks to the shadows he'd managed to get away, but they might catch up with him. The necklace-wearing Cecil was very worried about the protagonist and asked if he was okay, hoping to get an answer. Bleeding from multiple wounds, Jake only asked him not to get out, saying they were still in danger. The hero says that Cecil can't get out until he gives a safe place to hide and heal. The archers, meanwhile, were ordered to search the entire Great Forest immediately, for Jake could not be missed. With no time to waste, they set out to find him, and Richard said it was their only chance of catching the creep. In a loud tone, he ordered that Jake Thane be killed at once, and that no sympathy be shown to him. The bleeding hero turned around cautiously because he sensed his opponents and realized that they would soon be on his trail. Shivering with fear, Cecil motioned for the young man to stop, for there was something presenting an obstacle ahead. Wounded Jake stopped near a small river, realizing that there was a barrier ahead and it would not be possible to pass that easily. He immediately remembered that they had seen the same barrier on the way here, and earlier he was eager to scout out what was behind it. The character said it was like a dungeon of trials, and perhaps this barrier could only be crossed by people of a high enough level. Jake offered to hide there from the others, but Cecil didn't like that very much and asked if it was too dangerous. The young man soberly viewed the situation objectively, so he said they had no other choice and put his hand through the barrier. Without a backward thought or any hesitation, he passed through the transparent barrier while remaining alive and unharmed. The exhausted protagonist exhaled with a bit of relief, realizing that now he could finally get a bit of a break. But as it turned out, it was said too loudly, because after a few seconds he felt something nearby. Not far from the young man were 3 hungry dinosaurs, who immediately looked at him and made it clear that there would be no peace of mind for him. Jake wasn't scared of the battle at all and said that it was a very stupid way to die, then clenched his fist tightly. A crowd of bloodthirsty beasts began to run around the protagonist, while he considered the fact that he had lost too much blood. He no longer felt any pain, but suddenly one of the beasts rushed forward and bit him right on the arm. Another dinosaur bit the hero's already wounded leg, which made Jake wonder if he would end up like that. The predators continued to surround him and gradually bite him, but the hero became sad and frustrated at the outcome of the situation. Bleeding, he wondered if he would die not in battle against a worthy opponent, but from worthless mobs. Suddenly, Jake found himself in front of malicious Viper, who asked if he knew it was pretty rude to barge into someone else's house uninvited. The knocked-out protagonist froze in place and asked him what had happened, since he had been in the woods a few seconds ago. Viper called it a good question and asked if the hero remembered the blessing he had given him the last time they met. Jake got nervous because he didn't know what he meant, but God replied that it was like a two-way street and they were connected in a way. With a smile on his face, he added that this was the first time something like this was happening, and he didn't think the main character would just show up like this. The young man continued to hold the wound site and asked if he understood correctly that he had been drafted here. The malicious Viper said it wasn't really true, because he made the transition easier, but the hero had instigated it himself. Jake asked where they were, and God said it was something like his Little Order's headquarters, which he thought was great. The hero inspected the headquarters very soberly and said that it looked very much on the part of the malignant Viper. The god said that this was an indispensable quality if the young man was going to ascend to deities, of course, then asked him to sit down. At one point, the protagonist panicked a lot because he noticed that the necklace had disappeared and Cecil was in it. Viper waved his hand and motioned for him to relax, saying that Cecil was left with his real body and he'd obviously let it out before fainting. The young man tried to calm himself down and sat down next to him, before asking if he wasn't really here. The god took a sip of wine and said that Jake wasn't dead, but he wasn't alive either, and the agitated young man asked to be sent back, for Cecil was in danger. Viper asked the hero to calm down, saying that his body was now recovering and stress could only hurt his soul. A bewildered Jake looked at him and wondered what the hell he was talking about, because it didn't even sound plausible. Malicious just said that karmic projections are a complicated thing for low ranks to understand, so it's not worth getting into it. He added that the protagonist's soul came here because deep in his soul, he thought this place was safe. God said it was risky, but otherwise death would await Jake, so his instincts made the choice for him. The hero looked at his clenched fists and said that lately his instincts have been kicking in a lot. The young man asked how he could get back into his body, and Viper said to just wait for it to repair itself and hope no one found him. After those words, Jake's eyes filled with fear and he stammered, asking what would happen if his body was found. The malicious Viper coldly replied that if his body was found by anyone, he would die immediately. Meanwhile, Cecil was dragging the hero's body with all his might, being very angry with him because he warned him that it was dangerous here. Eeyore made a great effort to pull it, angry that no one ever listens to demons. The demon then looked at Jake's bloody face and said thanks for letting him out just before he died. Cecil said that even though the hero left him alone with a bunch of raptor, he did what he could to scare them away. He was only slightly relieved that Jake had lost weight, or he wouldn't have dragged him, whereupon Eeyore grudgingly said he should have left him outside. But the anger was quickly replaced by sadness, and Cecil exhaled heavily, wondering who he was kidding. A frustrated Cecil looked at the dead Jake and didn't know what he was going to do without him. Yet he really wanted the guy to wake up. Meanwhile, Viridia was eavesdropping on the conversations and heard Viper say that he needed a break, for the plan seemed great to him. The girl was very curious about who the malignant Viper was talking to, and even more so casually. She realized it was some sort of test, after which she made sure of it by assuming that Viper wanted her to protect him through. After these thoughts, Viridia swung open the door to the room where the Lord was, and the thought said he could lay on top of her. The hall mistress entered the room without knocking, and with a smile on her face, she told the malicious Viper that she was here. The girl apologized for interrupting them, and Viper, along with Jake, looked at her in bewilderment. The Lord introduced Viridia to the seated Jake beside him and said she was in charge of the mortals in this place. The hall mistress coldly looked at the hero and realized that it was that Viper's friend and didn't understand how he could resist God's aura. Jake felt a little awkward and waved to the girl with a smile on his face, saying he was very pleased to meet her. Viridia apologized for interrupting them, and Viper felt bad, saying she had embarrassed him. He asked the girl to take a seat next to them, saying they were discussing how to deal with her former lover, who was still trying to kill her. Jake said he still couldn't shake the idea that the whole thing was some kind of stupid misunderstanding. Viper said that he had once again fallen into a stupid trap because he doesn't learn from mistakes, and then added that he needed to get revenge on the scum. The hero wanted to voice his plan of action, but God wouldn't even listen and said he was too weak to make mistakes. Viridia decided to make her point and said that she believed the advice of the patrons, because whatever they said must be true. The malicious Viper said that devout followers are good, but they are terrible conversationalists. God then took another sip of wine and asked Jake what he wanted, to which the hero replied that he wanted to return to his body and survive. After that, the Viper stretched a bit because he was getting stale and asked the hero to think bigger by asking what his goal was. With a sad look, Jake looked at the floor and said she hadn't thought of that yet, but she might want to clear things up with Adam and the others. The hero also added that he wants revenge on the scumbag Hayden for piercing his chest with his cursed spear. In addition to all this, the young man really wanted to straighten out Richard and William, who had brought a lot of trouble to him and his friends. But in the end, Jake clenched his fist tightly and said that he wanted to fight more than anything, because he thought it was the meaning of his life. He wanted to find truly strong opponents, because that's when victory would bring him an unforgettable experience. His head started working, and the main character firmly stated that he wanted to get stronger and stronger to do whatever he wanted to do. Viper raised his glass of wine and said it was a worthwhile goal, but those who are truly free cannot afford to be constrained by the past. He said that freedom doesn't come without strength and comes at a cost, so it's up to Jake to strive and make sure he's never betrayed again. God said that when the protagonist crushes them like pathetic ants, he will find himself on a mountain of corpses. The hero visualized it clearly in his head, and the malevolent one asked him to be sure, saying that only he would stand on top. Jake listened to him silently, clenching his fists, and Viper said that this was what it was to truly be free. A surprised Viridia looked at Jake with wide-open eyes and said, calling him the chosen one, that he was shining. It was only after her words that the protagonist noticed that he actually began to glow with a blue light, which was quite unusual. The malicious Viper told his friend it was time to say goodbye and added lastly that maybe they would meet again soon. Then they bumped fists as a sign of respect, and Jake gave Viper one last thank you for talking, saying he needed it. After a few seconds, the hero returned to the normal world and left alone with the mistress of the hall. God asked what she thought about it. Viridia was very admiring of the Chosen One and said that he was an amazing person, which also even made them blush. After a while, Jake was in the normal world and doing abs exercises and counting to 100 while Cecil slept next to him. At one point, the long-eared demon woke up and began to gradually come to his senses, unable to believe that there was a living hero nearby. The sweating protagonist continued to perform curls on the abs, having already counted to 99 repetitions. Despite fatigue, Jake met his goal and did a final 100th twist, after which he could take a break. A stunned Cecil looked at the hero with his mouth wide open and couldn't believe that he was alive, and it wasn't all a dream. The young man rose from the ground and, wiping the sweat from his forehead, said hello to the bewildered demon who couldn't believe what was happening. The happy-eared boy immediately hugged Jake and said he thought he'd lost him, and the young man said he was just lucky. The young man apologized for Cecil having to drag him all the way to the cave, and the imp said it had pissed him off at first, but then he realized something. Eeyore said the hero had rescued him from the necklace before he'd thrown off his skates, and though he didn't know if Jake had been conscious at the time, it had saved his life. With a little pain in his voice, Cecil said that if the guy had been killed at that moment, he would have been in the necklace forever. The imp said that even in such a dangerous moment, Jake still took the time to save him, something he could never repay him for. The loyal friends bumped fists in respect and agreement, and the main character said that's what friends are for. Cecil asked if he wanted to talk about what had happened, and Jake only replied that he had made a mistake, accepted it, and moved on. The long-eared demon felt guilty and said that it was with his pitch that the protagonist went along with them. The hero said it happened ram or late anyway, and he just didn't have the strength to fight. He analyzed what had happened and said that if he had been more powerful, he could have defeated them. The hero then clenched his fist tightly and said that this was no longer a game, and it was time to pick himself up to fight back against his enemies. At one point, a system notification was received that the system inbox was full. Jake caught himself thinking that he hadn't checked any of the alerts since the meeting and decided to take a look at them. He opened the folder with incoming notifications, and then the non-stop sound of their appearance almost drove the hero crazy. The system notified the hero that he had killed a man from the Apprentice Smoldering Embers copier, for which he received more than 600,000 experience points. The hero realized it was Hayden, but was puzzled, for he knew he had not killed him, for that dose of poison would not have reduced him to the grave. The young man then noticed that in addition to that, the folder contained dozens of messages saying he had killed people. Cecil pondered and suggested that someone must have finished them off, and Jake became angry and said that someone like Richard had done it. He gritted his teeth in anger and said he was just a damn pawn in Richard's hands, who was using him to weaken them. The whole puzzle in the main character's head came together, and he realized that everything that was happening was only Richard's fault, who had clearly planned everything. Cecil tried to reassure his friend and said that at least he had gotten experience for participating in this, which was already a good thing. Then on the yellow digital scoreboard, Jake read that they had met the requirements for class evolution. The yellow glow blinded his eyes, and the hero didn't realize what else the class evolution was, and Cecil assumed it was something special since it glowed like that. The system said Jake showed a variety of skills, willing to do whatever it took to prevail, and asked if he was ready to start evolving now. The protagonist smiled and said that this was exactly what was needed because he needed to get stronger to survive. The system congratulated him on his successful upgrade, after which he reached level 21, for which he received 4 free points. His class was called Ambitious Hunter, and upon reading the name, Jake smiled, saying it sounded good. Ambitious hunters were men ready for real challenges who prioritized agility over strength. The hero thought this was interesting, as there were several skills attached to this class, as well as something that increased perception and damage bonuses. Cecil listened carefully to the young man and asked if it was true that it might help him catch up with the others. Jake picked up his black robe from the ground and said he did, but they didn't have time to waste. He began to pace, reminding himself that there were only 25 days left of training, and there was still plenty to do. The protagonist tried to stay calm and said to kill everyone here during this time, and Cecil began to follow him. Meanwhile, Adam no longer had any confidence in Caroline and began to leave the house, while she, barely holding back tears, tried to stop him. The girl exclaimed hysterically that she thought it would be best for everyone, since none of them were sure Jake and couldn't take any chances. The angry man screamed that she had lied to him and used her to kill an innocent man. Caroline said painfully that she realized it didn't make sense, but she was doing it for them and begged them to believe her. Adam cringed when he asked if, after what had happened to Casper, she had thought that Jake's death would make him any happier. The girl burst into tears and asked if Bertram and her were not enough for him, for they were also people close to him. The man clutched his head and said he was no longer the least bit sure he had Caroline, who had previously been the whole world to him. She wiped away her involuntary tears and begged for forgiveness, asking Adam to say what he wanted and promising to fulfill it. But he didn't want to talk to her anymore and started to walk away, asking for time to think and saying he needed to be alone. Caroline looked at her departing lover with pain in her soul, but she didn't try to stop him anymore and gave him time to be alone with himself. But as it turned out, behind her, behind the door jamb, was the wily Richard, who asked if there was trouble in paradise. The girl clutched her head and said that things hadn't gone according to plan because she had risked everything she could and didn't even end up killing Jake. Richard put his hand on the shoulder of a crying Caroline and asked her to remember that it wasn't just Jake they needed. He said he allowed Hayden to launch one last attack to drain his strength because it went to their advantage. The boss added that it gave them a huge advantage as now their opponents were not expecting them to strike. Richard said that if it weren't for that, he wouldn't have been able to handle the mighty Hayden and stick a sword in his back. He said that now that Hayden was out, his camp was a mess, and Caroline asked why they kept fighting. The head of the camp replied that the destruction of the enemies was only a matter of time, so the war would soon be over. With a sharp motion, Richard let go of the hand of the crying girl, who hysterically asked what was the point if Jay went. The big man said that none of them expected this outcome, as they had apprehended the hero twice and he should not have escaped. He added that still, they were not wrong, because this explosion confirmed all their fears, and they drew an accurate conclusion. Caroline listened intently to Richard, who said that Jake may not have killed those people, but now nothing would stop him, and he would want revenge on them. Richard then confidently said that they would be fully prepared for possible retaliation from the fierce protagonist. Meanwhile, William, who was in the shadows, was in the forge, forging a sharp steel sword. The slightly nervous fellow said to himself that if he had returned from the hunt earlier, he could have ambushed him. He clenched his teeth tightly in anger, because he couldn't believe that his companions had missed Jake's bastard. In an instant, he calmed down and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, remembering that there would be another assault on Hayden's camp tomorrow. William smiled excitedly because he realized that this would be the perfect opportunity to vent his frustration. Suddenly, from behind him came Smith, who decided to ask the guy how he was doing. The young man waved politely to Smith and said he was a little busy, and in his thoughts he said that of all the people here, he hated the blacksmith the least. The man offered to walk to his cabin with a smile, saying he had something he needed to talk to William about. The boy was a little wary and thought the suggestion strange, for he didn't recall seeing the blacksmith's house before. William remembered that Smith usually acted very aloof, but here, on the contrary, he had offered to socialize. A short time later, they found themselves at the blacksmith's house, where William asked if this was his dwelling. Noting that there was little jewelry, Smith looked at the locked chest in the corner of the room and said he never saw the point of convenience. The excited young man asked with a little trepidation what was going on, and the blacksmith asked him to show a little patience. At one point, he pulled a strange, scratched object out of the trunk, upon seeing which William asked what it was. Smith put a plate-like object on the table and said they didn't want anyone overhearing them right now. Upon contact with the wooden surface, the silver wire blocker glowed with a blue hue. After a few more seconds, a barely visible blue barrier enveloped the entire room, after which a surprised William asked what it was. Smith asked him not to panic and said it was just a sound barrier that ensured no words would leak out. William was even more surprised and asked how he did it, since he wasn't a mage, and the blacksmith said of course he wasn't. He explained that this was his professional skill, allowing him to create simple spells and the like. The wary young man asked what he wanted to talk about, and why this sound barrier was necessary. Smith stepped forward and said he was here on behalf of their mutual acquaintance. William looked at him seriously and couldn't figure out who it was, but knew there was no point in Richard telling him. The man closed his eyes for a few seconds and shook his head to the side, saying that their mutual acquaintance was not human. With a little bewilderment, the young man looked at him, and Smith said he was here at the request of the deity. He began to tell them that it might sound silly, but he had talked to them, learned that the gods took an interest in those who were undergoing training. Smith went on to say that by investing in them, they will be able to reap benefits that would otherwise be out of reach for them. It represented some sort of chance to earn more power or influence, which it would be foolish not to take advantage of. The man said he met one such, whose name is Kamicus, who is the god of blacksmithing. An anxious William wondered with trepidation what this god of blacksmithing was going to do to him. Smith said that Pharoras, the god of iron, was interested in him, but William turned him down. He was relayed that he offered the lad another class, to which he was refused. The guy said it looked pretty awful, and added that his metal connoisseur class was better in every way. Smith said he knows that William later adopted one of Pharoras' skills, so now they are connected, so he can call it karma. The young man looked at the man with a bit of disgust and asked if that made him one of the followers of the god of iron. Smith told the boy that he couldn't win alone, but together they could do it, and he could create something that would make the boy more powerful. The blacksmith promised that it would make him even stronger than Richard, and a shocked William asked why he had singled him out. A somewhat sad bearded man asked if the young man remembered that he had entered this training her alone, and with him were his son and his girlfriend. He began to tell me that at that moment he had confidently promised to protect them and was making every effort to do so. But unfortunately, he screwed up, leading to the agonizing deaths of his young son and his beloved. An exasperated Smith said they were not killed by animals or brigands, but by the scoundrel Richard, right in front of his eyes. Frightened by what he heard, William could not believe it, calling it a terrible act, because he did not expect such a thing from his boss. But then he wondered why he said that, since he didn't care about what was happening or the fate of the people in the camp. Smith did not allow himself to cry and said his dead son was little more than William. Anxiety seized the young man's mind, and the blacksmith said that the son and his sweetheart had had a pure and innocent love, which Richard had destroyed. Out of anger, Smith pounded the table and said firmly that he wanted to pay the scumbag back, but he couldn't do it alone. However, the bearded big man noted that William was very strong and could serve him well in this endeavor. He poked his finger into the doubting lad's chest and said that God had led him to William, with whom they would take vengeance on Richard together. At one point, the young man was a little surprised because he heard about love again and realized that he had previously heard about it somewhere. The young man remembered that Casper had asked him earlier if he truly loved, but the very mention of love annoyed the guy. Still, he put a hand to his chest and wondered why this was starting to make sense within him. William still asked Smith what his plan of action was and what was generally required of him. The big guy smiled and motioned for the guy to step back, then raised his hands glowing with red light upwards. The wary youngster became agitated and asked what he was doing, and the red energy continued to do its thing. A rectangular hole suddenly appeared in the floor, which was similar to the shape of a furnace, and William asked how the blacksmith had managed to do it. The astonished kid asked what it was, and Smith replied that he was calling his forge right into the dwelling. The draft process is over, and he said she's much better than the one he's showing everyone. William tried to blink because he couldn't believe what was happening, and then excitedly asked the blacksmith what he was doing. Smith, on the other hand, used an ability to summon an orange-lit hammer, saying that a great battle was coming. He then slung the oversized hammer on his shoulder and told William that he needed to prepare himself properly. Time passed and the blacksmith began to forge metal, while the young man stood nearby and wondered how long he had been watching him work. He assumed it had probably been a whole few hours, but Smith didn't stop even for a minute. It seemed to the young man that only a couple of seconds had passed by feel, but in reality the blacksmith had sweated over the metal for more than an hour. William did not take his eyes off the work, and every swing of Smith's hammer mesmerized him. It was the first time the lad had seen such carefully crafted armor that would be of use to him in battle. He also remembered that at the same time everyone was preparing for the attack on Hayden's camp, and Richard was personally talking to the personnel. Meanwhile, Caroline, a professional chemist, was going over all the necessary medications and tools to carry with her. William felt a little guilty, for while everyone was preparing for battle, he had been privileged to see the master at work. At one point, professional blacksmith Smith wiped the sweat off his forehead and said that the youngster's armor was finally ready for use. He then picked up a weighty breastplate and motioned for the lad to come over to him to try it on as soon as possible. William was very surprised by this masterful work and called it amazing, as he had not expected such a result. The system wrote that he was holding an expanding, blessed mithril armor created by a skilled blacksmith. Among the armor's abilities, the young man saw the dissipation of kinetic force and wondered what else it was. Smith explained that the breastplate disperses force across the surface of the armor, allowing it to absorb the greatest amount of impact. Then he shortened the explanation and said that in this mithril armor, the guy would be able to take a few blows. The man asked the frozen William what he thought about it, and the confused young man didn't even know what to say. The kid looked at the precious mithril breastplate with a smile and said he wasn't sure he'd felt something like this before. Smith said it was time for part 2, and then added that he was going to give him something with armor information written on it. The man handed William a small folded sheet of information and asked him to read this after their conversation. The slightly perplexed young man took the sheet from his hands and asked what the blacksmith meant, for he spoke in riddles. The blacksmith asked if William would promise to fulfill his wish and avenge his family, and the young man once again said he would. Smith started to say that he'd been covering himself with the family name all along and didn't want to get close to anyone here, but William can definitely be trusted. The man said his real name was Hermann Schmidt and his son, who was in love with a lovely girl Karen, was named Gunnar. With pain in his voice, he said that the adorable girl was carrying his grandson in her belly when she was killed, and William felt the pain of hearing that. The young man gritted his teeth, for he could barely hold back his tears after hearing the revelations from the blacksmith. Herman looked up at the ceiling and asked William to fulfill his last, selfish request, to keep the memory of those dear to him dead. At one point, Schmidt began to glow with a blue light, and the man said that only a blue-eyed young man could do that. The light blinded William's eyes, which got a little nervous because he didn't realize what was going on. Herman Schmidt began to dissolve, wishing his young friend to find happiness in the world and to find harmony with himself. The bewildered young man froze in place and couldn't understand what was happening to Herman, but he couldn't stop him either. Trying to get one eye on the blacksmith, William shouted his name, but all to no avail. A few seconds later, Herman Schmidt fell to the floor with no sign of life, and the terrified guy asked what he had done. Stunned by what he saw, William felt as if he was frightened and didn't understand what was happening to him. Herman's body began to gradually dissolve, and the young man, helpless at that moment, only watched it and could do nothing. William was surprised as tears involuntarily began to flow from his eyes, which he was unable to stop. The tears were flowing so fast that they fell on the palm of the guy's hand, who couldn't understand why he had started crying. The moment when his mother took the infant, who was his brother, in her arms and exclaimed that he wasn't breathing, was etched in his memory. The young man realized that grief is an illness, and something similar his parents felt for the infant who died through William's fault. He realized it was a defect he had never encountered before, and the display of feeling was foreign to him. William's eyes rose to fill with joy, and he realized that after all this time, he had finally figured something out. Still, he clenched his fist firmly and tried to push those thoughts away from him, saying that one must not give in to emotions. The young man then turned his attention to the sturdy mithril armor that Smith had made for him. William noted that this armor stuck to his body like a liquid, which didn't look pleasant, but it was necessary to put it on. He looked at them with a little pain in his eyes and realized that they belonged to him now. And the armor, on the other hand, began to envelop his body. Within minutes, William was already clad in armor up to his neck and said he could feel the power emanating from it. The system wrote that Hermann Schmidt had put all his hopes and wishes into this armor, and it could only be worn by someone the blacksmith would choose before he died. William examined the armor with a serious look and said it was all that was left of the blacksmith, for whom he had respect. Guy smiled confidently and said that he promised Hermann Schmidt that he would show his opponents what they were capable of. Then he turned his attention to a piece of paper on the floor and realized that he had completely forgotten the dead blacksmith's message. The young man picked up the sheet and said that the thing seemed to contain magic, along the lines of a voice recording. William put the sheet to his ear to try to hear something, and to his great surprise, he heard strange sounds. The surprised guy froze in place because he couldn't believe that such a thing was really possible. Afterward, he smiled and looking at a small piece of paper called Hermann Schmidt, a trickster in a good way. A short time later, Jake Thane was on a hunt in the deep woods, standing around a whole bunch of velociraptors he had killed. Wiping the sweat from his face, the hero smiled and said that today had been a pretty good hunt and he had done a good job. Cecil said he wouldn't want to face such a scary guy in a fight, and Jake said his arsenal of abilities is getting bigger. The young man then opened the digital scoreboard and said that it seemed like every level he studied gave him a new technique. The system summarized the results, where it said that Jake had reached the 46th level of the Malignant Viper Alchemist profession and received 10 free points. Jake called it a good result and hoped that he could get his profession to level 50 before the end of his training. Cecil, however, asked how much time was left, and the hero thought for a moment and said that was a good question. The training panel said there were just under 23 days left, but the young man said that couldn't be. The eared demon asked what was wrong, and the surprised hero replied that the number of survivors had dropped dramatically. What surprised him even more was that the number of survivors kept dropping right before his eyes, and it wasn't normal. After only a few seconds, it was already shown that there were 193 survivors, and a nervous Jack didn't realize what was going on. A few hours earlier, Richard had briefed the personnel, ordering everyone to polish their armor. At the order of their warlord, the subordinates readied their swords, gradually setting themselves up for a further assault on the camp. Richard stated firmly and confidently that the insidious Hayden was dead, and now there was nothing to stop them from launching an assault on his camp. The men listened proudly to the boss, who said that the only one left was the pathetic Lieutenant Desmond, who was out for revenge for Hayden. The head of the camp said in a loud tone that they had given the opponents an opportunity to retreat, but they didn't take it. He then asked if they would allow another war to be started by the scoundrels, but the whole crowd exclaimed with one voice that they would not. Richard raised his sword above his head and exclaimed that today they would end this once and for all, and the personnel agreed with him. Everyone began to raise their swords upwards, and the leader added that today they would crush these scum who kept pestering them. The big man with the scar on his face looked at the crowd of people with a smile, realizing that everyone gathered was supporting him. At one point, he turned his attention to a notification he had received from the system that might have been important. The leader birth quest was 57% complete out of the 90 needed, and it was also written that one leader had been successfully killed. A confident Richard said that after so many weeks of training, he has finally completed his quest, so he wants more. He realized that after dealing with Hayden's men, only the annoying archer, Jake, would be dealt with. The wily leader also noticed William standing nearby and said to himself that at some point that brat had ceased to be loyal to him. But that didn't matter now, so Richard decided to put the little dog to sleep once and for all after they had dealt with Hayden's squad. Richard then waved at the guy and asked if he'd seen Smith, and the young man said Smith wasn't a fan of that sort of thing. He added that the leader already knows that blacksmithing is more important to the old man than anything else in the world, so he will not be distracted from it. The big guy with the scarred face said it was unfortunate, as Smith's hammer would have been very useful to them in battle. Richard put his hand on William's shoulder and, calling him a friend, told him they still had him and asked him to show his opponents what he could do. His hand really annoyed the young man, and he also wondered in his mind too if this scoundrel was even such a bastard to call him a friend.
Later, the treacherous boss and his men were already at the walls of the camp, where no one even had a thought of retreating back.
Richard began calling out to Lieutenant Desmond in a raised tone, calling him a brat and asking him to come out to them and fight. At that moment, left to himself, the lieutenant stood behind a large wall, looking sadly at the ground. He did not respond in any way to Richard's cries and remained silent, without appearing panicked or nervous. The wily leader realized that no one was going to come out and said in a loud tone that in that case, they would come in. Richard put his steel shield out in front of him and prepared to go on the attack, with the personnel following faithfully behind him. Shield began to study a strange bright blue light that could blind anyone's eyes, while he stood still and smirked insidiously. Unexpectedly, the shield began to emit a huge amount of mana that shattered the sturdy wall ahead. William covered his face from possible splinters, in his thoughts calling this ability of the wily scoundrel pretty good. But beyond the shattered wall, they could not see the crowd of the remaining men of the slain Hayden, but they could see a black silhouette in the thick smoke. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Desmond used his staff, and in a low tone ordered the personnel to prepare. He then released a magical charge towards the enemies who had come to their land, signaling the start of the operation. Richard immediately understood his scheme and ordered his subordinates to immediately raise their shields and prepare to attack. A strong protective barrier he had created appeared around the camp, so Desmond's men could do nothing. Caroline asked what they were doing, since the opponents would just keep pelting them with spells and the shield wouldn't hold. The boss merely ordered everyone to charge the attack and rush forward, while becoming enraged with hatred towards his opponents. At the same time, Desmond ordered his personnel to retreat immediately because they risked being defeated. Richard cheered as he looked at the pitiful opponents fleeing the battlefield and said that it was even easier than he thought. But the spirited countenance at the same minute was shattered by a sudden explosion from the rear, which frightened all the personnel and him among them. The leader of the group immediately turned around and nervously asked what was going on, because he hadn't expected something like this. He immediately realized that the enemies had ambushed them and were in the trees, firing on them and not giving them a chance to get any closer. One of the agitated subordinates asked Richard what they should do now that they were trapped. The enraged leader swung his sword and ordered his opponents to be destroyed immediately, no matter the cost. Everyone has long known that war is a very dirty business, on account of which many people die. This was not at all the training of young fighters competing with each other in strength, but something else. It is a senseless and bloody massacre in which people died to further the interests of their bloodthirsty leaders. First attack the mages, aiming at the most significant ones to paralyze the enemy attack at long range. Then came the less powerful archers, who were destroyed before they could even move a safe distance away. Healers tried their best, and if they are experienced, like Caroline for example, you can't worry about them. Meanwhile, Richard mercilessly dealt with his opponents, swinging his sword in different directions. After killing another opponent, he smirked proudly. For after all, no one shines better than a true warrior. The system notified that there were only 108 survivors left, and the bodies of non-survivors were scattered around. Richard told the fallen, kneeling Desmond that if he surrendered, he would stay alive, but he asked to just finish him off. The bloodthirsty leader immediately raised his sword and, looking at the lieutenant with a smile, said that he would gladly finish him off. In this senseless battle, Desmond lost all his personnel and received several wounds. Just before Richard struck his head, the lieutenant shrank slightly and glowed with a bright yellow light. A blue protective barrier was immediately built around the wily leader because there was a risk of him getting injured. The barrier was lined up by Caroline, who said it didn't matter at all what the spell was, as it would protect Richard. But instead of thanking her, she was called an idiot by a stern boss, and another male voice said he agreed. Within seconds, Richard's face was stained with blood, and Caroline was barely breathing and didn't realize what was happening. As it turned out, William took his chance and impaled the team's hitman with a sharp spear, leaving her no chance of survival. Blood was spurting from the dazed girl's mouth, and she asked with great effort why he had done this to her. But the girl heard nothing in response and was simply turned into a stone statue that was no longer alive. William laughed slyly and called the rest of the group idiots that he had managed to fool around. A stunned Caroline lay on the ground and no longer gave any sign of life, having been betrayed by the young man. The guy on the other hand chuckled slightly and said that in the beginning they killed the healers, who healed the personnel. The rest of the group was dumbfounded that William had killed Caroline, which could be seen as a betrayal. One of the swordsmen immediately rushed at him, ordering the others to immediately capture the traitor to the group. But William called for throwing knives with a smile on his face and said that the minions were the next to be killed after the healers. The two attackers were scrambled on the run by flying blades that left no chance of survival. Blood immediately began to spurt from the mouth of one of the swordsmen, and his eyes filled with great shock, but there was nothing that could be done. William stood in the middle of the bodies of the attackers he had killed and smirked, looking at Richard, who was alone. The young man was very happy that it was finally time to fight the main boss, who was very exhausted. The nimble fighter then put his spear in front of him and lunged at Richard, who was taken by surprise. The leader managed to block the attack at the last moment, but he still didn't understand what William was doing. All the guy said in response was that he was only doing what he should have done a long time ago, but still couldn't. Richard continued to block his attacks, and William said in his mind that one must not act rashly. Then the leader struck, and the lad realized that although the armor added to his strength, he shouldn't forget that Richard was a high-ranking warrior. The young man was well aware that if he wasn't careful, his opponent would overpower him and continued to dodge his attacks. Richard was very angry that he had failed to land a single blow on the young man, who seemed very weak in a one-on-one battle. An exasperated big guy with a scar on his face called the guy a naive little mutt and asked him who he thought he was. The insults on his part made William very angry, who looked into his eyes as he clenched his teeth in anger. The head of the camp began to remember the very beginning of the training and told the guy that he would have died on the first day. The big man then added that everyone had figured William out a long time ago, but he saw his potential and didn't want to throw him away by kicking him out of camp. An enraged Richard swung his sword in a sharp motion and asked the guy if this was how he thanked him for everything. But suddenly, William swung his sharp spear, thus leaving a deep cut on the body of the big man who didn't think that such a thing could happen. The bleeding ringleader immediately fell to the ground and began to agonize more, and the young man said that he was no mutt. Then he asked Richard not to look down on him, but the big man was bleeding, and it was hard for him to speak. At one point, he ran his fingers along the ground, which was quite incomprehensible to William, who was looking at him. The nervous fellow noticed his opponent rising from the ground and immediately began to cover his body. Richard grasped the handle of the ball firmly and swung it, exclaiming that he wasn't done yet and would fight to the last man. William managed to block the attack in time and prevent him from striking, which made him even angrier for health. The guy in an instant felt the strange power he was endowed with and realized that it wasn't just the armor. He realized that something else was giving him strength. Then with a powerful leg kick, he pushed the big guy away, who was thrown aside. William smiled slyly and wondered what the other feeling was that had so suddenly appeared. Richard managed to stop his fall by stabbing his steel knife into the ground while glaring viciously at his opponent. Trying to catch his breath after what had happened, the wily camp leader said he had no intention of being ceremonious any longer. The thing that pissed him off the most was that he was being counted out in the fight by some brat he himself had warmed up to. Richard then firmly and confidently stated that he was not going to die at the hands of the traitor William and would fight to the end. He stuck his finger in his mouth and pressed his tongue, which triggered more bleeding and was something of an ability. A surprised William realized that perhaps his opponent had the same abilities as Hermann Schmidt. The guy realized that his opponent was sacrificing some of his life force to get extra and keep fighting. Furious, Richard's head snapped up and he lunged at William, eager to take him down as soon as possible. The young man objectively assessed the situation because of nervousness, as the opponent was approaching quickly and he realized that he would not have time to dodge. His premonitions did not fail William, and the minute he was stabbed through the blade of the bloodthirsty Richard, who exclaimed that it was all over. William was shocked at what was happening, and a large amount of blood immediately began to spurt from his mouth. Holding onto Richard's neck, the young man smiled and said it was a pretty good move, but the game wasn't over yet. He whispered in his ear that the move had been made too late, and the big guy looked at him a little worriedly. The enraged young man then grabbed Richard firmly by the shoulders, who was confused and didn't realize what was happening. The abilities were used to summon all the cold weapons that were lying around somewhere nearby. All of the assembled weapons were approaching William, who summoned them, and goosebumps ran through Richard's body. He asked the guy with great excitement in his eyes what he was doing, but he realized himself that all these weapons would be used against him. The big guy then received another scratch on his face, which immediately caused discomfort and made him grit his teeth. William slyly grinned in his opponent's face and said that it was his ultimatum ability that would help him in everything. The young man looked into the eyes of a nervous Richard and told him it was over, but he wasn't going to give up and stood to the end. The guy smiled and called this phenomenon dispersion, about to finally strike a fatal blow and finish off his opponent. Richard was confused and immediately began to cover himself with his hands, naively believing that this would help him in some way. A huge wind sphere enveloped the entire area nearby, triggering a powerful explosion. The bloodied big guy fell to his knees and barely remained conscious from blood loss, but he still wasn't going to give up. The explosion caused Richard to lose one limb and an eye, after which he asked with great surprise why all this had happened. William grinned and said that it would have happened sooner or later. After all, Richard was only a pawn in his hands. The boy laughed eerily and exclaimed that the worst of it was that the scoundrel had killed his friend, Hermann Schmidt. Then he looked at the precious armor and said that a blacksmith had made it for him, but he was sure they would defeat Richard. William, with pain in his soul, shouted at the top of his voice that they would defeat not only the vile ringleader, but all the henchmen as well. His behavior was similar to hysteria, but the young man continued to scream that he would then slaughter all the people in the camp and present their bodies to Hermann. Richard fell completely to the ground and stopped moving, while William fell to his knees and exclaimed joyfully that they had won. Letting out a tear of joy, the lad said that archer Jake Thane would also get his revenge and prove to the system that he was above her. The lad repeated that he would fight to the last, but in an instant his eyes filled with sadness, and he fell unconscious with a rumble. There were many dead lying on the battlefield, and an unfamiliar old man began to approach them, saying that he had never experienced anything like this. He called it a gift of the system to someone who is always watching others and even a little worried. The man told the kid that the gates were always open and remarked that William thought his lack of emotion made him superior to others. A smiling old man approached the young man's body and expressed the hope that the gate would lead him to unusual things. He then held out his palm to William's head and said that it was not time to die, after which the regeneration process began. At the same instant, the young man's heart began to beat very often and filled with life, and he himself gradually regained consciousness. At the age of 16, Adam got a job as a tutor and came to the elementary school every day to help kids with their homework. The young man's first job was something like babysitting, but he had no other option at the time. One school he hated going to because it was in a disadvantaged area of town, and all the kids from there were always getting into trouble. Adam recalled how at one point a girl had run into the office and exclaimed excitedly that there was a fight in the hallway. One of the guys in the hallway knocked the other guy to the floor and yelled that he saw him steal his notebook. At that moment, a stern Adam came to the showdown and in a loud tone asked them to stop fighting immediately. He grabbed his attacker's wrist as he threw a punch, causing the young man to experience an unpleasant sensation. But suddenly, the cocky guy wrenched his arm away, elbowing Adam right in the face, much to his annoyance. After such trips, a new bruise appeared on his face, and the young man did not like it, because he came to work, not to fight. At that moment, he was standing in front of the mirror, but his father showed up at home and asked if his son was home, and the young man replied that he was in the bathroom. His father asked how he got the black eye, and Adam replied that it was all from the same place, school. The man laughed and said it could have been worse, and added that he was sure things would get better, so there was nothing to worry about. An angry Adam exclaimed that he didn't want to work with children and asked to be given a job with his father's company. He said he was willing to do anything to be away from rude children, and his father asked him not to say that.
The nervous man said that the kids from that school had a hard life, and Adam had no idea what it was like, but the young man asked in what way.
The father told his son that his care began when he was born, so he never needed anything. He also added that Adam never worried about whether he had enough stuff or food for tomorrow. The man said he got him a job to show him to appreciate what you have, so Adam should be an example to those kids. The stern father poked his finger into his son's chest and firmly asked him to become someone people would follow. Adam took this lesson to heart, so the next time he took both brawlers aside and talked to them. Things didn't go too smoothly, but in time they found common ground and all of the young man's students passed their exams. And he himself was offered a place in his company by his father after graduation, which made Adam very happy. But the guy refused, as he wanted to find his place in this world on his own, and started as an intern. After a while, the efforts made paid off, and he became a pretty good full-time employee. Adam didn't stop there, and eventually became a respected manager who was trusted amongst the staff. Due to the fact that the man got along well with people, he began to be looked up to and given a lot of respect. Things were not so easy in the new world, but Adam tried again and put in a great deal of effort. He suffered many failures and didn't stop, but this training took everything from him and it really hit him emotionally. No matter what Adam did, his friends kept disappearing one by one, and there was nothing that could be done about it. He didn't have the strength to protect them, so he was left to just accept the loss of those dear to him. Adam realized that he couldn't even protect his beloved Caroline, for whom he was willing to give his life. The young man found his lover dead and petrified, which immediately turned the whole world inside him upside down. He immediately fell to his knees in front of her and began groping, asking who had done this to her. But there was no one to answer the question. Adam was feeling very heavy-hearted as he had never talked to Caroline, and the last conversation had become an argument. The guy was experiencing a very strong heartache and cried, realizing that he didn't even have time to say goodbye to his beloved. Bertram called out to his associate, waving his hand and telling him he had found someone, whereupon Adam went straight to him. On the ground, he saw a bloodied William and said he should have realized it as soon as he saw Caroline's body. An angry Adam gritted his teeth hard and said that it was the scoundrel William who had killed everyone lying on this battlefield. Bertram felt the young man's pulse said he was still breathing, but seemed very seriously wounded, and there was little time to save him. The agitated young man asked the leader what they should do, but all he saw on his face was rage. Hatred swept over Adam's mind, and he only said in a stern tone that he wanted to kill William for all his misdeeds. Then he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, about to finish the life story of the scoundrel who had robbed his and Casper's love from him. Without an ounce of compassion for the wounded man, the man said it would be a favor to everyone after what William had done. Adam asked his companion if it was true that the creep was no longer a man, but a monster who had been killing people mercilessly for a long time. Once more he asked if it was true, but Bertram still answered nothing, and looked at his friend with pain. Still, the powerless young man dropped the sword from his hands and froze in place, looking at the bloody body of the badly wounded William. Adam was puzzled and wondered why he couldn't end the monster that was mercilessly killing people. A surprised Bertram heard words to the effect that with his head, Adam knew he had to kill the scoundrel or he would come after him, but something kept him from doing so. Being powerlessly defeated, the man sat down on the ground and sadly said that he could not straighten out the rascal. He said this cursed place broke everyone who got here, and they were just turned into killers. Wiping away his tears, Adam said that now was not the time to be discouraged, as it would not make anyone better. Trying to gather his strength, the man clenched his fist tightly and said that one should not give up hope under any circumstances. Suddenly, the system notified him that class evolution was available, much to Adam's surprise at that moment. With his mouth open in surprise, he began to reread the text of the notification, not understanding what was going on. Adam became a shepherd, ready to lead the lost behind him, whose credo was not to fight battles but to guide others to the right path. A slightly nervous Bertram asked what he was doing there, and the surprised young man froze in place and said he didn't understand. He began to receive many notifications that the various gods had invited him to their realms. Adam didn't realize what was going on, as he was inundated with not even hundreds but thousands of invitations from creatures he didn't know. An equally surprised Bertram asked where they all came from, and the man replied that he didn't know, but seemed to sense something. He began to read the invitation carefully, some of which were from Umbra, Otimus, and Yggdrasil. Adam noticed that each invitation had a different purpose, as if it was a small hint of who the sender was. A somewhat flustered Bertram asked his associate what he would do with all these invitations. The young man wondered if this wasn't what he'd been waiting for, and realized that this was an opportunity to understand everything that had happened over the past 2 months. Clenching his fist tightly, Adam said that this was a precious chance to find his place in this new world, and to lose it would be the stupidest mistake. The system also notified the young man that the Blessed Mother had invited him into her realm. Adam looked at the digital signage with great surprise, as he hadn't expected such an invitation at all, and accepted it without a second thought. Within seconds of accepting the invitation, he found himself in a beautiful realm whose beauty was mesmerizing. A flustered Adam looked around and tried to figure out where he was, wondering if this was really heaven. Suddenly, a charming woman with long and slightly curly hair appeared in front of him and greeted the young man. From surprise, the guy froze in place, and his cheeks reddened, and he stared silently at the magnificent beauty of the woman. The Blessed Mother smiled politely and very sweetly at Adam, asking him if he agreed that it was very beautiful here. The frozen young man stammered a little and replied that it was indeed very beautiful and mesmerizing here. The nice woman asked him to sit down in the seat she pointed her finger at, with a smile on her face. The Blessed Mother asked if Adam would like a cup of tea, and the somewhat confused young man did not refuse. She said he must be very surprised and asked to start by letting her thank him for accepting the invitation. The woman said that many creatures had shown interest in Adam, and he asked with even more surprise why that was so. The Blessed Mother pondered a bit and replied that he had originally caught her attention because of his connection to the magician William. She added that the mage in question had become stronger after meeting the chosen one of the malignant viper, which was Jake Thane. Adam asked if that had happened to anyone else, and the woman replied that many had gone through class evolution, but not all had had such encounters. Mother then took a sip of tea and said that his connection to the others was only one factor, and she was interested in him for another reason. The woman said that in the entire training, only one person had never killed anyone, which impressed her greatly. She said he was the Adam she had been looking for all along, for he was the merciful shepherd who could bring more light into the world. The excited young man asked if it was true that she was trying to get him involved in religion, and which Viper's chosen one and the mage were in question. The mother replied that the mage had interested her old friend, and the hunter had awakened the Viper by his actions. She said she didn't see the other one anymore, and Viper was probably involved, but she was told he was a friend of Adam's. A surprised Adam racked his brain a little and assumed that this friend of malicious was Jake Thane. He asked what it meant to awaken a Viper, and the mother explained that it was an ancient creature born long before the system itself. The woman began to tell that the malignant spent many eras wandering until their world was united. She was fully convinced that Adam's friend was the only person who had managed to awaken him. The young man still didn't understand whether the Viper's return was bad or good, or what to expect from it. The Blessed Mother lowered her head a little and said that no one knows that, but time will tell. She then expressed her joy for the malignant Viper no longer moping around in his empty kingdom. A wary Adam said and thought that the woman spoke in riddles alone, so he understood absolutely nothing. He decided to ask if he was right to come here, and his mother said he was too fixated on what was right and wrong. With a genuine smile on her face, the woman replied that it all depended solely on his actions, but if she had to choose, she would say it was a good deed. The bewildered young man asked what he had to do and why the Blessed Mother had brought him to her kingdom. The woman continued to smile genuinely and said that what she would give him would be both a gift and a fate of responsibility. She suddenly used her long angel wings to give Adam her blessing and exalt herself above the earth. The mother said that in return for her blessing, he would become a faithful servant and spread her will throughout the world. With his mouth open in amazement, Adam stared at the importunate woman, finding what was happening unbelievable. Putting his hand on his heart, the lad was curious as to what he would need to spread around the world for mistress. The Blessed Mother smiled at him and told him in a calm tone that everything was simple, because he just needed to serve her and the sacred light. She began to tell me that her sincere teachings were based on hope, justice, and devotion. The woman added that this is the impartiality and love for each other that people value very much. It was also noted that this is also the punishment of the wicked, and all of this will help Adam become a better version of himself. A young man, a little confused with surprise, asked the Blessed Mother if it was true that she was a deity. The woman covered her face with her palm and, giggling, admitted she was a deity, but not one he'd heard of before. She then told Adam that he would get that opportunity someday, but that it would require a hard road. A path began to appear near them, and the mother said it might take a long time, but if he followed it, she would help put him on the right path. Adam didn't make those decisions every day and said he needed to think about it for a while so he wouldn't regret it later. The Blessed One said their time here was limited, but if he wished to join her, she would bless him and send him back. She then excitedly said that it was impossible to be here for long and asked Adam what he had to say about it. The worried guy pondered a bit and said he thought he'd finally figured it out and concluded. He said he'd been wandering aimlessly all this time, remembering how he'd told his companions on the first day that this was a new world and the old rules didn't work here. Recalling his last fight with Caroline, Adam said that this training had broken him, but there was a but. The young man looked at his palm and said that if the Blessed Mother could guide him to the right path, it would make all the difference. Then he clenched his fist tightly and confidently exclaimed that he agreed, because it would change the situation, and he had nothing to lose. The Blessed Mother smiled a little and said that it was very good to call Adam her child. The woman touched his forehead with her index finger, exalting the young man above the earth and blessing him to fulfill all his desires. The system notified Adam that he had received a great blessing and that he had become a worthy follower, personally called by the Blessed Mother. A frightened Bertram tugged at his shoulders and asked what was wrong, and a recovering Adam asked what was wrong. The agitated companion said he was in a stupor, but the young man wondered if it was a mere illusion. At that minute, he received a notification that he had reached the 25th level of the Hope Shepherd class and received 8 free points. Bertram asked in surprise if it was really a deity, and Adam suggested that it really was. Suddenly, he began to lose his previous skills, wondering what was going on, as all the combat abilities were slipping away. The notification of losing combat skills was very soon replaced by a notification of gaining a new ability. Adam immediately decided to read the notice he had received, and was shocked as he hadn't expected it at all. In exchange for his old skills, he gained a legendary ability he never even hoped to gain. Meanwhile, Jake was somewhere deep in the woods, looking at a digital scoreboard and monitoring the situation. A slightly flustered Cecil asked the hero if he was still watching this, and it was so important to him. The training panel said that there were only 49 survivors, and there were 22 days to go. A wary Jake said that as many as 200 people had died in just a couple minutes, so something must have happened. The imp was worried about him and asked if he cared, and the hero replied that of course he cared. At that, the hero exhaled and said that everyone but Adam had betrayed him, even though he had trusted them, and they had stabbed him in the back. He clenched his fist tightly and said that he couldn't fall for this trick again, so right now he needed to focus on training. Jake went to the dungeon ahead, firmly saying he would go and kill another Beast King to become stronger. The system alerted to the discovery of a dungeon where power and treasure could be gained, and asked the hero if he wanted to enter it. Without any hesitation, the protagonist agreed to enter, and soon found themselves together where the views were beautiful. Not far below, he saw a small pond, the water in which was bright blue, and wondered if this was the dungeon. In a sunny meadow, Jake saw deer grazing and said he expected to see a dark cave or something. Eager to explore the new dungeon, he looked off into the distance and said he needed to talk about the upgrade. The system alerted him to enter a dungeon with the name Plains of Lucenti, the purpose of which was to defeat the great white deer. Jake said that deer aren't the most intimidating creatures, and Cecil asked him not to complain when they hit him with a big antler. But the young man asked the demon sitting on his shoulder to wait a bit because he noticed something nearby. Near a clear body of water, he noticed a Lucenti deer drinking water, the level of which was over 60. The hero then turned his attention to a level 65 deer and assumed it was the head of the pack. Assessing the situation objectively, Jake recognized that the deer's level was pretty good, but he had prepared for the worst. But suddenly he felt a vibration under his feet and immediately began to look around, being wary. As it turned out, a huge white deer, which was the king of beasts and posed a great danger, loudly stepped on the ground. A slightly confused Jake looked at the large beast and said that he seemed to have been hasty and mistaken with what he had said earlier. The young man realized that they needed a great white sloth whose level was unknown, but he looked very threatening. Jake immediately rushed over, saying he needed to get a closer look at the deer, and an excited Cecil asked to let him in on the necklace. The hero hid behind a rock and watched the deer drink the water, realizing that this was the largest creature he had seen here. He also noticed that the huge and beautiful deer had a majestic appearance, which emphasized its status among the beasts. There were 3 white fallow deer hanging around him that were some sort of guards, but they were so high level that Jake couldn't tell. The gambling young man was eager to fight with a huge deer, and he realized that he had not come here in vain. But suddenly he crushed a wooden branch under his feet that he hadn't noticed, which provoked a commotion. The white fallow deer, who were the guards of the majestic deer, noticed the noise and immediately looked in Jake's direction. One of them immediately used a magic ball to launch it towards the person posing a threat. At great speed, the fireball flew towards Jake, who was a little confused. Then, as he hadn't expected such a thing from the beast, the ball crashed into a huge rock in front of the hero and blew it up, and the young man froze in place and didn't know what to do. Jake exhaled heavily, realizing that he had to be careful, because he could kill a few of them, but the rest of them might be trouble. The Lonnie still remained wary. The hero realized there was no way around it without a plan and would have to spend some time on it. Half an hour later, he finally thought it over and concluded that he couldn't get a good look at the seats from his previous position. Jake realized that these 7 ponds seemed to form a circle around the plane, and it was definitely something to consider. He also realized that in the center was the 8th larger circle, where we the Lord of Beasts dwelled. Deer never stray far from their original spot, but the rest of the deer are a different story. Every few minutes they move on to the next pond in an organized group, which is something to keep in mind for plotting. Jake calculated everything and concluded that he would have some time to attack one of the groups. To make a long story short, the ponds are an annihilation zone, and the hero has time to deal with each one before the next one comes. The young man saw no point in procrastinating any longer and reached into his quiver for an arrow to launch an attack against one of the group. He realized that the theory must necessarily be tested in practice to make sure that the train of thought was correct. One of the deer was calmly and unsuspectingly quenching his thirst in the clear pond, not even thinking that he was already being hunted. Jake used a charge of concentrated energy, for a powerful shot is still his strongest ability. The young man remembered that he could only use it on one of them and decided it would be the biggest deer. The arrow charged with powerful energy hit the exact target and immediately took the life of a sturdy deer that was drinking water. The protagonist then reached into his pockets, from where he took out the 2 blades that had saved him from the most hopeless of predicaments. With great excitement, he rushed towards the deer, realizing that he had to hurry before the others came up. Without showing any compassion, The hero swung his blades, mindful that it would be about a minute before the next group appeared. At the same minute, the powerless deer was stripped of its head by the ruthless and cold-blooded Jake, who was in a great hurry. The hero remembered that there was no room for error, and he needed to finish them off in one blow before another group arrived. Less than a minute later, a whole group of deer were brutally killed, and Jake said that should help. Cecil, who was in the necklace, had been watching the whole situation and recognized that the kid had worked out pretty well. The hero was curious as to why deer lived near ponds, if animals of their level didn't need too much water and food. Seeing his surprised reflection in the water, Jake realized he had a few more seconds and had time to check. He used the ability to carefully and thoroughly analyze the body of water from which the deer drank. The young man said you can't see it from the surface, but there seemed to be holes in the bottom of the lake, and it's a little strange. The holes formed a sort of tunnel to the center of the circle and back, and the hero assumed they were somehow connected. Jake concentrated on that thought as much as possible, and he was very curious as to what was out there. But in a moment his thoughts were interrupted, and the young man looked forward with a very shocked look. A rather tough and fierce deer ran at him with an aggressive attitude, and the hero didn't understand how he survived. It was not at all clear to him how the animal had managed to survive after he had nearly blown its head off with his powerful shot. Jake assumed the deer had some kind of healing ability, since there was no trace left of the wound. The hero used the powerful charge again, telling himself that he had to find out everything before it got to the Animal King. But the deer was too fast, so the young man couldn't aim, and it made him nervous. Still, he tried with all his might to remain calm and fired a shot, hoping it would hit a running deer. It didn't turn out that way at all, and the not at all frightened deer just bounced away. The powerful charge for the arrow was used in vain, because it just hit a huge rock nearby and destroyed it. The alert white fallow deer, who were the guards of the King of Beasts, heard the loud noises and turned their attention to them. The shot was so loud that besides the fallow deer, even the King of Beasts himself heard it. A very nervous Jake was confused, realizing the situation was a stalemate, but he hadn't figured out how to get out of it yet. The hero immediately rushed out, realizing that a lot of deer could be turning against him right now. His bad premonitions had not failed him, for by his actions the young man had indeed angered the entire herd of deer. A nervous Cecil watched the situation and asked Jake with trepidation what had just happened. The young man, serious at that moment, replied that he panicked and did not have time to shoot the deer, thus missing his opportunity. The white doe chased the protagonist, releasing fireballs in his direction, but he managed to dodge them. Cecil advised him to hurry up, for the deer had put on a laser show, and the nervous hero exclaimed that he was trying to do it. The imp asked what the stag was doing and if he was after the young man, but in fact it was different, and the King of Beasts was just washing his hooves. Jake replied that the huge white deer were still waiting by the center pond and not nervous at all. The young man realized that in all likelihood he had left his servants on him, who continued to attack him with orbs. The hero tried not to panic and think soberly, saying he needed to find a safe place before the laser hit him. He began to roll down the steep slope, and in a moment he noticed that the white fallow deer had stopped chasing him. A puzzled Jake wondered why the previously aggressive deer had stopped running after him. A slightly agitated Cecil assumed that something had forced them to stop, for it couldn't have just happened. The nervous protagonist asked the demon to come out of the necklace because he wanted him to check something out. The eared companion got out of his necklace and looked off into the distance, saying he could only see something that looked like a large field. Jake, on the other hand, asked him about the doe and where they were at the moment, hoping to hear something good for himself. Cecil took a closer look and said it looked like they were heading back to their ponds and could take a breather. The young man found it very interesting, and the slightly angry demon asked him to lay out what he was up to. Jake assumed that the ponds formed a border of sorts, but by magic or by choice, none of the animals could go beyond it. The young man confidently said that as long as he was in the area, the aggressive animals would not pursue him. Then he began to climb the stone wall, and when Cecil asked him where he was going, he said he wanted to find a higher place to check something out. It was quite easy for the wings bearer to do, but the young man managed to climb, albeit with a little difficulty. Jake looked out into the distance, realizing that although he couldn't shoot at long range, he could do it from here. Looking at the deer drinking water, in his mind he said that if they really couldn't come out from across the pond, he would just shoot them all. The protagonist decided to put all his strength into the first arrow, for which he reached into his quiver at that moment, just in case. He poured necrotic poison on the arrow because he had wanted to combine the strongest skill and charged attack for a long time. Slowly loading the arrow, Jake realized that he only had one shot and it needed to be made with purpose. The target of this loaded shot was obviously the most important target among the deer, namely their white king. The protagonist took advantage of the ability and charged an arrow of immense power, gazing at the target in the distance with excitement. Focusing as much as possible, he began to count the seconds until the shot was fired and realized that there was still some time left. Jake's gaze was very intense, and though the Beast King remained calm, it was as if he felt something at that moment. Within a couple seconds, a powerful shot was already fired, and the arrow flew straight into the head of a huge white deer. The burning arrow was frightening in its appearance as it continued to approach the target at an incredible speed. Confident, Jake said it was time for a new skill, which he immediately began to activate. The double arrow skill was successfully activated, and the hero decided to destroy the king of beasts and one of his fallow deer before they could realize what had happened. The huge white deer was wary, sensing the arrow approaching, and Jake recognized that he had a pretty good reaction. With his adorable blue eyes, he looked at the approaching danger, but he didn't panic. As it turned out, he had a trump card up his sleeve, and at the last moment, the king created a shield around himself that prevented the arrow from hitting him. A very powerful charged arrow crashed into the reliable and sturdy shield, causing no damage to the deer. The second arrow, however, successfully hit one of the fallow deer, going through and leaving it no chance of survival. Another doe turned her attention to her bloodied companion, who was lying on the ground and no longer showing signs of life. The huge white deer didn't even change its face or show any sympathy for the fallen doe. Jake realized that he was only interested in his own life and didn't care about the death of the doe, so it was all for nothing. Evil Cecil asked what he planned to do next, and the hero reached for an arrow and said he would keep shooting from afar. He smirked slyly and said that of course he had expected a slightly different outcome, but the important thing was that the female was already dead. After saying that, a confident Jake drew his arrow and said he would take care of the deer later, but for now he would take up archery. Time passed, and the protagonist persistently practiced archery and launched arrows endowed with powerful energy. One by one, the bewildered deer were killed by powerful arrows, but the young man did not stop, for it was not enough. He continued to relentlessly fire a successful series of shots with powerful arrows, gradually improving his shooting skill. Each one of them hit the deer carcass with precision, passing through them and taking away any possibility of the points remaining alive. Jake mercilessly continued to load the fire arrows and made accurate shots, satisfied with his shooting. At the same minute, another powerful arrow flew toward another deer grazing near the pond. As a result of the hit, the helpless deer was deprived of its head and its broken antlers were scattered in different directions. Jake asked how many potions he had left, and Cecil rummaged through his bag and replied that he'd used everything in the necklace. The exhausted hero said it was difficult to use skills of this level, as it took him a whole day to get rid of the animals. Finally, all the minions were done away with, and only one great white stag remained, who still remained calm. Cecil couldn't believe that Sloth was just standing there watching everything and didn't seem to care about the rest of the herd. Jake recognized that it was odd and tried to figure out what the deer, who was calmly drinking water from the pond, was up to. The young man said that if he didn't move from his position, there was no point in attacking now, and it would be better to retreat. Then he offered to build a fire and take a little respite by the fire, but an excited Cecil asked him to wait a little longer. The imp asked if Jake could see what the white deer was doing right now, and the hero began to watch him closely. The young man saw the mighty deer walking into the pond, and a surprised Cecil wondered why it was shining. As it turned out, it was not only the beast's host that glowed with a bright blue light, but also the deer that had already died. Much to his surprise, even the bloody carcasses shone, but the reason for this was unclear to the hero at that moment. Saddened, Cecil lowered his ears and said it was no good, but Jake tried to remain calm. After a few minutes, the glow took its toll, and they saw signs appearing ahead, but had no idea what they meant. There were more and more signs, and they formed a kind of mural that could answer some questions. Jake and Cecil held their breath, watching quietly but not realizing what all this nonsense meant. The hero immediately began climbing the stone to the wall, saying that he needed to act quickly so as not to miss the chance. The young man asked the demon to stay there, and the excited Session asked if he was serious about running straight to that thing. Jake asked him to take a closer look at the pond, telling him that the splash from moving the King of Beasts was everywhere. Thane called it not important at all what kind of ritual it was, but it made the king of beasts grow with every second. He was adamant that he had to act immediately before this whole thing turned into a scary kaiju movie. Keeping his mind cold, Jake congratulated himself on figuring out the ritual and wondered what now. Then the young man looked at the clear ponds and assumed that the deer drew their strength from them, as if thus recharged. The hero looked at the huge white deer and told himself that if he could destroy the pond, perhaps he could weaken the king. But he had to take into account that the ponds were too far away and he wouldn't be able to get to them all in time, which was already changing the situation. Jake concentrated as much as possible and a little nervously forced himself to think, as time was very short. In his head, he pictured the approximate layout of the ponds and remembered the crevices that could help him accomplish the task. In the moment, the protagonist was illuminated and realized that the crevices at the bottom of the lake provide the answer to the questions that have been troubling him. The hero rushed forward running, saying in his mind that if the water was connected, he didn't need to destroy all the ponds. Standing at one of the ponds, Jake realized that his task was to poison only one of them in order to defeat the deer. But things didn't turn out so smoothly, as the hero remembered that it took him a lot of poison to kill those deer. Fortunately, the young man had saved something for an emergency and used the necklace to retrieve the item from it. From his inventory, he took out the den mother's poison gland, which contained a concentrated toxic liquid. The protagonist remembered his battle with Mother Lair and was sure that against this poison, even resistance wouldn't help. He also recalled how the badgers had managed to wound him by poisoning him with a powerful venom, after which Jake had said that nothing stronger than him would do anything right now. Looking at the poisonous iron with a smile, the hero said to himself that he knew it would come in handy someday. Then he clutched the iron tightly in his hand, crushing it and spilling the poison, saying in his mind that today was the day she would help him. The green concentrated and very toxic liquid flowed in huge quantities into a nearby pond. The poison quickly reached the bottom of the pond and got into the crevices leading to the rest of the ponds, which was just what the Jake needed. Meanwhile, a majestic white deer was in one of the ponds while remaining perfectly calm.
But each of the reservoirs began to gradually fill with poison and no longer had a blue hue at all, but a greenish one.
Already after a few minutes, all the ponds were poisoned, and this spoke of the success of the protagonist's actions. Jay was jubilant as his plan had worked, and he realized that most likely he would be able to handle the deer. The glowing signs were no longer as visible, signaling that the young man had managed to interrupt the stag ritual. A shocked Cecil froze in place with his mouth hanging open, saying that it looked like Jake had indeed succeeded in thwarting the Beast King's plans. The white huge deer became alert because he felt something wrong, and then he saw the hero. A jubilant Jake smiled confidently and said that the hard part was over, and now we could have some fun. The King of Beasts, however, was very displeased and became furious, realizing that some boy had interrupted his ritual. He jumped up, his whole voice shrieking with anger, about to lash out at the hero who had come to him. With a smile on his face, Jake picked up his blades and said it was time to do so, being ready for a fight. The enraged deer prepared to run at him, and the hero said there was no way he could defeat it if the fight dragged on. Jake hypocritically told the King of Beasts that he was sorry, but it looked like he'd have to end this soon. With two blades in his hands, he rushed at the large deer, exclaiming that he would deal it a single blow, while the king set up his antlers for the attack. Suddenly, the primal hunter moment that was the bloodline was activated, and Jake was endowed with immense power. A large white deer almost succeeded in knocking him down with its antlers, but the hero got under him, which was what his plan called for. The young man took his chance, leaving a deep cut on the deer's abdomen, from which blood immediately began to face him. Blood-stained Jake bounced to the side, holding his bloody blade, and the deer was already barely on its feet. The King of Beasts fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, and the system notified the hero of the killing of the great deer, for which 146,000 points were earned. The goal of the dungeon was successfully accomplished, and Jake, exhausted by what had happened, said tiredly that he had done it.
The joyous Cecil admired the young man, for he had killed the deer with one blow, and the hero smiled and said he had done it barely.
With a smile on his face, he added that if he had hesitated even half a second, he would have gotten caught in the deer's antlers. Jake looked at the poison pond and said he wouldn't have won without the den mother's poison, which got into his bloodstream when the deer absorbed the energy from it. The hero added that it was this technique that gave him an advantage, which he successfully utilized. Be that as it may, the youth had done so by killing another beast king, which was a great cause for pride. A slightly wary Cecil noticed something glowing in the body of a large deer and asked what it was. Jake moved closer to the cut abdomen and, taking a closer look, said it looked like a crystal. Inside was a damaged lunar core shard that contained highly concentrated variable energy. The hero assumed the deer was trying to make the shard. The flying demon asked what he would do with it. The young man had no idea, but said that if it was like what he'd taken from the den mother, he could use that shard. The system notified them that rumors were rising in the forest about a king who ruled from the shadows, and the goal of the mission was to defeat him. The hero has read that 2 kings have fallen, and the king has noticed this, but has not yet taken action, so the quest must continue, and an encounter will be inevitable. Jake was very interested in the information he had read, and he wanted to continue his quest to meet the king. Meanwhile, 2 men came to the rainy battlefield, noticing the many bodies of the dead. One of the boys asked the other what he was doing, and the young man reached out with the palm of his hand to one of the bodies. With a smile on his face, he replied that he was looking for some items and added that it didn't look like the fallen would miss them. His comrade asked him to check out William's body, which was clad in armor that had quite an attractive appearance. The guy happily set about doing it and asked his companions to help pick up the armor, for it was not easily removed. They started to remove William's armor, but it was very problematic and it felt like it was glued to him. Then one of the guys suggested pulling the armor on the count of 3, after which the countdown began. When the number 3 sounded, William, who had previously fallen in battle, suddenly opened his shocked eyes. The training panel said there were 2 weeks left in the training and only 49 survivors. Meanwhile, the wounded William could barely walk, in pain from his wound and leaving a trail of blood behind him. He said he was in prostration when he killed those idiots and thought it was a dream, but apparently he's still in the damn forest. The young man then looked down and said he could barely feel his legs, which were slowly bleeding. Still, William realized that no one cared, and the most important thing was that he was alive, even though he should have died on the battlefield. The boy laughed slyly, putting his blood-stained hand to his face, and said that it was now clear that he was the chosen one. Only now was it clear to him what happiness was, and William was very glad that the emotion had finally caught up with him. He had seen what Casper was capable of earlier, recalling the moment in the forest when the young man had created a huge black power. However, this curse is so strong that William really wanted to die, and he fought that urge every minute. Leaning his hand on the tree, the bloodied lad laughed and said he would not let himself die. He shouted at the top of his voice that he would become true perfection and would not give up under any circumstances. Meanwhile, Adam was in the circle of associates from the camp, and Bertram asked if he had met the deity. The leader was a little embarrassed and apologized, saying that he couldn't tell more because he didn't understand everything himself. He said what was more important now was that the Blessed Mother had offered a path to hope, and Richard was gone, as were all the warriors he had taken with him. Adam said that all they have right now is themselves. They need to learn to trust each other, because there's no way to do that without it. The leader promised associates to do everything to help them get out of the training if they relied on him. The 2 hesitant girls didn't know what to answer, as it was all very sudden, and there was no time to think. A lump appeared in Adam's throat with excitement, but in his mind he recognized that they were right, for they had no reason to trust him. Jean said with a warm smile that she believed him, but the young man looked at her with surprise because he had not expected such a thing. She said that Adam had guided her from day one, and even her ignorance of information about gods or anything like that didn't change anything. The girl said confidently that she was well aware of his kindness, and if he said he could take them out, then so be it. Bertram looked on with a smile, and Jen clapped the somewhat shy leader on the shoulder and said loudly that she believed him. The other girls were a little confused after hearing this, and began to look amongst themselves. One of them said with a smile on her face that they were ready to go after Adam, who was beginning to inspire confidence after Jean's speech. One of the men said that if it would get them out of this horrible place, he would have no problem following the leader. An enthusiastic Adam got a little embarrassed, and with a smile on his face promised he wouldn't let them down, thanking everyone for their trust. The crowd began to disperse, and Bertram told his friend that it was a good job, to which Adam replied that he was pleased himself. He looked at his palm in a warm smile, saying that he felt like he had found a purpose in this world. Adam also noticed that the system was rewarding him for it, as he had reached level 36, for which he received 8 free points. The young man was convinced that he was doing everything right as he had raised many levels in just a few days, and that was clearly not all. On top of that, the Blessed Mother's assignment to become the sole leader had already been successfully completed. Adam smiled delightedly and hoped that he would receive something useful as a reward for completing the task. The smile was replaced by a serious face, and the newly minted leader said that it won't be easy on Earth, but he knows they'll make it. Meanwhile, Cecil, being with Jake near the big hole, said it was pretty deep, but the hero said it was only about 30 feet deep. The imp asked how that was possible if he couldn't even see the bottom, and it seemed to Jake that it was a dungeon shrouded in system magic. The young man said that since Cecil was hesitant, he wasn't the one going to check on him alone, and the flying demon asked where he was going to go. Cecil asked if he was sure it was worth going into this pit, since they had barely survived the last dungeon. Jake said firmly that there were 2 weeks left of training and less than 50 people, so he had no other option. He said that at this point, the animals in the forest are pretty much fodder, and all that's left is to hunt down the last 2 kings of the beasts. The young man also reminded him that there was some king waiting for him at the end of this quest, and asked what kind of hunter he would be if he ignored it. Cecil said he was already starting to think about finding a more sane and lazy person to travel together. Jake looked emotionlessly into the deep hole and said that it was time for them to head in, since time was running out. The system notified the hero to enter a dungeon called Forgotten Sewers, the purpose of which was to defeat the Nest Watcher. The flying demon complained about the stinky odor, and Jake said he didn't think there would be places like this in training. With a very wary look, he said that he thought anything was possible with this system, so anything was to be expected. A worried Cecil said that the whole place must be shrouded in magic too, as he could barely see anything. After only a few seconds, the poor visibility made itself felt as Eeyore hit his head on the pipe. Jake asked if he was okay, and an embarrassed Cecil asked him to pretend he hadn't seen it. The character asked him not to sweat it and said that even he has a hard time with his perception, so there's nothing wrong with it. He felt as if the whole place was filled with a liquid with thick mana that he could barely pierce through it. The hero then asked the demon to be quiet and tried to focus better, hoping that the view would then expand. Being as focused as possible, he saw a grated door nearby that led to an unclear destination. Also noticed the water droplets that were dripping from a pipe nearby with an annoying sound. In addition to that, there was a dilapidated brick wall not far away, but that was nothing unusual. Jake pondered and realized that with a little effort, he saw absolutely nothing of interest. The hero suggested Cecil return to the necklace, saying he could navigate here, but it would be bad if they got separated. The young man made his way towards the ajar grated door, with the impression that this sewer was a kind of maze. It was hard for Jake to tell where he'd already passed and where he hadn't, but at that moment he was crossing a body of water with a horrible odor. He noticed that everything looked the same in the sewers and no clues could be found. Cecil was getting bored now, and he asked the guy if he'd managed to find anything, hoping to get out of the necklace soon. Jake said he found absolutely nothing, and it looked like he was going to be wandering around in this boring place for ages. The young man couldn't guess when he would get out of here, but at one moment it was as if he was illuminated and felt something. A flustered, long-eared demon asked what had happened, fearing for the life of the hero who was alone. The hero asked him not to panic, but he sensed the danger and drew the bowstring, ready to shoot. He turned his gaze to the brick wall ahead and assumed there was something in it, as perception could not deceive. Jake drew an arrow from his quiver, gradually moving closer to the brick wall and remaining calm. The young man immediately drew his arrow, a little nervous because if it wasn't for the thick mana, he would have noticed the danger long ago. At one point, a beaver-like creature popped out of a dilapidated brick wall, and the hero realized he had to act fast. The arrow was immediately released and scythed through the attacking creature, which was bewildered at such sharpness. The digger then fell to the ground with an abdominal arrow and began to suffocate, gradually dying from blood loss. Jake looked at the dead creeper and said it was the ugliest creature he had ever killed. He was glad that it was already dead and in no danger, but suddenly he was wary, sensing something wrong. The hero admitted that he had jumped to conclusions, as there were similar creatures hiding in the wall behind him. He immediately grabbed his bow and began to draw his arrows to defend himself from the attacking creepers. One of the abominable entities was immediately pierced by an arrow before falling to the ground with a clatter, bleeding out.
Another creeper was luckier and managed to dig its sharp, protruding fangs right into the hero's arm.
Jake immediately grabbed an arrow and began to hammer the tip into the abdomen of the vile creature that was gnawing on his arm. The young man's face was bloodied, but he continued to lead the attack and fire on the attacking diggers. One of them was, like the others, shot through and fell to the ground with a great loss of blood. A few minutes later, an exhausted Jake was trying to catch his breath, standing in the middle of the slimy bodies of the crawling diggers. Cecil was very uncomfortable looking at their bodies, and he hoped that the main character had already killed everyone. The young man wiped the blood from his face and said he hadn't killed everyone yet, and this was just a big breather before the fight continued. He said there were more diggers hiding somewhere in the wall, which he could barely feel, but was sure they were definitely there. In the fog, the protagonist saw yellow glowing eyes and asked Cecil to pay attention. An intimidating voice asked Jake why to kill, but the young man only listened silently, remaining calm. The guy then asked the creature in a completely calm tone if it could speak, which he didn't expect at all. In response to his question, a voice asked in a raised tone who he even was, followed by a breeze. The voice asked if the king had sent him and why he'd even come, and Jake was confused and didn't know what was going on. The young man delved into recent memories and assumed the creature was talking about that man from the system message. With excitement, he said that he had come to defeat the king and the beasts, and then to kill the king of the forest himself. But the unknown creature said in an intimidating tone that the protagonist was still a puppy to set such goals. The blood-stained Jake became angry, and a voice said that the king is strong and the man is very weak. The young man turned his attention to something unknown and approaching as he was beginning to feel it better. Trying to remain composed, he reached into his quiver for an arrow as he was insulted by the unknown. Jake then drew his arrow and said they would see who the pup was yet, and took aim at the unknown creature. The sharp arrow flew into the target with lightning speed, and the young man tried to remain calm and composed. The creature of the canteens emerged from the shadows, holding a huge blade that he was going to use to deal with Jake. The main character's flying arrow was at one point chopped up right in flight, which was quite unexpected. The unknown being turned out to be a nest watcher of unknown level who stepped out of the shadows, once again saying that the man was weak. The wounded William, meanwhile, was walking through the camp, which was deserted, and said that since Richard's death, things had gone downhill here. Being wary, the young man wondered where everyone had gone, since there had been quite a few people living here before. He then entered one of the huts where he saw Adam sitting at a table, who greeted him emotionlessly. The new leader remarked that William seemed to be getting better, for he had not looked well the last time they met. A slightly surprised William asked if he had been there too, trying to remember if he had seen him. Adam said he had, but he wasn't talking about the young man's wounds, and added that he'd had a confused look then, as if he'd made a mistake that he had to correct. The man added that it looked like the guy had succeeded, and a nervous William didn't know what he was even talking about. The guy asked if he was going to talk him out of killing him. Completely calm, Adam asked what was the point. With a small smirk on his face, he said that William had already chosen his path, and he would not be affected in any way. The young man pointed his magic staff at him and asked if he wanted to say he would just give up and die, and inquired about the others. Adam confidently replied that there were no others as they had already found their place, and now it was his turn. William looked at the digital scoreboard and was very surprised as the number of remaining survivors was 4. With a smile on his face, he asked if Adam had killed everyone, and yet people were calling him a crazy psychopath. But the shepherd replied in a calm tone that he had not killed anyone and asked the boy to follow him to make sure of everything. A dumbfounded William asked what the hell this was about, seeing people lying on the ground in the street with their eyes rolled up. Adam asked the young man if he now understood the meaning of it all, but William froze in place at the sight. The shepherd said the people believed in him, and in return for their prayers, he promised them salvation in the Holy Lands and would bear that burden with joy. A surprised William asked what had happened to Adam while he had been out and if he had moved his head. The man admitted that this may be true, but it had to happen, and they could only hope to fight their fate. The wily youngster immediately used his abilities and summoned throwing blades, saying that it was time to end it all. Bertram and Adam did not respond to him with aggression and closed their eyes, then began to pray while standing in one place. William didn't care about that, as he wanted to massacre him and unleash dozens of throwing blades. The opponents didn't even offer any resistance and lost their heads to the sharp blades that quickly reached their target. Then the bereft Adama and Bertram fell to the ground, and William was left all alone among the heap of non-dwellers. The peaceful shepherd's body began to gradually dissolve into space, leaving only a golden fervor. Knocked out after what he had seen, William froze in place, not realizing what was happening to Adam's body. Soon all the bodies began to leave behind them only a golden fervor, and the young man assumed it was some kind of spell, for the wind was carrying everyone away. William continued to observe the strange phenomenon, hypothesized the wind of the deceased on holy ground. Calmly looking up at the sky, he said with a smile on his face that it looked pretty fun. The young man said that now that he had sorted it all out, there was only one goal left for him to fulfill. The main objective was to kill the archer Jake Thane, who posed a great danger to William. Meanwhile, the Nest Watcher lunged at the protagonist, who was looking to waste no more time talking. Like a rat, the enormous creature struck the ground, causing nearby rocks to fall. Jake wasn't confused at all and made simple maneuvers to dodge and avoid getting caught in the enemy's clutches. Eager for the fight, he smiled confidently and said that the danger was close, but he managed to get past it. The Nest Watcher remained confident in his abilities and kept saying that the man was very weak. The protagonist analyzed the enemy's action and tried to think of a plan of action to avoid falling into a trap. The most important factor he noted was that the Watcher moves very fast and also hits very hard with his sword. Jake wasn't frightened at all, but he took into account that this situation couldn't be relied on archery alone. He came to the conclusion that he had only one option left and reached into his pocketbook, from where he pulled out his precious blades. The reprisal-hungry Nest Watcher ran his paw along the blade of his blade and called the guy's actions interesting. The protagonist swung his daggers, saying in his mind that he would have to fight the huge beast up close. He didn't stand in one place for longer than a few seconds, jumping in different directions to keep himself from being attacked. The Nest Watcher was also quite shallow and tried to anticipate his moves so he could still attack with. In a moment, they were facing each other, as Jake's original plan was to get up close. The confident young man said that now they would test who was truly weak, whereupon the opponents clashed blades. Jake wasn't going to give up and, gritting his teeth tightly, continued to hold off the onslaught of his enemy, trying to push him away from him. In an instant, the system notified him of the activation of the primitive hunter's bloodline of the moment. His incredible strength helped him confront his opponent, causing the Nest Watcher to be pushed aside. After only a few seconds, the first powerful blow was delivered, which left a deep cut in the creature's body. Jake didn't stop and continued his successful series of attacks, leaving more and more deep cuts to his opponent. This made the Nest Watcher very angry that he would not give up, and the young man realized that he had almost defeated him. Possessing great excitement, the protagonist rushed to attack again to deliver the fatal blow to end it. The monster, however, still continued to fight and swung a huge sword at him, which didn't scare the guy at all. They clashed blades again, and Jake, smiling confidently into his opponent's face, wondered in his mind who was no match for whom now. He used his movement ability to not stay in one place and prevent the enemy from attacking the flower girl. The Nest Watcher continued to deliver sword attacks, remaining bloodthirsty and eager for battle. Then he recognized that Jake was strong and had proven it in battle, and the hero stared at him incredulously, wiping the blood from his lips. Still, the yellow-eyed creature swung his sword and said that although the young man was strong, he was still a long way from being a king. Raising the tip of his blade upwards, the Nest Watcher said that the king was a pinnacle that no one had ever been able to defeat. Jake watched his actions and said in his mind that it looked like a charge attack, and realized this was his chance.
The monster swung his blade, but the protagonist managed to use his ability to move and prevent himself from being attacked.
Once behind enemy lines, the young man took advantage of the powerful shot and fired a very aimed arrow. Charged with a very powerful and fiery energy, the arrow reached its target, which made the monster very angry. The Nest Watcher, who hadn't expected such a move, looked fiercely at Jake, who was glaring at him with equal hatred. The powerful shot caused the monster to lose a limb, losing a large amount of blood with each passing second. Losing his right hand, the Nest Watcher clenched his left fist tightly and recognized that Jake had won this battle. Looking at the blood dripping from the severed limb, he wondered if he had really lost to some human. The protagonist looked at his defeated opponent with a smile, saying that it was a pretty good fight. A very surprised and discouraged Nest Watcher asked the guy if he was really going to kill the king. Beast said he hates the king for locking him up here, and if Jake really wants to kill him, he's willing to help him. The young man asked what he could do to help, and the Nest Watcher said that he had uttered a curse long ago. He then held out the protagonist's curse and said he could take it to kill the ruthless king. Also, the saddened monster asked the young man to promise to avenge him, and Jake agreed to do so. The exhausted nest watcher could no longer stand on his feet and only thanked the guy, then began to dissolve. The system alerted Jake to the killing of a 96th level nest watcher, for which he received 152,000 experience points. Cecil was soon released from the necklace and said that this battle was crazy, adding that he wasn't kidding. From the Watcher, the hero received a dark bead that would spew all the resentment outward if used against the Forest King. The young man smiled, said he was indebted to him for that, and added that he promised to see the now dead monster through to the end. Then they made their way outside, where Cecil cheerfully said it was great to see the sun again after the dark sewer. Jake stretched, exhausted by the events, and said that he could use some rest now, for the fight had been hard enough. But suddenly he became very wary as he once again felt something not far from him. The wary hero immediately grabbed his blades and asked who was there, and a familiar voice greeted him. William appeared in front of him, acting innocent, and asked the young man if he had missed him all this time. An angry Jake immediately asked his longtime adversary what he was doing here, while preparing to start a fight. A wily William asked him to relax and not make any more jokes like that, insinuating that he knew everything himself. But the protagonist was utterly perplexed by the words he said, and asked what he was even talking about. The guy asked him not to mess around and exclaimed that it was just the two of them left, so this would be the last battle. He said it would be a fateful fight, the outcome of which would reveal the real winner, and Jake didn't realize what he was carrying. The hero then looked at the digital scoreboard and verified that the number of remaining survivors was only 2. Jake was very surprised and with a tremor in his voice said it was impossible, but the system couldn't cheat. William laughed abnormally at the top of his voice and asked him not to say that he hadn't checked the digital scoreboard all this time. He smiled menacingly and said that he had killed Jake's old friend Adam until a few days ago. After hearing this, the protagonist, in a stern tone, immediately questioned the psychopath about what he had done. Wily Williams' face was turning crazier, and he said he'd blown Adam's head off, as well as everyone else's. At lightning speed, Jake ran up to him, palm firmly around his face, which was unexpected for the creep. Looking coldly into Williams' face, the hero only mumbled softly that right now, he was going to die. Jake didn't have many friends as a child, but he had one best friend with whom they had a good time. It was a young man named Patrick, but the hero called him for short, Pat, as it was much more convenient that way. He remembered moments from his childhood when Patrick had run into his room, holding an object in his hand that Jake hadn't expected to see. At that moment, a friend brought the first issue of Gravedancer, the one that all comic book fans have been talking about for the past few months. The entire print run had been sold out in only about 3 minutes, but Patrick had somehow managed to get a copy, so Jake had been able to read it. Friends shared everything with each other, including comic books, which they often preferred to read together because it was more fun. They also shared food completely unselfishly, often sitting at outdoor picnics in their favorite park. Loyal friends shared even clothes because, even when they were small, they valued friendship very much. They even shared video games, which they also liked to play together to relax and take their minds off reality a bit. That's why, in exchange for the Gravedancer, Jake had to give Patrick something too, and shared a video game. A week later, they were sitting at school, where the young man told Patrick they could trade, as his video game was at a friend's house. Pat got a little nervous and asked if he could return the video game to him tomorrow, which was already a little weird. Jake only wondered what was wrong, and a worried Patrick replied that he just wanted to play some more. At that point, the hero replied that he and his family were going away for a week, so he needed the video game today. Sweat was running down Patrick's face, and he said that he hadn't brought the video game with him to school and apologized to Jake. The protagonist remained persistent and offered to come over after school because he really needed the game. Nerves made a lump appear in Patrick's throat, and at one point he boldly asked his friend why he was picking on him. Still, he gathered all the strength in his fist and exclaimed that he had broken his video game, after which it was as if a stone had fallen from his soul. A bewildered Jake questioned what he had done, and Patrick apologized once more, not knowing how to behave in such a situation. It will sound silly, but after this situation, they did not communicate for 2 weeks, as the hero was offended by the carelessness on the part of his friend. Patrick didn't hold out first and said he had something for the young man while maintaining intrigue. At recess, Jake went to look for his friend, but never found him, which made him a little worried. Ironically, Patrick changed schools shortly afterward, leaving his best friend to sit at a desk by himself. It wasn't until years later that Jake learned that Pat hadn't actually broken his game. It had just been taken away from him by the bullies. Local bullies attacked Patrick just as he was about to return the video game to the hero. Excited about what happened, Pat even saved up some money to buy one and return it to his best friend. But unfortunately, the video game he bought with his own money was also taken away from him by local hooligans. Patrick was beaten so badly that his parents had no option but to move their son elsewhere. Jake always thought Pat wanted to protect him, because if he found out about it, he certainly wouldn't stay in the country. All his life, the main character has regretted something because he didn't do the right thing when he found out the truth. As it turned out, after learning the truth, he just did nothing and never contacted Patrick, who was his best friend. Jake had never apologized to his friend for leaving him, and the thought had never left him. He'd never told his precious Patrick how much he appreciated his care, and there was nothing he could ever do to get it back. The young man just went on with his life and pretended as if nothing had happened, but never parted with thoughts of his friend. That's how Jake Thane actually turned out to be, who at first glance was a hero who was returning justice. Jake recalled himself back in the old days when he was a regular office worker, calling himself a coward running from trouble. Presently, the hero became enraged as everything in the pile had brought him to this state and was about to massacre William. He brutally and mercilessly beat the youngster with his fists, who tried to block his blows somehow, but nothing succeeded. Jake used all the strength he possessed to deliver endless punches to William's face. A flustered Cecil saw how the hero was feeling at that moment, but he was powerless to stop him. The furious young man continued to strike mercilessly, showing great hatred for William, who had deprived him of his friends. The blonde lying on the ground didn't even fight back and was bleeding, taking another powerful blows to the face. A shocked Cecil watched silently and wondered what kind of power the hero was using. He remembered how confidently William had smiled earlier, but in the end, the fight was over before it started. The ruthless Jake drove his already powerless opponent into the ground, but he didn't stop and kept pounding him. The long-eared beast watched his hatred and immense strength, imagining that jar of blue mana. He began to speculate that it was as if something had burst inside the protagonist, thus giving him a huge boost of power. Imp picked up on the fact that Jake had lost his temper, becoming furious and not stopping even for a second to take a breath. The bewildered William, on the other hand, was simply caught in the act, not even able to resist such force. Loud sounds came throughout the great forest, scaring away birds and attracting the attention of the deer grazing in it. The ground shook and vibrated as the still fierce hero could not calm his feelings and continued to beat up his opponent. His bloody fist worked in reciprocating motion, and Cecil exclaimed that William was already dead. He tried to stop him, and the frozen hero stopped punching his opponent in an instant, looking at Cecil in surprise. Frightened by the situation, the imp said with a tremor in his voice that Jake needed to stop, for it was as if he had lost his mind. The bewildered hero didn't understand what was happening and began to wonder what he had done. He then sat helplessly on the ground with sadness in his eyes, saying that they were all dead, while the session tried to calm him down. Jake let his emotions grip his hair, barely holding back tears and saying that his friends were gone. The first thing he remembered was Adam, whom he had always respected for his leadership skills and collectedness in all situations. Following close behind was his dear friend Casper, whom he could trust completely and with whom they had come a long way at work. After the hero remembered Carolyn, who turned out to be hostage to the situation and betrayed him at the will of the scoundrel Richard. She was followed by Bertram and Jean, who, though they didn't trust much, were loyal and stayed at Jake's side. Powerless, Jake could no longer hold back his tears and said with pain in his voice that none of them were there anymore, and he was alone.
10 minutes later, Cecil tried to get his attention and said it was time for them to move out and get out of here.
The imp said there was no reason for them to stay here, but Jake, who had lost the meaning of life, replied that he didn't want to move at all.
Eeyore asked what he was waiting for, because you can't sit here forever, but it was like the hero was paralyzed and didn't want to do anything.
At one point, he felt something strange as Cecil began to approach him with a paw with sharp claws. Not far away, 2 green leaves fell from a tree and did so rather loudly and with a crunch. The body of the bloodied William was at that moment approached by a stranger who was watching without much joy. The oddly smiling old man admitted he was disappointed with what he saw, as he had high hopes for the lad. He decided to try again to give it another shot, but suddenly the malignant viper appeared and said it wasn't very kind to just someone else's prey. The elder said he wasn't often seen here, And Viper smiled and replied that someone should have stepped in and stopped the thievery. The man asked if it wasn't Malignant's fault, for he himself had said to get behind his man, but his boy was being picked on for some reason. Viper kept it polite and said he needed a body, and the old man folded his arms at his chest and asked why he needed one. The Lord replied that it was none of his business, but that the fellow belonged to his man and therefore to himself. The strangely smiling old man asked the malicious Viper what he wanted, for he had clearly come here for a reason. God warned that if he took this body, he would owe him another in return, but the man replied that they both knew that was not the case. The elder turned his attention to Jake and asked how about compensation in the form of him, but the Lord was not so simple. He spoke as simply as possible and said that either the old man would leave the body here or he would owe him. The man smiled and said that Viper had already done a lot of damage, and his chosen one had ruined the area. Malicious looked sternly into his eyes and said he wouldn't tell him twice. If he touched William's body, he would owe him. The old man did not interrupt again and turned his back to him, saying he would do as Viper said. He then squatted down beside William's body and continued to perform strange machinations while smiling. 2 more leaves fell from the tree, signaling the old man's departure, and the cold-blooded Viper, who was watching, hypocritically expressed his pain. Jake asked him who it was, and Malicious calmly asked if he really saw the whole thing, since they kind of stopped time. The protagonist replied that they stopped time, but not his blood, so he could feel all the energy around him. God said that he could use it in the future, as blood is a rare ability, and his seemed to be very strong as well. A nervous Jake exclaimed that he didn't care about that right now, and asked who the man was and why he had taken William's body. Viper replied in a calm tone that it was the ever-smirking deity who was now owed a debt, which stunned the hero. The hero angrily asked if he had really let him go with the man who had killed all his friends, and God replied that claiming a debt was no hooey. He added that if it made Jake feel better, his friends weren't quite dead, which gave the guy hope at that moment. Malicious said that Adam, Bertram, and even Casper are alive and waiting for them on the other side, so there's still a little hope. A very surprised Jake asked in awe how such a thing was possible, while still not fully believing it. Viper said that when it comes to powerful guys with high class, like Adam, this guy will still outlast them all, because they're hard to kill. He didn't give any details about Casper, saying that Jake would just have to wait and see for himself. A concerned Cecil asked what was wrong with William, and the Lord replied that he would definitely be brought back to life, for he was the favorite of that deity. Viper said he'd done everything he could to get revenge on Jake, even arranging this little encounter so that he could throw William off a little. He admitted that the hero did not disappoint him, and the angry young man replied that he thought the system did not tolerate interference. The Lord lightly and calmly replied that he didn't know since he didn't get involved much, but it seemed fine. Hate-filled Jake asked what the smiling old man meant by ruining everything here. The slightly tired, malicious Viper noticed that the young man really had a lot of questions. In an instant, he reached out his palm toward Jake's face, standing still, which was very strange and incomprehensible to him. Then Viper suddenly grabbed his face, which began to emit a bright light, which dumbfounded the hero a bit. Time has shown that it's all a story with 2 main characters, where one enters with comrades and the other without. The latter quickly finds a way out when he picks up the rod and kills everyone around him, believing it to be the best way to get rid of his problems. The other was a little harder as he had to think for the whole team, but they were attacked on the first day. 2 end up dead, Jake and Jean, but that's not the point, as this is not Jake's story and it was destined to happen. The malicious Viper said, worried about his losses. Adam's group joined Richard and Nicholas. Jake said that this archer he killed, whereupon the Lord said that the fact that the young man was still living spoiled everything. He began to tell that while Richard was manipulating William, he didn't notice how he had fallen into Nicholas's archer's trap. In fact, that's what produced Richard's demise, and Nicholas simply shot his back at the appropriate moment. The Viper also said that Nicholas was cunning but weaker in battle, which made it easy for William to take over. Eventually, the conniving young man would do the same thing he did in their version of the universe, kill everyone around him, and Jake wouldn't get in his way. He would emerge the only winner, which would bring the ever-smirking God the strongest disciple. Jake said it turned out differently, and malicious Viper said that fate changed because of one variable. The Lord added that one hunter had awakened a power no one knew he had, and survived a battle where he was originally destined to die. Malicious vipers said that was why the grinning man said so, and Cecil, sitting on his shoulder, listened intently. God then asked Jake to realize that in both versions of the universe, his friends died at William's hands, so he shouldn't blame himself.
The hero exclaimed that in this version he could have helped them, but the Lord replied that maybe, but he could have screwed up and died sooner.
The young man grabbed his head and said that he would have at least tried, but he just chickened out and pretended that nothing happened. Viper, on the other hand, said it wasn't his problem, and a testy Jake yelped and asked why ignoring his friends and then killing them wasn't his problem. The Lord asked if he was responsible for their weaknesses, and added that it wasn't his fault they couldn't pull themselves together. An impulsive Jake cringed, asking if he meant he should just become a complete egomaniac and ignore everyone around him. Malignant said that people are not his responsibility until he decides so himself, so no one dares encroach on his will. The evil hero immediately said that otherwise he would be like the viper, sad and lonely for all eternity. In response, the Lord looked at the impulsive young man with a little sympathy for the heartache within. Jake turned around and started to walk away, but stopped a moment as he wanted to say something else to Viper. The protagonist firmly asked God not to dare resurrect him if he ever died in battle. An angry Cecil intervened and asked what he was saying and why, but the young man only replied that it was useless. He said he didn't want to hope for a second life, and he didn't need any help, so there would only be two left to risk their lives in battle. Jake then said he had to go, as there were still creatures he had to finish off. The agitated demon asked him to stop, but the malignant viper, on the other hand, said that the guy was having a hard time and didn't need to be touched. He looked at the back of Jake as he walked away, with a serious look that told him it was only going to get worse from here on out. A saddened Cecil asked what he was talking about, while being very sorry that fate had dealt the hero such a fate. Viper exhaled heavily, saying he didn't dare say it in front of Jake, but he had some bad news. He said that as a deity, he is able to peek slightly behind the veil of fate to predict the near future. Malicious said that while preparing for William and Jake's meeting tonight, he became aware of not only the outcome of this fight, but something else as well. The Lord then added that the introduction was vague, but it was better than nothing, and a nervous Cecil asked what it was. Viper said that Jake has to fight the king of the forest before he leaves this place, and he is destined to lose. After a while, Malicious stood by the orb, and Viridia said that rumor had it that the dimension would end soon, and asked how his chosen one was doing. The gentleman replied that you could say not bad, and better than the others, which surprised the girl a little. With great bewilderment, Viridia said she didn't understand anything while looking at the malicious Viper. He replied, however, that much had changed since the clash with the ever-smirking deity. After the fight, Jake became more silent and also took the plunge and began hunting beasts, gaining experience and becoming stronger. The hero began to kill more, and the system notified him more and more often that he had reached a new level of outstanding alchemist.
The young man even took the task of killing the king of beasts, which he didn't get scared and didn't turn back, walking clearly towards his goal.
Jake managed to defeat the boss of the Wepres, and the Viper watching him said he doesn't judge him because he needs to get stronger. But there are nuances. It wasn't long before the protagonist reached the 55th level of alchemist, gaining more and more points and improving his abilities. The malicious Viper considered his excessive coldness unnecessary, as there was no longer any compassion or emotion in Jake's eyes. He believed that the hero had become a soulless machine, for he had reached the 74th level of an ambitious hunter very quickly. At this point, all obstacles were behind Jake, and all that remained was to defeat the mighty king of beasts. Meanwhile, the protagonist was sitting by the fire sharpening his dagger, with just under 15 hours to go before the end of his training. Cecil lay on a rock and asked what their plan was, and Jake extra loudly replied that it was the same as before. The young man examined in the dagger and said that the king would appear at dawn, and all that remained was to kill him. The eared demon, who was worried about him, asked if Jake was nervous before such a fight, for the king of beasts was clearly not a pawn. The hero lowered his saddened gaze to the floor, remaining silent and still holding his dagger. Cecil said that he could share his worries with him, since he'd been feeling cold all week, but Jake replied that he was fine. The young man said that everything in this god-forsaken place leads to this, so this was the only way he would justify all these sacrifices. Eeyore asked what would happen if he lost, but the hero stuck his dagger into the ground and said firmly that there was no way he would do that. Imp looked sadly into Jake's eyes, who wasn't feeling sorry for himself, and whom he felt very sorry for. The hero then lay down on a log and said he needed to rest, wishing him a good night. But Cecil asked him to wait. Cecil lowered his sad gaze downward at that moment and said he wanted to thank Jake. The slightly flustered protagonist asked what he wanted to thank him for, listening intently to his companion. The imp said that if it wasn't for Jake, he wouldn't be here, and he'd still be sitting in that necklace in that dungeon. He discouraged Jake by saying he was there all alone, but thanks to him, he had a dear friend. Cecil was very uncomfortable and said that it was a difficult time, after which he once again expressed his gratitude to the hero. Eeyore then winked shyly at the surprised young man, saying that he could now rest and regain his strength. Jake listened intently and held out his fist, thanking him for being with him all this time. Cecil respectfully batted his fist and said they were together to the end, whereupon the hero lay down to rest. The imp couldn't sleep, for he remembered the viper's words that Jake was destined to lose in the coming battle with the king of the forest. He was very worried and couldn't find a place to be, really hoping that the malicious viper was wrong and the hero would succeed. The next morning, the young man woke up not with a smile on his face, but with the shocks and vibrations of the earth. The hero immediately jumped up and, flustered, wondered what the hell was going on around him. A puzzled Cecil assumed it was an earthquake, but Jake said he had no idea. The demon then asked the hero, running in an unknown direction, where he was running to, and he replied that there was something he needed to check out. Jake ran without stopping, his thoughts saying that the sound was coming from something big, but what it was, he couldn't quite figure out yet. In a moment, he was confused and frozen in place as the realization of the situation began to come to him. Ahead of him was a huge beast king of unknown level, who said that Jake had come even before, not him. He admitted that the young man had exceeded his expectations and reached out his wooden hand toward him. Jake tried to remain calm, looking incredulously at the king, who looked to find that he was sorry the young man was destined to die here.
Suddenly, a quest called The End of the Chosen One became available to the hero as time was running out, and he needed to make a choice.
The first option was to leave the place now and keep the points, as well as any other awards earned. The second option was to fight to the end to kill the Beast King or die in battle as a hero. Jake was very nervous because he couldn't make up his mind, but was a little surprised that he even had a choice. He then looked at the huge wooden monster and recognized that the chances of winning were slim, but he really wanted to fight. The main character said in his mind that in another situation there's no way he would have given up the fight, but he's not an idiot after all. The young man looked at the king of beasts and realized that absolutely anyone would feel the emanating threat from this creature. He gritted his teeth hard with anger as he couldn't make up his mind and choose the right option for him. Jake remembered telling Cecil last night that this forgotten place was where it was going, and he was the only one who would justify the sacrifices. At that moment, he stuck his dagger into the ground and firmly said that there was no way he was going to give the backside and would fight to the last man. Suddenly, the protagonist smiled and wondered in his mind who he was fooling, then immediately chose the battle option. He then shouted to the Beast King that he only had one request, and he only asked in a calm tone what it was. Jake prepared an energized bow and asked if he could hit the king once to see the difference in their powers. The powerful being smiled, calling it interesting and asking if the youngster wanted to try it out. The king of beasts continued to smile, asking Jake to show what he could do, while he looked at the creature, eager for battle. The protagonist then reached into his quiver for an arrow, saying to himself, "I wouldn't ask for the opportunity to strike first," but still did it to check himself, as it was no small matter, after which he began to draw the arrow. Confident, Jake drew a fiery arrow, calling it a mighty blow flavored with deadly venom. He said this attack is the fruit of all his training, and it is the strongest one he has. The hero remained completely calm, preparing to release the arrow and saying that this powerful attack could kill anyone. Releasing the arrow endowed with immense power, Jake angrily exclaimed that this attack could kill even the king of beasts only. At great speed, the fire-charged arrow flew toward the enemy, who did not take the young man's words seriously. Showing utmost calmness, the Beast King smirked, calling everything that was happening quite intriguing. The fiery arrow hit the target precisely, triggering a powerful explosion as well as a powerful blast wave. Jake tried to cover himself with his hands as rocks and other debris that could cause harm flew everywhere. A large smoke rose up around after the explosion, and the Beast King could not be seen in it, but the young man still remained in place. Still, the fog began to slowly clear, and the smiling king looked at Jake, who had done pretty well for himself. The surprised hero froze in place because he did not expect that after such a powerful explosion, the monster managed to survive. The arrow did not cause any harm to the Beast King, who held it with his sharp nails, calling it a good try. He then clenched his fist tightly, preparing to attack and saying that it would be impossible for Jake to defeat him with such attacks. The Beast King said that he liked the young man, as he didn't think that such a brat would be able to touch him. The tree monster threw the broken arrow on the ground, saying that it was the only attack of Jake's that failed. He said he gave the young man a chance to get out of here, but he didn't take it, and now there's something waiting for him. The king poked at the protagonist with his sharp fingernail, while he tried to remain calm and observe the enemy's actions. The creature said in an intimidating tone that it was time to suffer, then attack Jake. The young man was a bit confused since his opponent had started attacking so suddenly, and he needed to prepare himself. The system alerted him to the activation of the bloodline, and then the primal hunter's blink was brought to work. The king's sharp objects were about to approach him, but in an instant, time slowed down, much to Jake's dismay. The excited young man didn't freeze in place as he quickly realized that he needed to dodge while he had the chance. He didn't stop there and realized that now was the best opportunity to attack, and reached into his quiver for an arrow. The Beast King didn't slumber either and continued to launch attacks, saying that Jake's actions were too slow, which stressed him out even more. The wooden creature continued to throw sharp objects at him, confident of its lightning-fast victory. Maximally stressed at that moment, the protagonist tried to put up a block to keep himself at least somewhat safe. Still, the wristbands didn't save him, and he was thrown aside by the force wave, crashing into the rock behind him. A knocked-out Jake couldn't understand how this had happened, while coughing up blood but remaining conscious. The hero couldn't move and was breathing very heavily, and the King of Beasts looked at him and called his behavior arrogant. The monster began to approach the powerless young man, asking if he thought the king was as stupid as the rest of the creatures. He mumbled that he expected more from the kid, but Jake wasn't going to give up and got up off the ground, telling him to shut up. The mighty Beast King jabbed his finger at him and said that they would still see if he would dodge the next strike. This time, he was no longer going to be ceremonious with the cocky kid and wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. In the same second, a wooden finger with a sharp claw flew at Jake, who couldn't slow down time and realized there was only a shadowy jump left. The hero managed to use his ability and bounce aside in time, but his claws crashed into a thick tree trunk. Without wasting a second, Jake immediately began to draw his arrow, realizing that he needed to keep his opponent at bay. 2 arrows were immediately fired towards the Beast King, who was a bit confused but not confused. He began to fill his mighty hands with power, saying that the young man was mistaken if he thought that paltry arrows would save him. In an instant, the Beast King joined his palms together, creating a kind of force that was some kind of arrow reflector. Both arrows were destroyed right in flight and broken into splinters by the summoned power of the king, which was astounding. A tense Jake was getting very angry because nothing was working against the King of Beasts, and his hands were slowly beginning to droop. He decided to hide his bow in his necklace because he was convinced that it was useless in a fight with such a monster. The protagonist realized that it was necessary to take cover as soon as possible and come up with a plan because he risked defeat. The young man then turned around and rushed away, which caused the Beast King to laugh, calling him a coward. The king also said that Jake might not think he could get away from him and threatened that he would end him soon enough.
The protagonist kept running out and the enemy started shelling him, and the powerful explosions didn't stop.
Cecil, meanwhile, climbed to the highest point 5 kilometers away, hoping he would be safe here. But the peace didn't last long, as a few seconds later something exploded nearby, causing the demon to shake with fear. The bewildered Eeyore was very frightened and began to look around apprehensively, trying to figure out what those explosions were. He immediately wondered if Jake would be okay, as he realized that he was clearly the one being shelled. The panting hero hid behind rocks, realizing that he couldn't defeat the king just like that, so he needed to find his weaknesses. Jake tried to analyze and assume that the Beast King had some kind of armor, but even his strongest never penetrated it. The tree monster, on the other hand, was trying to intimidate him and push him psychologically, saying it knew he was out there somewhere. The nervous and tense protagonist wouldn't come out from behind the rock, and the King of Beasts asked why the stalling. In an instant, an epiphany came to the young man, and it was as if a plan to destroy the powerful boss had appeared in his head. King asked if Jake still believed he had won, and if he thought it was pointless. From such suppositions, he laughed and said that there was no way the young man could defeat him, for they had a very great difference in strength. Suddenly, the boss heard strange rustlings behind a rock near him and immediately paid attention to them, ready to fight. He immediately realized that Jake was hiding behind the rock and, calling him a wee one, told him that he was about to be finished. The stone was immediately blasted away in a powerful Beast King ability that left no trace of it. The boss said that it was clearly impossible for the kid to dodge this attack, and a fire broke out at the sight of the stone. Then the monster said that victory was his, the real king, but he didn't see the black ball lying on the ground first. This balloon was the curse previously bestowed upon Jake by the Nest Watcher he had defeated. The black ball of death immediately began to spew out a curse that was addressed to the hated Beast King. The wooden thug himself took notice of it, but didn't even come close to understanding what it was. But suddenly he became very tense as the orb continued to release the curse, performing strange actions. Jake remembered how the Watcher had told him earlier that he hated the king and promised to help the young man take him down. At that moment, he said that long ago he had uttered a curse that was placed in the balloon given to the hero. The Nest Watcher relayed a curse to the protagonist, who was asked to take it and kill the King of Beasts.
The poison hit the wood monster, who started complaining about being hot but didn't realize what was going on.
He was suddenly grabbed by the face by the spirit rat, who said he was no longer king, and the boss asked how dare he act like that. A wounded Jake looked out behind a tree and noticed that the king's armor was beginning to fade, and he needed to act. The protagonist quickly ran up to the Beast King, holding a brightly glowing crystal that he intended to use against him. The tree monster swung his arm to finally straighten him out, but the young man managed to dodge this time as well. The bloodline was activated again, and Jake noticed that the enemy had gotten much slower. He glared fiercely at him, with everything now visible, and approaching the king at high speed with the crystal in his hand. Jake deftly dodged the claws the King of Beasts was throwing at him, trying to get as close as he could. The protagonist was fully confident of his victory and made a high jump, swinging the glowing crystal. He had gotten the precious glowing crystal earlier when he had massacred the white deer and removed it from its abdomen. The damaged lunar core shard contained highly concentrated and variable energies. At that point, Jake took the crystal in his hands and said that the deer tried to make that shard, but it didn't work out. Currently, the damaged shard was stuck right in the center of the chest of the Beast King, who couldn't believe it a dot. The bloody hands of the protagonist continued to mercilessly push the crystal, disregarding the screams of the boss. The light was blinding his eyes a little, but Jake gritted his teeth and continued to do what he had to do to take down his opponent. Strange things began to happen to the Beast King, but he still remained on his feet. Being several kilometers away, Cecil noticed a bright light that was visible from anywhere in the forest at that moment. The light was very blinding to the eyes, and the astonished demon could not understand anything, as nothing could be seen. A few seconds later, there was a massive explosion that raised a great deal of dust and smoke into the sky. But even after that, the Beast King stayed on his feet and said that he didn't intend to take it anymore and would end Jake right now. Shocked by his resilience, the protagonist trembled slightly with excitement as he didn't even know what to do next. The king called him a vile puppy and asked how he and such vile entities as the White Stag and the Nest Watcher dare attack him. Enraged, the wooden monster screamed that this game was boring him, and Jake took a step back in fear. The boss said things had gone too far and he had lost a lot of time, and the young man was confused, not knowing what to do. The Beast King looked at the protagonist intimidatingly, saying that right now he would die an agonizing death. At one point, he noticed that he was experiencing intense pain, the cause of which was unknown. Blood-stained Jake held his blades in his hands, and the king didn't understand how the man had managed to wound him so badly. He kept repeating that he was a king and had no equal in this world, so it would be impossible for a human to deal with him. The Beast King said that the system had sent him to this forest to mercilessly destroy all the lords. The merciless wooden monster massacred everyone in its path without showing an ounce of compassion. This task was not at all difficult for the King of Beasts, who was skillful in exterminating lords, among whom were the Watcher and the Stag. The tree monster said that this was how he became the final boss that no one could defeat. He proudly held the severed head of a white deer in his hand, stepping his paw over its bloody body. Beneath his feet were many brutally slaughtered beasts that couldn't resist such a powerful opponent at all. The King of Beasts said that this puppy Jake was the reason everything was going downhill, and it seemed like he was being unnecessarily arrogant. Putting his wooden paw to his face, he looked at the hero with one eye and asked for forgiveness. A worried Jake looked at him in silence, and the king of beasts said he was leaving him no other choice. The final boss asked him to be proud of his success while he can, because right now he's going to be killed. The protagonist tried to pull himself together and began to defend himself, noticing that something was happening to the enemy's armor. The monster said he didn't think he would ever show his true colors, as it's not easy to do. He started throwing tree bark off himself, saying that against Jake it had to be done, or he couldn't be defeated. The sturdy wooden mask was thrown to the ground, and the Beast King frighteningly asked the young man to look at the difference in their strength. A nervous Jake continued to cover himself with his daggers, hoping he could survive and defeat his opponent. The force of the wind that his opponent had picked up began to carry the young man backwards a bit, but with all his might he tried to stay on his feet. Suddenly something happened in his head, and his psychological state changed, which made the hero very wary. The condition was very similar to a psychological attack that was caused by the Beast King's strength. Jake was immediately knocked off his feet and began coughing up blood, feeling as if he were being wrenched from the inside out. Not only he felt it, but all the living things around him as birds flying nearby began to fall and crash to the ground. Concerned Cecil wondered anxiously what was going on as he saw the lilac-colored barrier from afar. He grabbed his ears as, even at such a great distance, he was stunned by the Beast King's attack. The long-eared demon was troubled by the question of how long Jake, who was in the very epicenter of the attack, would last. The protagonist, meanwhile, could barely tolerate the noise in his head and gripped his head tightly, barely remaining conscious. The attack was so powerful that his eyes began to roll up and bleed, and he was almost out of breath. The blood made his eyeballs redden, and Jake clutched his head even harder and screamed at the top of his voice. The ruthless Beast King called the lad a hunter, saying that he had fought gloriously, but now it was over. Jake still remained conscious and told himself that it was impossible to give up, especially after all he had been through. With blood gushing out of his eyes, the protagonist gritted his teeth tightly, telling himself that he had to end this. He, being powerless, kneeled, trying to resist the king in any way, but nothing worked. That's the minute Jake started coughing, and a large amount of blood came out of his mouth, and he couldn't control it. The Beast King didn't take any more time and said goodbye to the hunter, intending to finally be done with him. The protagonist fell to the ground, no longer having the strength to continue fighting, and ducked into a pool of his own blood. As the situation shows, Malicious Viper's words that Jake would be destined to lose were becoming true. The digital scoreboard showed a figure of 25%, and Jake remembered how mercilessly he had dealt with William. At that moment, he was in a furious state and mercilessly struck his fists in the face of his opponent. The number on the scoreboard had reached 40%, and his memory flashed back to the moments when Sessions thought it was as if there was something inside Jake. The hero's furious state at that moment was like an exploded jar of mana that empowered him. Then Jake was out of rage and hatred for William, who was responsible for the deaths of his friends of great value. When the number of percentages reached 60, the hero began to gradually come to his senses, wiggling his fingers a little. The Beast King was confident of his victory and turned around, about to leave, but he didn't realize that the young man had survived. He did stop at one point, though, as he felt something behind him and decided to check it out. The tree monster turned around and became wary as Jake's body suddenly disappeared somewhere. Meanwhile, the protagonist's ability was unlocked, and his eyes were filled with lust to massacre the enemy. There was nothing alive in the young man's eyes, but only cold-bloodedness and eagerness to end it all. Jake suddenly ran up to the King of Beasts and kicked him in the butt, which confused the wooden final boss. The system notified the protagonist that he was out of range, whereupon he bounced backwards at lightning speed. Making a sharp leap backward, the young man managed to stop, and then prepared to launch another attack. The Beast King was surprised at his incredible speed, but Jake paid him no mind and swung his fist again. A crushing fist strike was again delivered to the solar plexus area, knocking his opponent to the ground. The final boss fell to his knees but said that no one could resist his true form. The hero didn't care about his words and rushed back into the attack, while the king got nervous and couldn't believe he had miscalculated somewhere. He kept saying that the guy couldn't survive what had happened. The only thing left for him to do was to put up a block. The Beast King called Jake a beast with pure instincts, who at that moment tried to strike with his fist. The protagonist was not aware of his actions and was eager to just quickly finish off the enemy who had caused him a lot of trouble. Eventually, Jake's persistent stance paid huge dividends, and the kick completely knocked the king off his feet. After just a few seconds, he was already looking at the defeated Beast King, who was no longer showing any signs of life. There was no joy in Jake's face, and in its place was only equanimity and lack of life in his eyes. His hand was stained with his own blood, which he had spilled in hard fights with the seemingly previously invincible king. The exhausted protagonist could no longer stand on his feet and simply fell to the ground, and the system notified him that the level had been passed. Meanwhile, the Blessed Mother in the heavenly realm wondered if Jake had handled the King of Beasts. The Divine Essence couldn't believe that the young man had managed to escape his fate. At the same time, Malicious Viper called Jake crazy, saying that even he doubted he would win. Viridia asked if he was still alive, and Viper replied that he was not, for the ability was not revealed until after his death. The worried girl asked if this battle was pointless, but the Lord replied that just the opposite was true. He cheerfully said that Jake had shown himself to be the real deal, not just to them, but to everyone in the multiverse. With a smile on his face, Viper said the hero deserved a reward, and Viridia asked if he would resurrect him. God replied that he wouldn't do that, because Jake himself had asked him not to. Smirking, Malicious Viper said that the system had other plans for the protagonist. Dead Jack, meanwhile, lay beside the King of Beasts, whom he had managed to defeat at the cost of his own life. His face was haggard, but still, all that effort was not in vain, as the final boss was defeated. There were multiple abrasions and scratches on the protagonist's face from the unequal battle with the monster. Suddenly, his face at the bridge of his nose seemed to wrinkle a little, which gave hope that the hero was still alive. In an instant, Jake felt alive, but in a different world, and he slowly opened his eyes. The young man was greatly disturbed and abruptly opened his eyes and tried to realize where he was. Breathing heavily with excitement, with wide open eyes, he looked ahead, still not realizing what was happening. The bewildered protagonist began groping his body and wondered if he was still alive. A confident Jake clenched his fist tightly and smiled, assuming he was out of the game.